Why aren't those people from Wizard City staying put in District 2? Why are they running to District 3? Don't tell me the living environment in District 3 is better than District 2. Chimika and Bridget were both asleep, and Ju Peng and Hanako each carried a little girl upstairs. District F is already pretty good. Because of your suppression, the dark creatures don't dare to be so rampant anymore. If you go to other districts, you'll see that the housing prices are even higher. Once night falls, if you're not in a place you can call home, when the sun rises the next day, your life might already be gone. It's you who have protected the peace of this area. In front of her own door, Hanako finally said this, the once demure Japanese housewife seeming to return at this moment, her eyes like gentle ripples of water, full of affection and obedience. I just did what I could. If the teacher hadn't taken over the Hunters Guild in District F, I wouldn't have been able to do anything either. I was just reminded today not to be too self-righteous. Hanako-san, don't praise me anymore. I'll get carried away. See you tomorrow. With that, they each opened their doors, carrying the little girls back to the places they could call home. The moment both doors closed, pale blue magical ripples enveloped them, a kind of spell similar to the art of eloquence, acting on the entire city through a witchcraft network. Protection. The protective spell had only gradually expanded to the entire city in the past 2 months. It was also the culprit behind the skyrocketing housing prices in District 3. Under this protective enchantment, unless you explicitly invite them, no outside presence can forcibly enter your home, except for authorized law enforcement. Forcibly entering is tantamount to confronting the magical network connected to the sky-reaching Sorcerer's Tower, currently powered by a 7th Order Abyssal Dragon Lord. Of course, offending a 7th Order being is something you can't avoid just by hiding at home. The protective enchantment only activates between 8 p.m. and 5 a.m. This conserves energy and avoids the inconvenience of 24/7 activation. Given its lack of automatic identification capabilities, if an unexpected guest arrives and you haven't invited them, they'll run into the enchantment, causing awkwardness at the very least. After entering the house, Ju Peng gently placed Bridget on her pink bed. The 10-year-old girl wasn't a naive child anymore, so he didn't undress her. After tucking her in, he prepared to leave, but as he rose, her slender arms wrapped around his neck. The little werewolf girl opened her beautiful blue eyes. Brother. What is it? Bridget looked at the dark-haired, dark-eyed man for a moment, then softly said, Meixiang's birthday is tomorrow. Although Miko-san won't let Meixiang tell you, I know she really wants you to know. I know. Sleep now, my lovely princess. He kissed her forehead gently, then turned off the light and left. A peaceful and sweet night enveloped the little girl like honeyed bomb. Chapter 339. The substitute becomes regular, a centennial contract. The bustling morning market inside the Yong Soy milk shop, steaming millet porridge, plump snowy white meat buns. Ju Peng picked one up and took a bite, the delicious flavor filling his mouth. He took a large gulp of porridge, chasing away the morning chill and warming him from head to toe. Xuanhuan was more discerning. She cradled a plump white dragonette while sipping her preserved egg and lean meat porridge. The porridge had plenty of preserved egg and lean meat, but little broth. Clearly, the young soy milk shop owner was a superficial fool, drooling over the silver-haired elf's appearance and completely ignoring her brainless nature. Yuan and her dragonette devoured a large bowl of porridge and 2 buns, finishing even faster than Ju Peng. Lido, the old master who took over the Ma family fighting arena, carried a sharpened single-edged blade, clearly having already eaten breakfast. He sat in a chair, eyes closed, seemingly meditating. Ju Peng could faintly sense his qi and blood surging according to his will, steadily elevating his state. Zhang Yuzhen, seated among them, looked somewhat anxious and nervous, but he still greedily devoured the food on the table. For him, who was always short of money, Ju Peng's treat was a feast he couldn't afford to miss. Of the 5 people present, the only stranger was an elderly silver-haired man in a black cloak sitting opposite Ju Peng. Cole, a mercenary, was a refugee from some conquered alternate dimension. With his peak first-class apprentice psychic abilities and advanced age, he stood at a crossroads, a step forward to becoming a full-fledged wizard, a winner in life, a step back to illness, old age, and death, a loser. It was heaven or hell. The towering wizarding world, wizard civilization flourished. Even with average or slightly below average aptitude, finding a mentor and serving for 50 years would significantly increase one's chances of becoming a full-fledged wizard, almost guaranteed. This was similar to students in 21st century Beijing, China, who had a much higher chance of getting into top universities. However, in many alternate dimensions, a wizard apprentice's ascension to full wizard was a gamble with their life. Many who were considered prodigies with silver or even golden blood in the wizarding world might remain wizard apprentices for their entire lives in less developed alternate dimensions. Cole was a similar case. His psychic aptitude was not low, but the environment of his alternate dimension limited his potential, no matter how strong it was. Therefore, it was difficult to say whether the invasion of his world by the eternal wizarding world, led by the witch King Kasa, should be a source of grief or joy for Cole. In the brutal and cruel interdimensional wars, especially those fought under the system of the Beast Legion, if Cole's homeland hadn't surrendered in time, 60 to 70% of his people would have become food for the Beast Legion. The remaining 20 to 30% would be registered as slaves of the wizarding world. Only those who practiced psychic abilities, professionals within the wizarding system like Cole, would be spared and registered as free people. The plight of these refugees from conquered alternate dimensions was far more tragic than that of Earth refugees. After all, the eternal wizarding world defined its relationship with Earth as a savior, not an invader. The wizards of the Heavenly Tower wouldn't deliberately attract unnecessary hatred, while Cole's people were undeniably suffering. From his personal perspective, without the invasion of the eternal wizarding world, Cole would have simply been waiting to die at his age. Now, he unexpectedly had a chance to turn his life around and reach the life level of a full-fledged wizard. Looking at the three young people eating heartily before him, the elderly wizard apprentice had little appetite. He sat with his eyes closed, as still as Liu Yidao beside him. His bearing suggested a man of considerable standing in his homeland, exuding an air of quiet nobility simply by his presence. The name Master Mage was indeed well deserved. Right, that's basically it, said Peng after breakfast, handing each person a prepared document. Mr. Cole, your commission is 200 gold coins, plus the latest and most comprehensive intelligence on the Ghost Fang, worth 300 gold coins in the market, plus 10% of the profits from this adventure. Please review the document and sign it if you agree. Each person's needs and abilities differed, resulting in unique contracts. Mr. Cole, a first-class apprentice wizard, primarily sought to undertake the highest-level Tier 1 monster hunting mission offered by the Hunters Guild Ghost Fang. While the other rewards were significant, the primary draw was the nether crystals produced by the annihilation of the powerful ghost. These crystals are invaluable alchemical ingredients. However, this mission wasn't easy. Inadequate preparation could prove fatal for even a typical Tier 1 professional. As a first-class wizard apprentice, Cole needed thorough preparation to make this above-level mission feasible. He'd somehow heard of Peng, the head of the Bloody Mouth Guild, and his exceptional intelligence-gathering capabilities. Cole wanted the latest and most complete intelligence on the Ghost Fang mission and was also short on funds. Peng simply included Cole in his adventuring team. In terms of pure ability, Cole was far more specialized in witchcraft and magic than Fan Wukai, although Peng didn't believe he was stronger overall. Liu Yidao, the dark energy level swordsman, was aging. He wanted to extend his life and maintain his combat effectiveness, so like Peng, he'd become a professional. Aside from improving his physical condition, he didn't have any pressing needs, so his contract stipulated he received 25% of the adventure's profits. Jiang Yuzhen was different. Before joining Peng's group, he was just a veteran scavenger in the first realm, a euphemism for someone who scoured the fringes of the first realm for discarded items that professional adventurers couldn't carry. Occasionally, he'd stumble upon magical equipment. Although he was familiar with the first realm's environment, his capabilities limited his share to 10% of the adventure's profits. As the organizer, investor, and intelligence provider of this adventure, Peng would receive 35% of the profits. After all, he covered most of Cole's expenses. If the adventure's profits couldn't offset his investments, Peng would have essentially worked for nothing, besides becoming a professional himself. Even signed a contract granting her 20% of the adventure's profits, but she didn't really care. Backed by her family, the elven woman stated that money was no object, especially after gaining a young dragon as her familiar. Her family's support for her increased dramatically, allowing her to sink into a decadent life of effortless wealth. A powerful mentor is important to an apprentice like Kid. Even likewise, a good apprentice provides immense assistance to the mentor like Peng to Kid. The Goalman, aside from contracting the Hunters Guild, did almost nothing else, enjoying the same effortless wealth as even. Peng, through skillful negotiation and political maneuvering, had cultivated the Bloodmoth Guild into a thriving and prosperous organization. The monetary gains were secondary. The real benefits lay in the numerous resources unavailable even with vast sums of money. Many common alchemical potions in Wizard City were simply unavailable in the 3rd district of the Abyssal City. A novice-level potion worth about 100 gold coins in Wizard City could fetch 1,000 to 1,800 gold coins on the black market in the Abyssal City, almost a tenfold trade deficit. Peng directed 80% of the Hunters Guild's lower-level tasks to Chinatown. The direct rewards for completing these tasks were secondary. The real value lay in the alchemical ingredients and finished products. These were then channeled through Chinatown's internal black market, translating directly into money, power, and influence. The contract's terms were clear and unambiguous, and after a brief discussion, everyone agreed without further objection. Thus, Peng even and 3 others set off, driving to the virtually sole official Wizard City institution in District F, the Adventurers Guild. Unlike the Hunters Guild, whose primary operations were largely internal and could be privately contracted by registered wizards, the Adventurers Guild was an outward-facing hunting organization established by Wizard City's government per the behest of the Supreme Lord. Years ago, the Wizard King sealed the Abyssal Dragon King. To prevent the king from destroying everything in a final act of desperation, they formed a dark pact. Vast ocean-like magical currents spread through the witch net. In addition to powering the entire wizarding world, a large portion of its energy was used to suppress the outlying regions of the abyss, forcibly manifesting the 5 realms of the dark world. The first realm, the Toxic Throne; the second realm, the Rotting Tomb; the third realm, the Sunken City; the fourth realm, the Demon Castle; the fifth realm, the End of Despair. The fifth realm contains the World Stone, the Abyssal Dragon King's life-sustaining core. Only if an adventurer destroys the World Stone within the 100-year contract period will the Abyssal Dragon King truly die. Otherwise, if the 100 years pass, the Wizard King promises to spare its life and forgive its transgression. Of course, a 7th order demon god who has ascended to the middle rank of divine power wouldn't be a fool. The Dark Dragon King clearly stated in the Dark Contract that all professionals entering the 5 Great Realms must be lifeforms of a rank below the previous rank before the contract was signed. For a wizard, that would at most be the level of a 1st grade apprentice. Within 100 years, rising from an apprentice to a 5th order transcendent lifeform and shattering the core world stone of a 7th order lifeform, this seems an impossible task. But His Majesty Cass's is insidious, or rather wise. He compensates for insufficient quality with quantity, spreading word of establishing 6 professional legions, stirring up the non-wizard professionals in Wizard City to frenzied excitement, sending almost all their eligible legacy disciples to the 5 Great Realms. Their aim is to demonstrate their strength through the professional system and secure formal positions within the wizarding world for their profession. If not achieving complete parity with the mages in the Celestial Wizard Tower, at least they aim to secure a supporting role and thereby scorn other wild professionals. Once His Majesty Cass's 6 professional legions are established, 100 years should be enough to cripple the Abyssal Dragon King. Chapter 040, The Hidden Hunting Ground. The Professionals Guild was bustling with activity in the early morning. This was, besides the Demon Hunters Guild, another place where dark creatures rarely appeared, or at least wouldn't dare to attack. This place represented the official authority of Wizard City's government. Yvonne, the female driver, pushed open the car door. As an unusual elf, she initially found the bustling scene quite delightful, but the next moment, Peng yanked her arm sharply to the side. Bang! A human body landed where Yvonne had just been standing. He had jumped from a high point in the guild, nearly 100 floors high, with the added gravitational potential energy causing his body to shatter, his flesh and bones intermingling in a bloody mess. He was now nothing more than a disgusting meat pie. This no one pushed him, it was suicide. Probably after losing his entire fortune he decided to end it all. Peng pulled Yvonne along, preventing her from seeing the horrifying sight. Yvonne had seen her fair share of battles, but this scene was entirely different from fighting on the battlefield. Although Yvonne often behaved unlike a noble elf, certain instincts inherited deep within her bloodline still made it hard for her to accept this act of disrespect for human life. Suicides by jumping from great heights were not uncommon at the Professionals Guild. Before Peng and his companions had gone far, staff members arrived to quickly dispose of the mangled corpse. Peng pulled Yuan's arm, pushing through the revolving doors into the spacious Professionals Guild hall. Yuan's expression softened, and Peng released her hand, allowing the girl to take in the sights she'd likely never witnessed before. In a way, this was a hunting ground. Though the contest between hunter and prey was far more subtle, Yuan heard Peng speak, noticing several enormous screens displaying numerous red and green curves constantly fluctuating. Compared to the crowds outside, the Professionals Guild hall housed even more people. They sat in chairs gathered before the large screens, some ate, their eyes fixed on the undulating red and green lines. Are all these people professionals? Cole asked beside her. No, Peng replied. In fact, true professionals rarely stay here for long. After a brief tour, Peng led the somewhat bewildered group to the reception desk. Despite numerous desks, each had a long queue before Peng could join a line. A woman in a business suit sat down at a desk marked closed, waving him over and whispering, "Mr. Peng." Only after Peng sat did the woman remove the closed sign. "Thank you, Sister Wang," Peng said. "Also, please sell all my Russian heavy armored bear and roaming archer shares, cashing out 500 gold coins, no gems, just gold, and use the remaining balance to buy ninja and Chinese boxer shares." He efficiently wrote and signed several transaction slips. The woman Peng called Sister Wang, clearly familiar with him, exclaimed, "The roaming archer stock is doing exceptionally well. Are you sure about selling everything? It seems a shame." She was deviating from protocol by influencing his decision, albeit kindly, which was strictly forbidden. Peng smiled and insisted on the trade. "I recently heard that Guns N' Roses, the strongest roaming archer team, is attempting to conquer the high tower. Success would be incredibly lucrative, but I think it's too risky. Besides, roaming archer stock is artificially inflated. A drop could be catastrophic. I don't want to gamble," he explained briefly. After the transaction, Peng offered the receptionist 2 gold coins, but she subtly pushed them back. "Mr. Peng, no need," she said. "You helped me make a fortune last time. I couldn't possibly accept this. Take it, but stocks are something you should only play with spare cash. If you can't control your greed, you'll eventually be swallowed whole. I know the stock market is risky, and with caution it's always 5% of people making money off the other 95%. I hear this every time I see you. You're just too cautious, but it's only players like you who can always remain undefeated." In the end, the receptionist accepted the 2 gold coins as a tip, and Peng turned and tossed the large, bulging bag of gold coins to Cole. "Count it, 200 gold coins as an advance payment. As for the information on the Ghostfang quest, I'll give that to you when I return," Peng said to the spellcaster, whose body was mostly shrouded in a black cloak. Cole patted the money pouch and then tucked it into his bosom. He glanced around the hall again, a hint of amusement and a subtle hint of greed in his voice. "The money's so easy to make here. I saw your slip just now. In less than 2 months, you've earned at least 1,000 gold coins here. Easy money. I was lucky enough to get some insider information and bought low on 2 stocks that were about to surge, so that's why you think it's easy. Think about what we saw when we first came in. Believe me, that's the norm." Zhu Peng said, no longer paying attention to the spellcaster whose expression clearly showed disbelief. Most mages are like this, thinking they're far smarter than others, always believing they're among the top 5% who make money. But the truth is, since the Adventurers Guild stock market system was established, there have been countless spellcasters who have lost everything and are deeply in debt every month. Of course, their risk tolerance is much higher than ordinary people's. At worst, they become experimental subjects on a black mage's dissection table. No one actually jumps off a building. Speaking of which, lying on a black mage's dissection table is probably less pleasant than jumping off a building. Leaving the Adventurers Guild hall, they arrived at the other side of the building. Compared to the other hall, this side was eerily desolate. A chubby manager, resembling a goblin, sat in an office chair, sipping tea and reading a magazine, while several beautiful women in neat business attire stood straight at their posts, each exhibiting extreme politeness and refinement. Chapter 741 Premise: Racial Talent Appraisal. In the morning, unlike the Securities Exchange, which was like a vegetable market, this was the true Adventurers Guild hall. Good morning, sir. How may I help you? A pretty girl in business attire approached Zhu Peng and his party of 5, smiling as she asked, Korean, is there a Chinese attendant? Although the girl opposite him was smiling sweetly, Zhu Peng, who was particularly picky about hiring Chinese laborers, habitually asked, I'm sorry sir, Xiao Li is off today, said the Korean girl, her smile unwavering. But I, though a Korean refugee, will serve you wholeheartedly. Her words left Zhu Peng speechless. Ah, alright, he said. These friends of mine are changing professions, could you give them detailed recommendations? I don't need that, Cole declared. I'm definitely going to be a wizard. Just take me to the job transfer. I'm not interested in other professions. His statement reeked of the inherent superiority complex of a mage, or perhaps, in this civilized world, those qualified to become wizards rarely considered inferior professions. Regardless of the profession you wish to transfer to, everyone needs to undergo a racial aptitude test first, the Korean girl explained. Because the Professional Wizard Program is a governmental initiative of Wizard City, the aptitude test is free of charge. She gestured for them to follow, leading the 5 into a secluded and quiet aptitude testing center. The spacious hall housed several large spider-like black metal machines. They resembled the mecha from 21st century films, only these stood silently, exuding a sense of futuristic high-tech oppression. The problem was, this was Earth's post-wizard era. Under the girl's guidance, the 5 entered the belly of one of the machines. As the mechanism activated, dozens of metallic arms extended from the interior of the steel, glass-covered cockpit, securing them in their seats. A moment later, a light blue liquid filled the metal chamber. Please don't be nervous, the Korean girl's voice drifted in from outside the chamber. This is a normal part of the racial aptitude test. The life essence won't affect your breathing. It will also draw a small amount of your blood. Immersed in the light blue liquid, Zhu Peng felt himself bleeding profusely from his pores. The crimson blood quickly mixed with the light blue essence, and amidst a flurry of bubbles, he lost consciousness. Racial aptitude test in progress. ENISA blood purity 92%. Racial aptitude tenacity. A cold metallic voice, or rather, a thought directly implanted into his mind, echoed in his ears. In the red and blue liquid, Zhu Peng felt himself losing control of his body, like an infant returning to the womb. Yet his spirit, seemingly free from physical constraints, was thrust into a vast and indescribable realm. Zhu Peng could access his own consciousness, but his once expansive and majestic inner world now seemed like a speck of dust lost in the immensity of the Milky Way, pitifully small. Zhu Peng's consciousness, freed from his physical body, left the pitch black spider-shaped mecha. Through his ascending will, he clearly saw the Korean girl pacing between 5 massive operating machines, occasionally glancing at the mechanical watch on her slender wrist. Then Zhu Peng's spiritual will soared higher and faster, quickly transcending the hundreds of floors of the Professional Guild building and rising into the sky, into the clouds. He then saw the immense, unparalleled pale white light net that enveloped the entire wizarding world, spreading from the seemingly heaven-piercing witch tower at its center. It wasn't just the fragmented earth plane through layers of illusory dimensional shadows, it extended into the broader, boundless cosmos beyond. This was the so-called WitchNet system. The 21st century internet connected the entire Earth, hailed as a cross-century civilization revolution, but the wizarding world's WitchNet directly granted power to its users. In Zhu Peng's current state, he could see the enormous cocoon of light enclosing the Abyssal Dragon King. But it wasn't the only one, although it was the largest and strongest. Besides the largest and brightest cocoon belonging to the Abyssal Dragon King, several other cocoons were faintly visible within the vast, almost indescribably immense pale white light net. These former deities, who once looked down upon the mortals of the world, were now like flies trapped in a giant web. Their lives, powers, and everything else sustaining the massive and powerful wizarding world perched atop the pale white light net. The level of a life form is largely determined by what it consumes. Vegetarians are weak, carnivores are strong, omnivores thrive. Taoist classics even speak of those who consume Q achieving immortality. At this moment, Zhu Peng truly understood the meaning of the words devour God. A powerful civilization that hunts, captures, defeats, and devours gods. Wasn't that the true definition of devouring gods? While Zhu Peng pondered and gained this invaluable insight, the 3 cards in his sea of consciousness struggled wildly. Initially, they were merely flames uncontrollable even by their host. Only through Zhu Peng's arduous cultivation of the Devourer of Gods meditation technique did they gradually transform into 3 trump cards within the Devourer of Gods profession system. Now, once again immersed in the vast torrent of the witch net, even the slightest touch of its power would represent a massive leap for them. The pure gold power card became even more ornate, luxurious, and noble. Gradually disentangled by a tremendous force, became increasingly orderly and clear. Except for the third card, the one Zhu Peng instinctively avoided. The devil, a ravenous abyssal beast, greedily devoured the torrent of energy surging from the witch net. Its appetite was astonishing, a bottomless black hole compared to Zhu Peng. However, compared to the witch net, the energy inflow was limited. The level of consumption was insignificant compared to the system fueled by multiple gods across countless dimensions. Yet, as the abyssal maw widened, the beast's hunger growing, the energy vortex expanding to the brink of explosion, Zhu Peng suddenly opened his eyes. It's like I just had a nap, so comfortable. A giant spider-like machine vented incandescent steam from its exhaust ports. Inside the slowly opening metal chamber, a beautiful elven woman languidly stretched, her curvaceous upper body alluringly captivating. The pale blue life essence that had just flooded the chamber looked like water, felt like water, yet it left her clothing completely dry after receding, its property strangely peculiar. Ewan, having completed the racial aptitude test, appeared vibrant and spirited. She even lingered, asking, "Is the racial aptitude test finished? Should I have another nap?" The first one is free, but subsequent naps require a hefty fee, and the effects are far inferior, providing only some aid in meditation. The immense power you felt was a gift from the Great Witch Net. Once in a lifetime is already fortunate enough. A Korean girl said, pulling Ewan from the mechanical chamber with a wry smile. 3 other chambers then opened their tempered glass covers, revealing equally radiant individuals. Only Cole the spellcaster appeared somewhat weary, yet his expression was more one of awe and satisfaction. Ewan was the first to react, questioning. He should be done by now. The Korean girl seemed equally puzzled by the situation, glancing at her watch. At that moment, Zhu Peng's chamber vented incandescent steam. As the tempered glass sprang open, a figure tumbled out. Zhu Peng's body was flushed crimson like a cooked crab. He gasped for breath, pressing a hand to his chest. His usually strong physique couldn't support his weight, forcing him to half kneel, supporting himself against the machinery. Zhu Peng, what's wrong with you? His vision swam. The sharp intake of breath from Yvonne, a muffled, distant sound. He felt a hand on his shoulder. Instinctively, he flung the person away, only hearing Zhang Yusen's pained groan a moment later. It's all right, a voice soothed. The gentleman's willpower is simply too strong. He's seen too much. How could seeing too much cause this? Yvonne's voice piped up. If an ant had the chance to gaze at the stars, the Korean girl began, then trailed off. It would vomit. The words were barely out before Zhu Peng felt a wave of nausea, and he vomited violently. The chance to gaze at the stars after what felt like an eternity, the swirling chaos in his mind slowly subsided. The first sensation was the crisp, clean air of a forest, then the yielding softness of a cloud beneath his cheek, a tickle on his face, and a girl's soft murmur in his ear. Chapter Those and 4-2 Blood Purity, the 3 Xuanhuan talents. You big off, a voice whispered. I know you always think I'm silly, 160 years old and still needing your care. But some things I'm not incapable. I hate remembering what I learned as an elf. I hate being an elf. Sometimes, when I'm with you, I feel like just a normal human. It's so simple and good. Darkness surged back like a tide, but Zhu Peng's consciousness was slowly returning. He fought desperately to defend his mind. The mental exhaustion was agonizing, but compared to the agony of being unable to perceive himself, to control his body, to face his fate with such helplessness and loss of control, the pain, at least, was real. As the tide of darkness receded once more, Zhu Peng's will, like a steadfast reef battered by the waves, reasserted itself. Scarred and bruised, yet stronger and more resilient, its essence refined. This time, his perception was sharper. He could even slightly move his fingers. They killed my father, claiming he betrayed the clan. But when they discovered the eternal sorcerer world was beyond their reach, their surrender was swift and complete, exceeding even the terms of the treaty my father had negotiated. There's a difference between concessions made before battle and those made at the point of a sword. Sometimes, I wonder, was my father's death, burdened as he was with the names of traitor and coward, utterly meaningless. He wasn't a good father, perhaps not a great king, or even a brave man, but he truly loved his people. When warm tears fell onto Zhu Peng's cheek, the man finally regained control of his body. Yuan, what time is it? How long was I unconscious? Zhu Peng moved his head from the girl's lap, shielding his forehead, and sat up sideways. His gaze swept around. They were still in the Adventurers Guild. Zhu Peng was half lying on a side chair. Nuxu leaped and bounded around him and Yuan, occasionally exhaling a puff of pale white cold air, venting its overflowing energy. Not long, less than 2 hours. The Adventurers Guild physician said you just fainted from excessive mental energy depletion. But, they said you wouldn't regain consciousness for at least 3 hours. Are you really okay? A slightly panicked voice came from behind him. The elf girl wiped her face haphazardly, seemingly trying to stand, but with a cry, sat back down. Zhu Peng deliberately avoided looking at the girl's current state, and said with his usual sarcastic tone, "You're so clumsy. Massage your legs before standing up. You were pressed under me for so long." The blood circulation in your legs must be poor. Did Zhang Yuzhen and the others advance their classes? Carefully massaging his temples and acupoints with a special technique, Zhu Peng quickly regained his composure and stood steadily. Yuan sat in the chair, patting her legs. Girls, especially elves, were rather frail. Lu Yido advanced to Chinese boxer, Carl advanced to Zhang Yuzhen advanced to and as for me, the silver-haired elf hesitated, then spoke in a low voice. Zhu Peng was taken aback by Yuan's choice. He glanced at the fat, sturdy, and overly energetic young dragon, and said understandingly, putting all your chips on its future, huh? Well, it's good. Learning the knight's training system will at least greatly improve your survival ability. As they spoke, the Korean girl who had served the 5 of them earlier approached with Zhang Yuzhen and the other 2. The 3 of them carried some reports, seemingly explanations of their racial talents and professions. You have all become official adventurers. From now on, you can browse the Adventurers Guild website through computers, smartphones or other devices and log in using your mental energy scans. There you can learn about all courses related to your professions. Generally, regular training tutorials are free, but if you want to take specialized courses taught by famous instructors, the fees are quite high. The Korean girl noticed Zhu Peng smiled and quickened her pace to approach him. Your constitution is quite strong. You've recovered so quickly from such severe mental exhaustion. This is your racial aptitude certificate. You need to scan it yourself to see the details. The girl handed him a blank sheet of paper. Zhu Peng, however, understood and accepted it, concentrating his will. His slightly recovered mental energy swept over the pure white paper, and a large amount of text instantly appeared on it. A whole page of wizard script. For this profound language inherently imbued with magic, Zhu Peng, who was still semi-literate in the wizarding world, could only understand the 2 lines translated into Chinese characters. Xuanhuan race, blood purity 92%, racial aptitude to tenacity. The terrifying adaptability passively generated by a powerful race that has consumed nearly the entire periodic table of elements. Races with this aptitude adapt to harsh external environments quickly and rapidly restore vitality in relatively suitable environments. Looking at the seemingly mocking appraisal report in his hand, Zhu Peng held back for a long time before finally asking the Korean girl in front of him, "Excuse me, have you ever encountered an Indian who has undergone a job change? What kind of aptitudes do they usually awaken?" What? Although theoretically awakened racial aptitudes are considered personal confidential information, if I'm not mistaken you've awakened the tenacity aptitude, right? The Korean girl, her large, clear black and white eyes darting, suppressed a smile and replied to Zhu Peng. There was no point in hiding it anymore, so Zhu Peng directly handed the certificate to the girl. She didn't recognize wizard script either, but she clearly recognized Chinese characters. After looking at it for a while, the Korean girl said regretfully, "What a pity. Although you're Chinese, your blood purity is only 92%. If it were 3 percentage points higher, you could awaken the dragon skin aptitude, a powerful aptitude that increases resistance to all elements by 20 points while unarmored. If your Yanwang blood purity reaches 98% or more, you might awaken the dragon bloodline aptitude. Job changers who awaken the dragon bloodline, regardless of their mental aptitude, as long as they aren't a mudblood, can be directly admitted to the sky, reaching wizard tower to apprentice under a 3rd order grand wizard. As for the Indian job changers you mentioned, I'm sorry, I've received job changers from China, Korea, Japan, Russia, and even America, but I've never received any from India." Chapter 043 Information Exchange. Why do we all have getting beaten aptitudes? I've received job changers from most countries, but never from India. The girl paused, then looked around to make sure no one was eavesdropping before leaning closer to Zhu Peng and whispering, "I hear that India, burdened by its caste system, accumulated so much negative energy that during the abyssal invasion it almost entirely collapsed into the abyssal world. There aren't many Indians left in the abyssal city now." Slightly frowning and questioning, Zhu Peng voiced his surprise at the Korean girl's forthcoming cooperation. "You know me. This Korean girl's actions went far beyond simply providing excellent service. If she were Chinese it would be one thing, but a Korean survivor." Zhu Peng didn't believe she would help him without ulterior motives. Hearing Zhu Peng, the girl raised her curved eyebrows. Her consistently professional smile became lively and playful with this small gesture. "Wang Ji is a good person, warm-hearted and kind, but she can't keep a secret. I treated her to a few meals and she, fueled by alcohol, told me almost everything." The Korean girl, shedding her mature and dignified mask, revealed the vivacity expected of someone her age. "Ah, that's easy." Zhu Peng subtly nodded to the side. Zhang Yuzhen immediately understood and called the other 3 to a distance. Lu Yidao and Cole weren't that close, and Yuan lacked the necessary perceptiveness. After the 4 were gone, Zhu Peng discreetly slipped 5 gold coins into the Korean girl's hand. His technique was so skillful that even if there were surveillance cameras nearby, all they would see was a man acting sleazy with a Korean girl. "You look down on me," she said. "I don't want to lose this hard-won job for a few coins. Telling you this external intelligence is one thing, but taking your money changes everything." Feeling the girl's hand pushing the coins back, Zhu Peng raised his eyebrows slightly. "Then how can I repay you? Tell me which stocks have the most potential recently. I'll invest my dowry that way. No matter where this goes, I have an explanation." The Korean girl pushed the coins back, her words laced with cunning. After reaching an understanding, the Korean girl Delai told Zhu Peng everything she knew. The common racial talents of the Chinese are resilience, dragon hide and dragon bloodline. God knows why you, who call yourselves descendants of the dragon, actually have a connection to dragons, but Chinese historians suggest your dragon bloodline might be different from the usual dragon bloodline. Otherwise, the extraordinary importance given to the celestial witch tower is inexplicable. Wow, if the myths of ancient China are based on something, could it be that dragon bloodline? The girl, being Korean, didn't realize her words had sparked many associations in the man's mind. The WitchNet directly bestows power upon net users, both ordinary individuals and professionals possessing racial talents. Professionals exhibit overly activated talents while ordinary individuals possess latent unactivated ones. Both have effects, but latent talents are significantly weaker than overt ones. Beyond the three common Xuanhuan bloodline talents, individuals with impure bloodlines can activate rarer talents. For instance, if a Manchu bloodline is sufficiently pure to suppress Han bloodline traits, it may activate the Storm Knight talent, inflicting significant damage to a single target within a specific time frame and greatly increasing movement speed. However, mixed blood individuals rarely activate exceptionally powerful talents. Your resilience talent strengthens with your power, unlike Storm Knight, which remains relatively static with little room for improvement. To secure a deal with Peng, the Korean girl proved remarkably forthcoming. She then described several bloodline talents she knew: common Russian talents like Icefield, Vuka blood, and Polar Bear's Roar; Japanese talents such as fanatical devotion, blackening, and the extremely rare Emperor's bloodline, also known as the Alchemist Gift, a talent the girl considered comparable to the Chinese dragon bloodline but less valued by the Celestial Witch Tower. This was likely due to the extremely low activation rate among Japanese individuals, slightly higher than the Chinese dragon bloodline, yet offset by the vast difference in population between China and Japan. Americans and Koreans fared worst. Americans, due to their high percentage of mixed blood, rarely inherit ancestral power. Korean racial talents include Elf, boosting charm, and Final Fantasy, increasing mental strength by 20% upon near death, although this bonus diminishes with increased rank. The girl seemed cheerful while discussing Americans and Indians but became tearful when discussing the stronger races like the Chinese, Japanese, and Russians. Peng, however, was busy memorizing and analyzing these talents. After a moment, he voiced his discontent. This isn't right. Why do all the Chinese talents involve taking hits, while the Japanese ones are all about dishing them out? It's not right, he continued. Besides the dragon bloodline, whose effect I don't know, resilience and dragonsking are both talents that only activate after receiving damage. Why is it that Japanese people have racial talents like war piety, darkening, and emperor, all of which are for beating people up? It's either increased attack speed or increased spell damage. That's not right. What else are you dissatisfied with? As long as Chinese people have a yellow emperor bloodline purity of 80% or even 60 to 70%, they might activate the resilience talent. It can be said that 80% of Chinese people in the Abyss City possess racial talents. Haven't you noticed that compared to Japanese, Koreans, or even Russians, far fewer Chinese people get irradiated or fall ill? Japanese, Koreans, and Americans in a half-abyssal plane like Abyss City could die from a common cold without sufficient funds for treatment. What about you Chinese? Rarely anyone gets sick, right? The Korean girl exploded at Peng's complaints, vehemently scolding him until he was speechless. Compared to other racial talents, the bloodline purity requirement for resilience is the lowest, leading to 80% of Chinese people possessing this recessive talent. Other racial talents, even the weakest and most useless ones, often require over 85% bloodline purity, making widespread activation difficult. From this perspective, the Chinese people have indeed gotten a good deal. That, believe me, eating your way through the periodic table isn't something to be proud of. After understanding, Peng touched his nose, no longer able to dwell on the issue, and rubbed salt into the wound. Actually, having a tougher constitution as a racial talent is quite good. After all, martial arts training requires taking a beating. A person only has one life. Whether it's rapid life recovery or increased spell resistance, these talents may seem inconspicuous but are incredibly practical for survival. Those offensive racial talents of the Japanese, killing people might be satisfying, but being killed is equally swift. The racial talent activation rate of you Chinese is the highest. It's just that you're unlucky. Around 80% yellow emperor bloodline purity is enough to activate the resilience talent. You have 92% yellow emperor bloodline purity, yet you lack the few percentages needed to trigger the dormant dragon bloodline deep within your blood. Saying this, the Korean girl patted Peng on the shoulder. But seeing her slightly upturned lips, Peng felt she was gloating, secretly laughing to herself. Racial talent, dragon bloodline. Alright, since you've told me everything you know, I'll return the favor. Sell off your stocks in roaming archers and the like immediately. Buy some newly listed stocks in ninjas and Chinese martial artists. As long as there are no major events, these two stocks should easily increase in value fivefold within half a year, and they are also suitable for long-term holding. Having said this, Peng walked past the Korean girl and left. Hey, I just talked for so long, and you're leaving after just 2 sentences. The young lady just took out her notebook and pen and was jotting down notes, but Peng finished his sentence and was about to leave. What else is there to say? Just tell her which stocks will lose and which will gain, isn't that enough? Peng looked bewildered. Generally speaking, he wasn't in the habit of being fickle or changing his mind, so he couldn't just leave in a huff. That won't do. You have to explain it clearly to me, otherwise I won't feel secure. I'm planning to invest all my dowry. I don't care. You have to explain it clearly to me, or I won't take you to transfer professions. The usually composed and dignified young lady was quite troublesome when she started throwing a tantrum. Alright, I'll explain it clearly to you. At this point Peng paused, gathered his thoughts, and continued. First, base shield warriors and heavy infantry, strength-based berserkers and barbarians, agility-based rangers and assassins, spirit-based sorcerers, intelligence-based arcane mages, willpower-based knights, and sword saints. These lesser professions suppressed by wizards have existed for a long time, although they have long been overlooked or even ignored by the public. If you remove the wizard suppression, rational people are still very clear that they are a long-standing and powerful professional system. Therefore, since these professions went public, their market value has risen again and again, and their stock prices have become increasingly overvalued. There are basically only buys and no sells, reaching a point where there's little profit to be made, at most holding them as a stable currency. Peng spoke, and the girl nodded in agreement as she recorded, mostly sensing these things but unable to break them down as clearly and thoroughly as Peng. Chapter Dozu for Pure Young Sect. No, it's the legacy of single dogs. Currently, the real money is in the fluctuating new professions, especially the new professions developed by Earth semi-planar refugees. Emotionally and financially, the billions of Earth refugees in the Abyssal City are more willing to invest in them, which is correct from all aspects. If you have a good eye, you can make a lot of money. However, I've noticed you generally prefer to buy into professions like roaming archer, gunner, and mechanist. Yes, these stocks you mentioned have been booming since they went public. The Korean girl was somewhat puzzled. She didn't understand what was wrong with this choice. The problem is that the world is currently ruled by wizards, and the wizarding world doesn't lack mid-range, long-range, or even ultra-long-range damage dealers. The Celestial Wizard Tower simply won't invest a lot of resources and money in building factories. You should have worked in the Adventurers Guild for a while now, and you should have some understanding of the current wizarding world's Beast Legion system, right? Do you think that even if the Earth plane hadn't been invaded by the Abyss, Earth civilization at its peak could have withstood the Beast Legion system of the wizarding world? Peng countered, unwilling to be the only one expending effort. The other party needed to start using their brain as well. The South Korean girl recalled her several encounters with the wizarding world's beast breeding bases sprawling across multiple planes. Those legions of mid to high level beasts resembling tidal waves would be utterly overwhelming if they charged. They possessed immense vitality, including terrifying third and even fourth order creatures. Such an army was simply beyond the capabilities of 21st century Earth civilization. In the 21st century Hollywood film Iron Blood Galaxy, Earth civilization had already advanced to an interstellar level, yet they still suffered heavy casualties attacking a Zerg civilization. Our Earth civilization is far inferior to the interstellar civilization in Iron Blood Galaxy, and the horrors of the wizarding world are far beyond a mere Zerg civilization. And the Celestial Wizard Tower now intends to modify its original Legion system. Even if the new system cannot match the incredibly powerful, albeit resource-intensive Beast Legions, it cannot be significantly weaker. Coupled with the wizard's dominance in mid, long, and ultra-long-range combat, how could they possibly choose to heavily develop professions like roving archer, gunner, and mechanist? You chose them because the concept of technological strength is still deeply ingrained in the subconscious of Earth's remaining population. But once you free yourselves from this mindset, consider this: even in the 21st century, does a publicly traded company that is not needed by the ruling government or society really have a future? I understand. The wizards don't need technologically advanced professionals who are strong because of their equipment but weak in themselves. They need ninjas, Chinese martial artists, the types who cultivate themselves and can serve as cannon fodder and shields in critical moments. Although your line of reasoning makes me uncomfortable, I have to admit it's at least directionally correct. Peng rubbed his nose again, accepting the situation with a sigh. After all, they were desperately fighting for the privilege of being cannon fodder. There was no other choice. But why ninjas and Chinese martial artists? Why not Japanese samurai and Korean warriors? Are our martial artists really inferior to your Chinese martial artists? Our South Korean taekwondo was once globally popular. Let's not dwell on that. The joke about someone jumping 2 meters high, kicking through a wooden board, and then breaking their leg on the way down is still circulating in Chinese and Japanese martial arts circles. Moreover, I don't discriminate against martial artists from any country. I don't particularly like Japanese ninjas either, but does that mean I shouldn't buy them if I know they'll increase significantly in value? Who would that punish? I recommended you buy stock in ninja and Chinese martial artists because both professions have established incredibly strong and deeply rooted systems, managed by a group of experienced and shrewd elders. Remember the Japanese and Korean samurai that went public a year ago? After an initial surge, how spectacularly did they crash? Don't you recall the daily spectacle of Japanese and Korean tycoons jumping from buildings? The Chinese martial artists, unlike the Japanese ninja whose inner workings I won't pretend to fully understand, have never been weaker than the Japanese and Korean samurai. Yet they waited a full year. Even if those Chinese martial practitioners had to take odd jobs or become demon hunters, nobody acted rashly. They waited until they were fully prepared before going public this year. Slow and steady wins the race. Can you imagine the ferocious power of a tiger starved for a year finally unleashed? And the current head of the Chinese Martial Artists Association is no ordinary person. Legend says that this land immortal, a cultivator who has attained the Taoist realm of human immortal, was already warning others before the great catastrophe. Though he couldn't fully articulate what he sensed, the entire Chinese martial arts community, out of respect, drastically curtailed their activities and heightened their vigilance. However, it was to no avail. In the face of the abyssal invasion, a world-altering, dimensional catastrophe, even the strongest warriors would perish without sufficient luck. Even this land immortal was severely wounded during the abyssal invasion, only recently recovering enough to re-emerge. He consolidated control of Chinatown, pacified surviving factions, executed those who disregarded the lives of their people, and swiftly unified the various regional Chinatowns under the Chinese Martial Artists Association to protect the interests of the Chinese. Rumors suggest he even has ties to high-ranking witches from the Celestial Witch Tower. Naturally, such an exceptional figure, a pearl among sand, would not go unnoticed. Such remarkably brilliant witches would surely notice such a being. In short, Japanese ninja and Chinese martial artists are long-term investments that, despite minor fluctuations, will likely yield consistent profits over the next decade. Finally, I've managed to convince that difficult Korean girl. Now, the most important part of today's activities is Peng's job selection. What? You're not going to choose a regular profession but instead create a new one? Not just the satisfied Korean girl, but even Zhang Yuzhen and the others were astonished and even opposed to Peng's decision. Creating one's own profession certainly has its advantages. If you're incredibly strong and your achievements are impressive, attracting enough people to join your newly created profession will grant you listing eligibility after conquering the Poison King's throne. This comes with not only a share of the students' tuition fees but also a generous bonus from the Wizard City government. Creating a powerful profession is undoubtedly one of the most lucrative ventures in the post-Earth wizarding age. But the difficulty lies in that word, powerful. Wizard City is packed with inferior professions, nearly every category boasting legendary experts of 3 or 4 ranks. Otherwise they wouldn't have survived under the pressure of the sky-piercing Wizard Tower. For ordinary people, diligently following the paths of these legendary experts may not even guarantee a legendary promotion. Now you want to forge your own path. It's not that easy. 9 out of 10 fail, and the remaining 1 barely escapes with their life. It's just a secondary profession anyway. My main profession is a wizard. Reason has firmly bound me to the path of a wizard. This secondary profession, allow me this indulgence, this recklessness. Even as he spoke, Peng couldn't help but recall the unruly, unrestrained Wudang sword immortal, the pure Yang Dao tradition passed down for millennia. How could he let it die out in his hands? Even if it's a wall of brass and iron, I will use these fists to forge a bright and just world. Chapter 045. For the legacy of a single dog, the battle begins. At the Adventurers Guild, a young man and woman were completing the necessary paperwork for a newly created profession. You're so unlucky, the girl said. Seriously, your bloodline purity is just short of activating the dragon bloodline, and now even with creating your profession, you're just a couple of weeks too late. What do you mean? They're not allowing the creation of new professions anymore. Peng raised an eyebrow, turning to the girl beside him. Creating professions is still allowed, she explained, her expression grim. But compared to a week ago when passing the basic qualifications was easy, now the difficulty is abyssal. You could actually get killed during the testing. It's not unprecedented. Since that person arrived, the Wizard City government's report on reducing inferior professions' waste of wizard net resources has been strictly enforced. By today, the number of adventurers who have died during the profession creation test probably exceeds 10. Her concerned expression showed genuine care. 10 deaths, hardly abyssal difficulty. Peng scoffed, unconcerned. Warriors and civilians are different. The moment you pick up a weapon, you should be prepared to be killed. It's impossible to only kill and never be killed. Balance exists in all things. You didn't hear clearly. Alna madam has only been here a little over a week and more than 10 people have already died. That's more than 1 a day on average. Lately her notoriety has spread, and fewer people dare to take on the newly created professions. When the Korean girl uttered Alna's name, the usually placid, pale white destiny card in Peng's mind flickered faintly. A series of illusory images flooded his mind, causing him to abruptly halt. Hey, what's wrong? Nothing. Let's continue. After a moment's hesitation, Peng resumed his pace. Guided by the Korean girl, they efficiently completed a series of procedures. As the girl had said, this was an extremely dangerous test. Among the documents Peng had to sign, there were 5 or 6 waivers and inheritance registration forms alone. Our new boss has a powerful background. She was reportedly a top-tier American researcher. Even after the abyssal invasion, her outstanding abilities caught the attention of the Celestial Witch Tower. She allegedly performed exceptionally well assisting the Grand Witch in experiments. So, although she's just an ordinary person with a black iron bloodline and spiritual power aptitude, she was exceptionally granted official witch authority by the Witch City government. Provided the reasons are justifiable, she can kill without breaking the law. If she kills ordinary refugees from the abyssal city, no one will even question her. Along the way, the Korean girl incessantly recounted the terrifying nature of their new guild leader. She meant well, wanting Zhu Peng to be wary or simply give up, lest he lose his life out of bravado. Tell me your first impression of your leader, the quiet, taciturn Chinese man suddenly asked, offhandedly. I'm a researcher who's almost gone mad. After a moment's thought, the Korean girl answered with certainty. Excellent. I spent over a year under a black witch who had already gone mad, constantly teetering on the brink of death at his hands, enduring his trickery into taking on demon-hunting tasks beyond my capabilities. Now, merely meeting an almost mad American researcher. The challenge is far too low. He said this jokingly, then strode past the girl, heading towards the most conspicuous and luxurious office. The Korean girl froze, then lowered her voice. You'll regret this. After which she quickly trotted to catch up. After a brief knock, the double doors slowly swung open, revealing a blonde woman in a doctor-like white coat slowly turning from her armchair, her pale face, crimson lips, and faintly dark circles under her eyes, a result of slightly poor sleep, were illuminated by the golden sunlight streaming from the window, highlighting her profile in an unusual stillness and icy oppression. You are the young man who requested to create his own profession. Far from the monstrous horror described by the Korean girl, she was in terms of appearance alone a mature, golden-haired woman with grey-blue eyes. Even her wary look after long hours of work possessed an intellectual beauty that a young girl could never achieve. However, Zhu Peng truly saw in her eyes a cold indifference that regarded human life as insignificant. Her gaze wasn't that of someone looking at a living being, it was more like a seasoned chef examining a fish on his cutting board. Her gaze was icy, her expression a chilling apathy that transcended mere indifference. A human life expiring before her would likely be akin to a child casually crushing an ant, neither good nor evil, merely arbitrary, even amusing. Zhu Peng lightly touched his forehead with his left hand. A faint white light flickered momentarily in his eyes. On the woman he saw a pale for 22 etherealous smoke rise and then dissipate. As the white smoke dispersed, Zhu Peng's destiny card, recently strengthened by the endless torrent of the witchnet's power, pulsed with a faint white light. The pale number 44, added by the witchnet, increased by 22 to become 66. Furthermore, as the card's owner, Zhu Peng could vaguely sense that more interaction with this woman would bring more benefits, even more destiny power. The caveat being, of course, survival. After being infused with the witchnet's energy, the power of the 3 base cards seemed enhanced. The destiny card could now quantify destiny power. How much could be obtained from a given action, how much was needed to effect change, even how to acquire more. But this woman, she was truly extraordinary. Just hearing her name triggered a reaction from the destiny card, and simply meeting her yielded 22 points of destiny power, changing the fate of the Qi Meixiong family. The amount of destiny power obtained, if converted into a numerical value, would have been around 11 or 12 points. Perhaps I have enough confidence. Among untransferred adventurers, few can do better than me. Thoughts flashed through his mind, yet Zhu Peng's outward reaction remained quick and appropriate. However, she seemed completely unconcerned. Her expressionless, pale face even gave Zhu Peng the unsettling sensation that he was facing a zombie. Confident and having completed the necessary procedures, he headed for the testing ground. The woman in the doctor's white coat rose and walked out, truly embodying the work attitude of a researcher. Due to regulations, even Zhang Yuzhen and the others could only observe and not participate. They had already been guided by other staff to the spectator seats beside the testing ground. They would either watch Zhu Peng succeed or watch their recent companions die in the arena, powerless to intervene. Gladiator combat. While called a testing ground, it felt more like a Spanish bullring or a Roman Colosseum to Zhu Peng. Of course, the two weren't so different. Yevon and Zhang Yuzhen stood in the stands surrounding the arena. Unlike a typical arena, however, Zhu Peng saw many purplish, black devices resembling surveillance cameras hidden around the perimeter. These strange creations, blending technology and witchcraft, emitted crimson beams from the center, radiating outwards. Being swept by these beams gave one the chilling sensation of being pierced from head to toe. The tester has 10 minutes to choose a weapon and enter. The tester may choose to forfeit during the test, or fight to the death. On the VIP viewing platform at the front of the arena stood an odd structure entirely made of metal. The voice of the female zombie Anna emanated from this strange building. Zhu Peng could even see the white-coated woman through the building's floor-to-ceiling windows looking down coldly. In Zhu Peng's experience, it was unprecedented for a researcher with no magical power to receive special permission from the Wizard City government to gain official wizard status in the wizarding world. Even if she possessed some character flaws, her abilities were undeniably powerful, and gaining the approval of such a powerful being was precisely what Zhu Peng was about to do. Fate Anna's approval, this task I accept it. As Zhu Peng made up his mind, a faint white light visible only to emanated from the female researcher within the massive building. It was a pale white number 60, a typical woman lacking direct magical strength, yet her mere approval could generate such immense power of fate. Anna was truly extraordinary. Holding a small round wooden shield in his left hand and a short sword in his right, Zhu Peng entered the testing ground from the armory. There were even AK-47s in the armory, but Zhu Peng wasn't a firearms user. He merely associated it with many things without actually touching it. The weapons in his grasp were all blunt, but for a warrior of some skill, even bare hands could easily kill. The difference between a sharpened blade and a blunt one was merely efficiency and stamina consumption. As the tester entered the arena, the iron bars on the opposite side rose, revealing a powerfully built redguard with blood-red skin, wielding a large hammer. He let out a roar upon seeing Zhu Peng in charge. Chapter 146. Warm-up ends. The clash in the arena lasted only a moment. After a swift exchange between Zhu Peng and the hammer-wielding brute, the red guard dropped his hammer and fell to the ground. This ordinary warrior, possessing only brute strength and lacking refined combat skills, posed no threat to Zhu Peng whatsoever. This was just a pre-battle warm-up. The thought had barely crossed his mind when two more iron gates rose in the arena. Two strong men armed with weapons charged in, launching an attack on Zhu Peng. Gates, 8 gates, 16 gates. When 32 iron gates rose simultaneously from all sides, the continuously victorious man frowned slightly, finally taking the initiative to lunge at the incoming opponents. He had been able to effortlessly defeat 2, 4, 8, and 16 opponents, but when the number increased to 32, a qualitative change resulted from the quantitative increase. Even if they were only ordinary warriors, being surrounded and attacked by 32 strong men wielding various weapons, even Zhu Peng risked taking a serious blow if he was careless. Meanwhile, in the audience of the testing ground, interesting, but if they're just these crude, clumsy oafs, it shouldn't be difficult for my nephew Zhu to handle them. It seems that Korean girl overestimated things. Lu Yido, already seated in the stands, said casually. I don't think it will be that simple. Alana, I think I've heard my sister mention that name. Yuan watched the battle in the arena, memories of the woman surfacing in her mind. If the rumors are true, that woman is practically a budding black witch living on Earth, and many black witches, in their experiments, lack reason beyond their research subject. In the arena, Zhu Peng used his faster movements and unpredictable footwork to constantly evade attacks. He consciously controlled the formation of the 32 fighters pursuing him. These were mere rabble, clearly untrained in military tactics. Otherwise, Zhu Peng's situation would be far more difficult. For now it was simply a matter of consuming some stamina. Zhu Peng, whose mastery of bare-knuckle kung fu was considerable, chose a hit-and-run tactic instead of a direct, all-out brawl. He reasoned that these 32 ordinary fighters were not the end of this test. He needed to conserve, even regain, some strength for the real fight to come. His constantly shifting movement strung the 30-odd fighters out into a line, allowing him to face only 1 or 2 opponents at a time in close combat and preventing the mid- to long-range fighters with spears and crossbows from getting a clear shot. A few stray axes and spears were casually swatted aside by Zhu Peng's left-hand shield. He would launch a sudden attack, felling 1 or 2 fighters, then swiftly retreat, never giving them the chance to surround him with their superior numbers. He moved like a giant eagle soaring through the heavens, picking off his prey one by one. And every fighter he struck, no matter how powerfully built, was instantly incapacitated, never to rise again. Meanwhile, inside the enormous, bizarre metal structure, a woman with short, golden hair stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, her brow furrowed slightly. She asked, puzzled, "That leather-covered wooden shield has taken at least 20 blows. Based on previous tests, such shields usually crack or shatter after 15 or more heavy impacts. Why does this man's shield show no damage? Is he using some kind of special ability?" Surrounding Olna were dozens of researchers rapidly tapping away at computers, constantly reading and analyzing data. Before the Great Catastrophe they had been Olna's students. After the Great Catastrophe many researchers like them were reduced to begging on the streets. But thanks to Olna's influence and abilities, they retained their respectable positions, enjoying a privileged status compared to most of Abyss City's survivors. Their loyalty to Olna was unquestionable. "Instructor, he's not using any witchcraft or superpowers. Every time he defends with his wooden shield. Look at this slow-motion replay." A male researcher rapidly tapped his keyboard. A slow-motion replay quickly appeared as a projection on the floor-to-ceiling window in front of Olna. Spears, axes and arrows, when deflected by the man's shield, were all subtly redirected, rendering them effectively harmless. It's a special defensive technique. He's deflecting and dissipating the force of the attacks. It's not the material of the shield or anything else. Good, keep observing. Alice, have you gotten the test subject's physical data yet? Currently, only the energy radiation distribution is being read. The tester's brain shows a significant energy reaction, but the energy response from other parts of his body is extremely weak. Due to most of his muscles remaining relaxed, accurate data cannot yet be determined. The tester's heart rate and endocrine system are stable. Both his physical and mental states are very relaxed. A purplish-red image of human musculature is projected before Alna. On this image, Zhu Peng's brain is distinctly enveloped in purple, exhibiting a radiating pattern. However, the rest of his body is orange-red, indicating that this man is merely an ordinary human, having undergone no energy factor training to enhance his physique. After the last fighter, having been playfully exhausted by Zhu Peng, was knocked down with a single blow, it wasn't intentional to toy with him. Zhu Peng deliberately left one fighter standing to recover his own physical strength and mental energy. He only knocked out the last fighter after he had thoroughly warmed up and his physical and mental condition reached peak fighting form. The moment the last fighter fell, the entire testing ground underwent a massive transformation. Railway tracks ripped through the earth and rose up. Simultaneously, the surrounding iron bars ascended, and numerous old, massive trains surged forth. As one train passed before Zhu Peng, a strong man leaped from its roof, a first-order warrior wielding a double-handed sword. A first-order warrior has already sensed and activated the energy factors within their body, an agility surpassing the limits of ordinary warriors. In many alternate dimensions, such individuals are called Great Knights. Chapter 147. But what's the difference between a person without ideals and a salted fish? Kid, after me there are 2, 4, 8 more formal warriors as strong as or even stronger than me. No matter how hard you try you won't win. Surrender now, and we'll both save some energy, alright? The great knight, with his light brown hair and a jagged crescent-shaped scar on one cheek, taller than Peng and wielding a large double-handed sword, said this. He was genuinely sincere and certain. The tester could easily forfeit here, but if this kid continued fighting, he'd likely die. You haven't even become a first-order warrior yet. To get this far is really impressive. You must have undergone rigorous training, but you should still follow the established career path step by step. That's the safest way. He glanced at the fighters lying scattered on the ground. Even if they woke up, they'd see the situation and leave on their own. However, Peng, fearing accidents, struck a little too hard. Dozens of men he'd just knocked down hadn't regained consciousness. Fortunately, the tremors from the train's arrival had pushed them away from the tracks, preventing them from being crushed by the old train's relentless back and forth. What's that idiot Gal doing, chatting with his opponent? Alna frowned slightly, watching the 2 warriors standing in the arena without making a move. Gale is probably trying to demoralize his opponent with words, a form of mental sparring between warriors. Old man Gale might be ugly, but he's surprisingly popular. A researcher even defended him against his mentor's icy glare. However, the moment the researcher finished speaking, the situation in the arena changed. Peng heard the sincerity in the man's words. He thought for a moment, then dropped his short sword and shield, bowing deeply. I feel your kindness. To show goodwill to a complete stranger, you are a good man, he said sincerely. Everyone says that. I just don't want to see you young people throwing away your most precious lives for your so-called dreams, the large man said, relaxing as he saw Peng's actions, and inwardly pleased at having saved himself some effort. But if a person has no ideals, what's the difference between them and a salted fish? What? Forgive me for exploiting your kindness. As soon as the words left his mouth, Peng's feet moved in a strange way, and he used his leg to propel a fallen wooden stick toward Gao's legs. The stick, caught in a train wheel, suddenly swung from vertical to horizontal, striking Gao's legs. The middle-aged man, his guard down, was completely unprepared for the sudden attack from behind. Combined with the fact that otherworldly Q warriors focused on upper body training, neglecting their lower bodies, Gao was completely off balance, half kneeling. Peng flipped forward, grabbing a heavy double-headed hammer from the ground. With a powerful swing, the hammer whistled towards Gao's head. A first-order warrior possesses a strong physique and great vitality, especially within the Adventurers Guild. Even a double-headed iron hammer wouldn't kill Gale with one blow. Peng swung the large wooden hammer with all his might, a gust of wind preceding its impact against Gao's face. The kind-hearted old man's features contorted, then he swayed, collapsing behind him. Just as Gao's head was about to be crushed by a train wheel, Peng lunged forward, grabbed Gao's collar, and flung him away. A fool who's kind to strangers shouldn't die by my hand. Having done all this, Peng quickly picked up an undamaged wooden round shield and a one-handed hammer from the ground. Although Peng was more adept at using a sword and shield combination, the recent battle had shown that his weapon choice in the armory was ill-advised. The unsharpened short sword wasn't nearly as handy as the hammer. The antique black trains on all sides roared and sped up as Peng defeated a first-order warrior. They were now moving fast enough to run someone over. Meanwhile, inside the bizarrely huge building, Anna smiled coldly and asked her student, Alice, is this what you call a mental duel? Alice, the female researcher, chuckled awkwardly. Obviously, Uncle Gale was completely outmatched in the mental duel. It's a kind of combat wisdom, isn't it? The cunning tactics the Orientals speak of. Ignoring her embarrassed student, Anna's gaze returned to the testing ground where several trains were running erratically. These speeding trains were meant to provide a challenge. It was already difficult for apprentice-level testers to win against a first-order warrior, let alone face multiple first-order warriors after defeating the first opponent. So the Korean girl wasn't wrong at all. Since Anna's arrival, the difficulty of creating a new profession in the Abyssal City Professional Guild had been raised to an almost perverted level. It was no longer the good old days when the administrative office first promoted the system, and anyone could create a profession, go public and raise funding. These high-speed trains created a more complex combat environment for the tester. If the tester's adaptability and strength were sufficient, they could even use the trains to help defeat their opponents. After all, even a first-order warrior would be in grave danger if they were hit by a speeding train. But equally, at this point, while the tester was unwilling to retreat after putting in so much effort, the hired first-order warriors wouldn't hold back either. Gal's embarrassing defeat was one thing, but being accidentally run over and losing their life was another matter entirely. Who would they complain to then? At this moment, Peng, with shield in his left hand and hammer in his right, his muscles bulging, his inner energy circulating and his physical strength at its peak, was locked in a fierce battle with 2 first-order warriors. However, he had the upper hand. He had deliberately fought them on top of the trains. The steady stance and firm foundation of a Chinese martial artist, honed through years of rigorous training, often 10 years or more, were renowned in the global martial arts community, especially for someone like Peng, a legitimate successor of a renowned school. His legs were both steady and agile. Leaping and running across the train tops, he was actually pressing his advantage against the two first-order warriors. Those two first-order martial practitioners were terrified of falling under the train wheels, and despite being physically stronger than Zhu Peng, they lacked his agility and ferocity. Finally, seizing an opportunity, Zhu Peng leaped from another train car, delivering a powerful sideways collision that knocked one of the first-order martial practitioners directly off the train. As he fell, he was grazed by the speeding train, but managed to punch the side of the train with all his might, launching himself away. He landed hard, incapacitated. Data retrieval complete. Subject Zhu Peng, male. Constitution 18, Strength 16, Agility 15, Spirit 15, Will. Total 98 points. Apart from an unusually concentrated spirit, indicating meditation practice, his physique shows no signs of energy factor radiation enhancement. The moment Zhu Peng unleashed his full power, the surrounding purplish monitoring instruments focused on him, enveloped in red light, rapidly feeding back the man's physical data. Before Ana, the orange-red chart of Zhu Peng's muscle tissue distribution became clearer, with constitution, strength, agility and even deeper attributes like spirit, will and intelligence all captured and analyzed. Constitution, strength and agility are relatively easy to measure, but the assessment of spirit, will and intelligence comes from the wondrous technology of the sorcerer world. Strength originates from the soul, and the surface structure of the soul, encompassing spirit, will and intelligence, is something the eternal sorcerer world has deeply explored and understood over countless years. In other words, his base attributes are almost double those of an average soldier, and more than double those of an ordinary, untrained earthling. Ana murmured, but a compelling light shone in her eyes. Don't think that these base values being double the norm isn't significant. In fact, it's extremely difficult for ordinary people to achieve a twofold difference in constitution or other attributes. Normally, martial artists only possess far superior control over their strength compared to ordinary people. Their actual physical strength doesn't exceed that of ordinary people by much. Only by cultivating to the Dandao realm in the national martial arts can one truly manipulate Qi and blood, enhancing physique and strength to reach an almost inhuman level. Only then would the tested constitution, strength, and agility exceed the average human by more than double. However, there have never been, and likely never will be, national martial arts grandmasters at the Dandao realm tested in Ana's rudimentary testing facility. Therefore, Zhu Peng's comprehensive physical capabilities, honed through rigorous physical training and Wudang alchemic techniques, were enough to blind these researchers' titanium alloy dog eyes. Zhu Pengming, at the peak of his strength, was far from achieving mastery over his inner force. However, the profound and deep foundation cultivated through his pure Yang Boy's Kung Fu, coupled with years of alchemic medicine refinement, resulted in a weakened pseudo-Danjin physique, almost reaching the limits of what the human body could achieve through mere physical training. Even the strongest special forces soldiers from various countries, or the monstrous human beings forged in the brutal training camps of Siberia, could only reach a similar level of physical refinement. As for a master swordsman like Liu Yidao, at the peak of his hidden strength, or a master boxer like the deceased Mahu at the Hojin realm, if they were brought to Ana for testing, their base attributes would only be slightly superior to those of ordinary people, and only marginally better than elite professional soldiers. Numerically, they were inferior to Zhu Peng. However, in a real fight, Zhu Peng had almost been killed by Mahu some time ago, and against Liu Yidao, without considering other trump cards and solely relying on his martial arts skills, he would more likely lose than win. This demonstrated the clear gap in combat power stemming from differences in martial arts realm. Chapter ARA 482-4 4-8. The abyssal difficulty of the test. The sound of rumbling trains filled the testing grounds of the professional guild. Zhu Peng used a side collision combined with a push to shove a first-order professional off the train. Another first-order professional, however, didn't rush in to attack while his opponent was off balance. Instead, he jumped back to create distance, and after several breaths to adjust his breathing, a red glow gradually appeared in the eyes of the dual-wielding swordsman. Bloodlust technique, significant boost to strength and agility attributes, even suppressing pain, purifying the will, and indirectly enhancing physical constitution and willpower, a true enhancement of all four attributes. The reason the swordsman hadn't used it earlier was the fear of getting carried away and accidentally harming his companions. Now, with only himself left, he was like a caged beast freed from its shackles, ready to unleash his full power. Seeing the opponent's slightly bloodshot beast-like gaze, the surge of momentum and the strange bulging of muscles, Zhu Peng had a general idea of what he was doing. Incidentally, he possessed similar skills. Zhu Peng took a deep breath, once again raising his spirit and blood to their peak. He needed to resolve the opponent in one go to avoid allowing them to overly consume his energy and mental strength. He moved with incredible speed, sprinting several steps, the train's iron carriages echoing with dull thunderous booms under his feet. He raised his wooden shield in front of him. As Zhu Peng charged towards his opponent, the shield swung out in overlapping layers like a wall, truly resembling a human tank hurtling forward. Facing such a ferocious frontal assault, the dual-wielding swordsman, his intelligence diminished by the bloodlust-based battle frenzy technique, roared, wielding his long swords in a brutal counter-attack that was no less ferocious than Zhu Peng's. His nimble footwork and masterful fighting style were no match for his opponent. He knew he couldn't win a straight fight based on sheer strength and physique. The warriors fought, but he refused to believe he would lose. Zhu Peng, with the ferocity of a predator, pressed his attack, shield and hammer clashing repeatedly. The dual-wielding swordsman, however, met his assault with a whirlwind of fast, brutal strikes, never giving an inch. Their furious exchange drained their stamina, yet their fighting spirit soared, the battle becoming increasingly savage and desperate. Suddenly the swordsman's blade swung through empty air. Zhu Peng, in a swift, soccer-style sliding tackle, tripped the opponent at the left ankle. The bloodlusted swordsman, momentarily slow to react, tumbled from the train car, employing such a rage-inducing skill that clouded judgment in a duel demanding precise timing was, in Zhu Peng's view, a tactical blunder. This bloodlusted swordsman wasn't as lucky as the previous warrior. He was crushed under the train, crimson blood splattering as the wheels passed over him. A sharp, brief scream cut through the air, a warrior's death almost meaningless. Leaping clear of the train as it shuddered into the metal barriers, Zhu Peng glanced down at the bloody remains, a pang of empathy passing through him. He then turned his gaze towards the strange metal structure. A woman in a doctor's white coat stood there, coldly observing everything below, her gaze fixed intently on Zhu Peng. The death of one of his subordinates, it didn't even ripple the surface of her expression. Compared to the arduous cultivation of mind and soul, consuming vast amounts of energy for the witch class which demands innate talent, the warriors who cultivate physical strength and blood energy were simply expendable. The death of a first-order warrior was inconsequential. The indifferent professor seemed far more interested in the surviving man's physical data. Professor Arna, should we continue? The test subject's stamina has dropped to 47%. The probability of him passing the next round is no more than 30%, a male researcher reported after analyzing the data. Look at his eyes. Oh, Professor, what do you mean? That man's gaze holds no wavering, no fear, only a hint of regret for the fallen warrior. Continue the test. I want to see if his lack of fear is genuine or a bluff. Arna watched the man on the train, their gazes locking. Their spirits clashed, one like a torrent of molten earth, the other like glacial ice. Both were unwavering in their resolve. 4 first-order professionals appeared. This gladiatorial combat, which began with ragged laborers fighting for mere survival, had escalated. The mercenaries hired by Zhu Peng were increasingly well equipped as their status rose. The 2 professionals earlier had only leather armor and swords. These 4 were clad in iron-plated gear. 3 were melee fighters, and 1 was a male archer with subtly pointed ears, betraying elven blood. The 3 melee fighters leaped onto the train roof, encircling Zhu Peng from 3 directions, while the half-elf archer landed on the stable arena floor. Arrow knocked but unloosed. The arrow was taut but held, yet the keen intent locked onto Zhu Peng. Normally, facing such a strong seasoned team, Zhu Peng, already half spent, had virtually no chance of winning. As the male researcher beside Arna had said, with his significant energy depletion, Zhu Peng's odds against 4 first-order professionals were less than 30%. In reality, the figure would be even lower. Humans aren't machines. Calculations can't fully account for fatigue, injury, fear, the inherent weakness and vulnerability of humanity. In that respect, they were inferior to many humanoid races possessing the ferocious instinct of a cornered beast. Standing on the train roof, Zhu Peng met the gaze of the zombie-like woman, ignoring the 3 professionals charging at him. Are you self-reproaching? Furious? Are you shirking responsibility? What are you even looking at? Didn't you just kill that man? For your dreams you march forward on the bones of others, until you sit upon that throne, overlooking all until that moment you truly find peace, true security. Never mind that the throne is built upon a mountain of corpses, to usurp the creation of heaven and earth, to seize the mysteries of all things. Isn't that precisely the intent of Taoism? To seize and usurp, do it, kill if you must. Hesitate not, regret not. Descend from the heavens wielding a burning black greatsword to watch the earth burn, to annihilate all beings. Isn't that the dictate of your Tao heart? Within Zhu Peng's consciousness a hidden, or rather, deeply suppressed, dark gold card slowly rotated. It seethed, it roared, having waited so long, having devoured so much power. The dark gold card slowly spun, scattering brilliant particles of light, painting and influencing his entire consciousness. It was almost successful. Chapter Rhoda 49. The heavenly demon in the palm, Buddha and demon, both mine. The dark gold particle spread and painted Zhu Peng's consciousness, eroding his willpower until the clear, forceful suppression descended again. Not at all. What you speak of, none of it aligns with my Tao heart. For a demon to kill for the sake of killing is far too base. Perhaps such demonic desires reside within me, but even demons must serve my purpose. The demonic path has always been the weapon in my Taoist hand for destroying mountains and temples. How could I allow you to usurp my control? With the arrival of the host's will in the sea of consciousness, a power surge, like a deep sea vortex, surged through the consciousness sea, brilliant and dazzling as a galaxy of stars. The dark gold card, on the verge of surfacing, was forcibly suppressed once again by the giant hand formed by Zhu Peng's will. My territory, my rules. Showing your teeth here. You're thinking too much. So-called immortals pursue the ultimate state of perfection and self-improvement. To be controlled by killing or other demonic desires, it defiles the very words immortal and Tao in my heart. It sounds slow and lengthy, but all the changes within the sea of consciousness to the outside world were merely a blink of an eye. The moment Zhu Peng opened his eyes, attacks surged from all directions, 3 first-order professionals and a volley of fierce, wind-wreathed arrows, closing in for the kill. Zhu Peng was trapped in a desperate situation, outnumbered and outmatched. However, at this moment, Peng had broken through the invasion of his heart demons and absorbed the source energy from the third card. At this moment, his physical and mental state was even better than when he had just entered the arena. The third card's surfacing failed, but the massive energy it expended in its attempt to emerge couldn't be retrieved. This energy wasn't fighting spirit, magic or any kind of energy recognizable by the Ana team. It was far stronger, more perfect, closer to the source. As the attacks rained down, Peng's mind was calm and serene. Thousands of words from a classic flashed through his mind, and this time he comprehended every single one flawlessly, achieving effortless mastery. Roar. Peng stood atop the train, roaring towards the heavens. The invisible, yet ever-present dark energy particles in every corner of the world surged towards him with his roar. The notoriously violent, near uncontrollable dark energy behaved as if the most fervent Nazi had encountered their Führer, the most loyal mastiff, its only remembered master. The surging dark energy particles frantically and unhesitatingly converged towards Peng in a vortex. They were so urgent and fervent that they almost instantly gathered and drained all the dark energy particles within the arena, creating a visible, semi-transparent black vortex around Peng's body. These intensely dark energies, thick as flowing concrete, bound the 3 first-order warriors and the whirlwind-shrouded arrow. For Peng, the dark energy particles were a supplement, resources for further strengthening his bones and muscles. However, for other life forms they were corrosive, poisonous, even the ultimate terror, equivalent to death and sin. Peng, whose physique, already bulging with muscle from his Dingondote King Kong Shield iron cloth shirt training, was further infused with a massive influx of dark energy. His already swollen muscles bulged further, veins and arteries throbbing like pythons, his entire form growing so powerful it barely resembled a human, seeming to be clad in grotesque, terrifying muscle armor, a muscle hardening. Body potential stimulated by 20%. This thought flashed through his mind naturally. After this second muscle burst, the tangible dark vortex around him dissipated. The 3 first-order warriors, previously encased like in liquid cement, tumbled onto the carriage roof, but their close proximity to the high-concentration dark energy had caused severe erosion damage and pressure to their bodies and internal organs. They now lay groaning and gasping on the roof, completely incapacitated. The arrow, once swirling with wind, landed in Peng's impossibly thick hand. He turned his head to look at the stiff, standing half-elf archer. Peng didn't know his gaze now held a terrifying red glow in the darkness. The half-elf, whose will had clearly failed the test, cowered under Peng's stare, trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a coherent sentence. Dark, fight. You're a stand-up comedian or something? He casually tossed the arrow back to the half-elf. The moment it left his hand, the half-elf, seemingly terrified, fainted, collapsing softly to the ground. The arrow landed half a foot in front of him, buried almost to its fletching. Damn, that kid's hiding something deep. Is that witchcraft? It's not witchcraft. In the audience, Lu Yidao, Jiang Yuzhen, and Cole exclaimed in amazement, only Yuan remaining silent, her brows furrowed. Logically, due to her racial limitations, she should instinctively be repulsed by this dark power. But for some reason, watching the man enveloped in darkness in the arena, the silver-haired elf felt only calm serenity, as if she were facing a tranquil knight, peaceful and even gentle. Dark Q mastery, what's going on, Alice? Didn't you say his body hasn't been subjected to any energy factor radiation enhancement? Alna, in the research lab, frowned without turning around. Her research team would never tolerate such a low-level mistake from a researcher. Previously, his body hadn't been subjected to any dark Q radiation. Even now, the test subject's muscles are only undergoing radiation enhancement. At the current rate, within 10 days or half a month, he could complete the energy accumulation that many extra-dimensional warriors begin from birth. Based on the current situation, the test subject has clearly grasped the mastery of a certain key, but the insufficient energy factor in his body prevents resonance with the external world, so he has been unable to cultivate Q. He hasn't actually cultivated Q yet, those dark energy factors are merely gathered by his will and spirit, somewhat augmenting his strength, but the enhancement isn't significant. Furthermore, external energy factors are unilaterally flowing towards him, nourishing him. Even so, he definitely won't complete the Q resonance and cultivate true Q in a short time, at least not during this test. The female researcher didn't cower in the face of her mentor's anger. Alice, with beautiful blonde hair but an unremarkable face, quickly analyzed the cause and effect of the situation, and based on the test subject's external manifestations, efficiently filtered the relevant Q classics from the database. For Q, the core power used by martial practitioners to counter mages, Alna's lab didn't have the qualifications to possess a large number of research copies. She didn't have a single true Q manual. However, the Mage City's research materials on Q were partially open to her. While the most important main texts were absent from each Q document, they included introductions and other related supplementary materials, which were considered comprehensive. After deleting 10792 Q manuals, the most likely result obtained was Wolf Q, a basic martial art of the Snow Wolf tribe from the celestial wolf god plane. Created by a wolf tribe sage because it was created for orcs with generally low intelligence. This skill is crude, simple, and yet incredibly powerful. If a practitioner has extremely high martial arts talent, it is indeed possible to grasp the Q mastery ahead of physical conditioning. Alice, the golden-haired female researcher, quickly read out the analysis results and sent the projection of the wolf Q information to her mentor Alna. Wolf Ki. But I remember this is a low-level martial art taught to ordinary wolf warriors and its mastery is frenzy, right? Although combat power is greatly increased, the user's intelligence is impaired. It's a classic technique for training cannon fodder soldiers among the beast tribes of the celestial wolf god plane. But our test subject, he clearly shows no signs of losing his mind. In the center of the arena, 4 black iron trains whizzed past relentlessly. Zhu Peng stood in the middle, arms crossed, eyes closed. He was cursing those underhanded researchers while desperately conserving his energy. Every minute was precious, his berserk state was time-limited, and the subsequent weakness prevented any further transformation, unless he wanted to die. After Zhu Peng defeated the 3rd wave of rank 1, the 4th wave failed to appear. He believed those shameless scholars were consciously depleting his stamina reserves. Wolf Ki, the near-universal berserk fighting spirit of the orcs, had advanced forms. A rare few elite Orcish warriors could maintain their rationality while berserk, even sharpening their combat awareness. An advanced form of the fighting spirit's berserk technique, Cold Fury. The documentation described it as, born from the deepest malice and fury, it allows a warrior to achieve true calm. Mentor, I must say, that fellow's martial arts aptitude is almost godlike. Give him a copy of the Taizu Xuanhuan, and he'll directly derive 18 dragon subduing palms. Taizu Xuanhuan and 18 dragon subduing palms. What are those? After a moment of silence, Anna asked, puzzled. A Chinese drama series my Chinese friend recommended me during university. It was gripping, especially the Huang Rihua version. Alice said, waving her hands and striking a classic palm-striking pose. Anna was speechless. Chapter 5: Utilizing external environments for martial wisdom, a counteroffensive against the odds. Aber City, F District Adventurers Guild testing ground within the bizarre metallic structure. Whatever, the testing continued. Replace the original 4th wave rank 1 with our newly hired Orcish warriors. Our martial arts prodigy seems to dislike killing humans, let's indulge him. Tell those green-skinned monsters that killing this man will earn them 10 times the bounty. With Anna's slender index finger pointing, the purplish monitoring instruments in the arena were no longer hidden. They materialized in mid-air, their central red beams focusing on Zhu Peng, transforming the man standing with his arms crossed into a terrifying monster radiating crimson light. Almost simultaneously, 8 green-skinned monsters, clad in metal armor and wielding sharp weapons, leaped from a passing train car. They snarled at the human man bathed in dangerous red light, their yellow-white fangs, deep red thick tongues, and greedy ferocious expressions showcasing a primal, bestial terror. Are you kidding me again? This is clearly designed to prevent anyone from creating their own professions? Besides Zhu Peng, is there really any other unranked apprentice who could have lasted this long? The silver-haired, red-eyed elf abruptly stood up in the stands, shouting angrily at the metal structure. However, the girl's displeasure was to no avail. The brutal battle in the arena continued. Uncle Liu, it's your turn. How long do you think you can last? I estimate I can only handle 4 ordinary fighters. Fighting 8 would be a desperate struggle. Jiang Yusen watched the situation unfold, sweat beading on his forehead. I knew Zhu Peng was cunning and ruthless, certainly hiding many trump cards. But I never imagined he'd be this strong, this ruthless. If I had a suitable weapon, breaking through the 1st and 2nd waves of the 1st rank shouldn't be a problem, but I'm afraid I wouldn't survive the 3rd wave. I'm old, my stamina isn't as good as Zhu's. Hard fighting every 3 waves, I'd probably end up dying at the hands of those 1st rank warriors. Liu Yidao watched the carnage in the arena, his heart shaken. Thus, he gave Jiang Yusen, a typical rookie's bottom-line question, a realistic answer. In truth, if he used all his resources, he might still be able to take down the 4 warriors of the 3rd wave in the 1st rank, but doing so would likely cost him his life, a risk Liu Yidao would absolutely not take. The apprentice mage Cole remained silent. There's not much to say about the mage profession. Give him adequate preparation and enough scrolls, and he could potentially wipe out the entire arena. How long a mage apprentice can last depends entirely on how long his scrolls and other equipment can support him. If a mage were to go in bare, Cole probably wouldn't last longer than Liu Yidao. However, this is a limitation of the profession itself and doesn't reflect their individual strengths. In the arena, which in a sense could be described as littered with corpses, 8 savage, powerful orcs surrounded a strong man enveloped in a red glow, radiating a terrifying aura. Years ago, Mahu cultivated bloodthirsty battle Q. Zhu Peng went further, cultivating the advanced form of Wolf Battle Q, Dark Battle Q. Although he hasn't truly mastered it yet, he can already use the essence of this battle Kai, attracting the surrounding dark energy particles. The red glow surrounding him is the light from multiple monitoring devices around the arena. These 8 green-skinned orcs are a type of primal orc, unlike the werewolf girl Bridget, whose only obvious beastly features are slightly more developed canine teeth, and her beastly markings are almost entirely gone. These near-pureblood primal orcs were brought from some unknown remote plane by the wizards. Their animalistic instincts and bloodlust dominate their minds. A simple glance is enough to distinguish them from ordinary humans. Ha! A wave of dark energy, tinged with red, exploded from Zhu Peng, spreading like a crimson tide of blood. Faced with the increasingly intense pressure, the 8 primal beastmen finally charged, unleashing a typical beast race all-out assault. Attack, 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 no defense, no retreat. A ferocious onslaught of unstoppable might. 8 heavy, sharp metal weapons slammed into Zhu Peng, instantly reducing him to a bloody mess. Crimson blood splattered, seemingly alive, coating the 8 beastmen. At that moment, a figure pushed aside a fallen warrior, silently appearing behind a beastman. He clasped the beast's head with hands thick as 10 radishes and, with a sharp crack, snapped its neck as easily as breaking a sugarcane stalk. The mutated green slime, which Zhu Peng had just mimicked, reformed into a puddle. Its resistance to purely physical attacks was high, while its physical defense was only 7 points. Its puddle form offered surprisingly high damage reduction against physical attacks, a quirk not listed among its characteristics. Quickly it reformed into a hulking beastman, wielding a heavy battle axe. With a powerful swing, it brought it down upon a beastman desperately wiping corrosive poison from his eyes. Beast blood, it turned out, was also red. Releasing the beastman with the broken neck, Zhu Peng casually picked up its discarded longsword, a sharpened killing tool, his favorite weapon. Shrouded in darkness, his eyes blazing with a terrifying bloodlust, he unleashed a dazzling display of swordsmanship, a flurry of strikes like a spring rain, enveloping the remaining beastman. One did he fall. Alna watched the battle, witnessing the man claw his way back from near death to complete victory. For a lifelong researcher and shut-in like her, Zhu Peng's combat acumen was simply incredible. I didn't see. If I saw, would I not say so? When did he hide among those unconscious warriors? It must have been the instant the indicator lights shifted from dim to bright. I didn't see him slip into the group either, but it's certain that he used our indicator lights to his advantage. If the beast warriors hadn't been missiled by our lights and hadn't relaxed after the kill, the tester couldn't have achieved this kill so easily. His tactical thinking and reaction speed are simply too fast. It wasn't just Alna and Alice discussing it, all the researchers in the institute were in awe. They had stopped analyzing data, there was nothing left to analyze. According to their projections, the man in the testing ground should have died 8 times over. Alna's promised 10-fold bonus could likely be saved. Chapter 0251 The Blank Contract Additional Reward. The mutated green mud body subtly shifted, constantly weaving amongst the remaining orc warriors. The 6 primal orcs besides themselves didn't know who to trust. Given time, even with their low intelligence, they would likely distinguish their own comrades. The problem was, a swordsman with bloodshot eyes was closing in on them. Sword in hand, facing 6 wary orcs, Zhu Peng's Wudang swordsmanship was a breathtaking display. His single-handed sword danced like a whirlwind, impenetrable. The 6 primal orcs, clad in armor and powerfully built, were constantly threatened by the sharp blade aimed at their necks, throats, noses, and groins, forcing them to retreat and defend. Such a weapon is nothing special in the hands of an ordinary person. Powerfully built, heavily armored orcs could ignore it and charge through. But in the hands of a master swordsman like Zhu Peng, the flickering blade focused all weight and force on its tip. A single strike, a pierce and a pull, would pierce any steel, bone, or armor, creating a hole, a line of blood, crippling and killing instantly. One primal orc wielding a spear and shield could no longer bear the humiliation of being pressed by a human warrior. He roared and charged, but before he could complete his attack, the short sword orc formed from the mutated green mud plunged his blade into the orc's lower back. The short sword pierced, twisted cruelly, and the orc's strength quickly drained away. With his spear and shield disrupted, Zhu Peng's sword pierced through the spear, severing half the orc's head. Seeing this, another orc warrior, wielding a battle axe, chopped off the mutated green mud's head. A fountain of crimson blood sprayed out. To be objective, Zhu Peng thought the mutated green mud's acting was a bit over the top. However, before the axe-wielding orc could laugh, he was savagely attacked by his companion, who had only seen him chop off the other orc's head and hadn't seen the mutated green mud's trickery. Almost simultaneously, the headless orc formed from the mutated green mud twisted and shifted, though it had reached its limit, transforming into an orcish warrior wielding a blade. Cooperating with its master, it blended into the remaining orcs. Zhu Peng, consumed by the slaughter, disregarded his own safety, charging head-on and trading blows, even exchanging injuries for kills. His hardened Qigong allowed him to absorb damage at points of minimal impact, and in the instant his opponent froze from the strike, he'd slice off their head. It was nothing but slaughter. Amazing. Without you I probably wouldn't have won. Zhu Peng patted the ugly, large head of the orc beside him. The mutated green mud bowed, its grotesque face contorted into a fawning grin, its primitive tail wagged furiously. I wonder if this orc is some kind of dog-headed orc hybrid. With a kick, he sent the last orc, its arms severed, howling incessantly, to the ground. Zhu Peng made a sweeping gesture with his left hand, channeling his spirit and the supplemental magic of his soul binding. Moments later, a burning ethereal purple flame hovered in his hand. With a gentle push, he sent it toward the armless orc. The soul trap activated, its purple light spreading and flickering across the orc's body. This damn Shushu's soul trap is a rip-off. Such a troublesome spell to cast, short duration, no direct effect, and the materials for the assisting incantation are ridiculously expensive. I swear. Stepping forward, Zhu Peng swung his swords, severing the head of the screaming orc, already terrified by the bizarre methods of its enemy. Unlike its fallen comrades, this orc's soul couldn't escape, bound and enveloped by the soul trap's power, transforming into a swirling dark purple mist, drawn into the thin cord around Zhu Peng's neck into the crystal ring hanging there. As it devoured the defeated warrior's soul, the crystal in the ring burned with a faint dark fire. Within, a beast soul seemed to wail and scream incessantly, doomed to eternal torment. Curse, hate, and then scream and die. Right, I need to grab something to take back. Zhu Peng scanned the area, eventually picking up a bloody arm from the ground. He slung it over his shoulder and walked toward the large, bizarre metallic structure. Coming for more. I reckon I can handle another round in this state. If you're out of fighters, I'll head back for seconds, I'm starving. Zhu Peng waved the dark green Orcish arm. In the research lab, most of the researchers felt a churning in their stomachs, their faces ashen. Alice, the head researcher's capable assistant, leaned towards Alna and whispered, Dosh, we have no suitable slave warriors or mercenaries left. Then give him the paperwork for a self-created profession. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep for a while. Don't bother calling me for dinner. The white-robed female zombie seemed unmoved even now. After giving instructions for the next procedure, Anna turned and left the laboratory. The large floor-to-ceiling windows were slowly lowered by fully enclosed metal shutters. Job done, time to go home and have a feast. Bathed in the golden red glow of the setting sun, the five of them, exhausted from a day spent on the tedious process of job transfer, left the Adventurers Guild. The efficiency of these bureaucratic institutions was shockingly low. Getting them to issue a simple certificate involved endless back and forth, relentless until they had worn you down to a frazzle, just like Zhu Peng felt now, utterly drained. These are your 5 job transfer contracts, said the petite Korean girl, handing each of them a scroll. Don't let the simple appearance of the parchment fool you, it connects to the Witch network. After signing, you can choose the number of attribute points to enhance your first job level from 1 to 5. Most adventurers choose 2 or 3, very few choose 5. The Adventurers Guild conducts a quarterly census of newly promoted adventurers. If you choose 2 points, you must reach the 2nd job level within the quarter. If you choose 5, you must reach the 5th level. Failure to do so results in a hefty fine. Compared to the others, Zhu Peng's parchment was noticeably older and more worn, and the job options were blank. Such Witch network contracts were extremely rare in Abyss City. And here's the extra compensation from Lady Anna. The girl continued, handing Zhu Peng a metal box. Don't hate her, she's just very dedicated to her work, too much for some people to handle. But I think you'll understand, you two are practically the same. She hesitated, slightly wary of approaching him. He still has a bloody orc arm strapped to his waist, she whispered. Heard he's going to stew it for dinner. Chinese people are terrifying, they'll eat anything. Zhu Peng, looking rather listless, accepted the iron box without looking and shoved it into his chest. The battles, the psychological warfare, the final descent into savage rage, all of it had taken a heavy toll on his physical and mental strength. The fact that he was still standing was a testament to his exceptional physique and martial arts training. In sharp contrast, the soft, green bubble nestled on his shoulder pulsed with excitement, expanding and contracting, sometimes even turning into a floating sphere before popping and splattering on his shoulder, demonstrating even more vitality than its master. 2 days later, on Tuesday, we'll head to the Dark First Realm's venomous throne. Everyone, please prepare what you need over these 2 days. Yuzhen, you've spent years wandering the venomous throne. No one knows what's needed better than you. After you get back, think it over and send a list of necessary items to each of us. Also, I've already prepared the task chain. We need to reach level 5 in our professions within 2 months of departure. So arduous wilderness survival and high-intensity combat are unavoidable. Please prepare yourselves mentally and physically. Yawning, Zhu Peng mumbled this and practically dove into Yvin's car. The other 4 present didn't express any dissatisfaction. They had witnessed the series of battles firsthand. Zhu Peng's ability to stay conscious until now was already astonishing. A whole day of consecutive battles in the Adventurers Guild testing grounds wasn't without merit. At least at this moment, Cole, with his superior wizardly status, and Liu Yidao, the seasoned, rebellious veteran adventurer, both deeply acknowledged Zhu Peng's leadership. Having a leader who usually supports from the sidelines, keenly observing the overall situation, yet who acts fiercely and resourcefully in critical moments, this is a huge stroke of luck for any adventurer team. Yvan got in the car and took the driver's seat. She glanced back. Zhu Peng looked completely exhausted. You're that tired, I can just take you home. Good. No, Meixiang has a birthday today. Please take me to the cake shop first. I've ordered a large cake there. Meixiang's birthday. Great, I'll join in too. I can sing her a birthday song. Zhu Peng, answer me, you idiot. The elf girl turned back, seeing the man already asleep and drooling. As an elf, although she could only have one lover in her entire life, entrusting herself to such a man felt, right, deep down. Chapter 5 2V From Pure Yang to Fused Yang Events Future. The second day after the self-created profession testing battles, around 5:30 in the morning, pale gold light streamed through the window into the quiet room. Even though he had collapsed, too exhausted to move a finger, his powerful biological clock still woke Zhu Peng in his recliner. At this moment, most of the wounds on his body had healed, and the more serious ones had been carefully bandaged. Sitting up from the recliner, the sluggish qi and blood in his body surged once more, as if he had been reborn. Zhu Peng was filled with overflowing vitality. This abnormal recovery speed, is it because of the toughness talent? He raised his hands, clenching his fists slightly. As a seasoned martial artist deeply versed in the profound techniques of Huaxia, Zhu Peng possessed an unparalleled understanding of his own strength. He was acutely aware that the physical power he had honed to its relative limits in the Earth era had been further amplified. His rapid life force recovery was due to the activation of his tenacious talent, while the further strengthening of his muscles was thanks to the nurturing of the dark energy particles. The air itself was thick with these energy particles, an external condition utterly impossible in his former earthly existence. While it felt a bit callous to say, simply from an environmental perspective, The Abyssal City was a martial artist's paradise compared to the Earth in its post-apocalyptic state. The path of cultivation, once seemingly exhausted, now offered the possibility of a breakthrough. Lost in thought, Peng pressed his palm to his forehead between his eyebrows. As his blood circulated, his mind cleared, and he gradually recalled the events of the previous night. He remembered being carried upstairs, his arm slung over Yuan's shoulder, the key turning in his door, and then collapsing onto the familiar chaise lounge in his training room. What happened after that remained hazy. He had been utterly exhausted, and Yuan's presence had reassured him, so he hadn't forced himself to regain full consciousness. The unleashing of potential required careful consideration. Peng had already gone into a frenzy after a series of battles, and further pushing his physical limits might have been counterproductive, potentially damaging his very essence. The fresh morning light illuminated Peng's training room. Besides the spacious hall for martial arts practice, there was a wooden table with a toolbox and a bookshelf in a corner. A severed arm, preserved in formaldehyde and wrapped in sturdy bandages, lay on the table. In an ordinary home, such a sight would be terrifying. But for a witch, particularly a black witch, Peng's collection was rather meager, even for an apprentice. Peng had entered the ghost form's meditation chamber. The shelves there, besides numerous books, held countless crystals containing bound soul flames and a variety of severed limbs. A preserved elven head in a glass container, a monstrous scythe-like claw, a brass-colored chitinous insect mandible, a dragon's horn, a preserved head specially treated with preservative magic by a plateau barbarian shaman, and even a jet-black, scale-covered arm tightly clutching a stone magic sword, an arm that still pulsed with life, possibly even possessing self-awareness. The ghost form's meditation chamber was a bizarre showcase of the biodiversity of the myriad worlds. That was the collection of a seasoned, long-established black witch, a testament to experience, vast knowledge, and terrifying power. Peng too would gradually, bit by bit, enrich his own collection, slaying powerful beings, capturing their souls, severing their proudest, most potent organs, and stuffing them into his museum. A stark contrast to his current predicament, where he possessed neither satisfactory collections nor the means to preserve even a single item. Peng desperately needed power. He had no room for temporary storage. After carefully examining the preserved orc arm and silently praising Yun's exquisite craftsmanship, he placed it on a mostly empty shelf alongside the soul-binding crystal. He then stretched his arms and chest, intending to shower before crafting new cards. Lost in thought and relaxed in the safety of his own home, his usually razor-sharp senses were dulled. The moment Peng casually pushed open the bathroom door, it was pulled open from the other side. Having just showered, the silver-haired girl emerged, even more delicate and beautiful. She wore Peng's white t-shirt and a pair of prized underpants featuring a Tai Chi symbol. Humming a tune, she dried her wet silver hair with a towel. Her ample bosom strained the t-shirt, especially her long, plump, white, alluring and perfectly round legs, which were truly captivating. The moment the elf appeared, Peng felt as if someone had punched him in the gut, and he suddenly bent over before Yuan. How are you here?" The silver-haired elf asked, somewhat dumbfounded. "Duh, this is my house. Get out of the way, I need to use the bathroom." Grabbing the 160-year-old airhead, his personal barbecue, Peng rushed into the bathroom, plunging his head into the sink until he nearly suffocated before lifting it again. Yuan had no idea how alluring her appearance was to males, or perhaps because elves were overwhelmingly beautiful she was considered pretty, but not exceptionally so, and lacked this awareness. She didn't know. No, she would never know. In that moment, Peng almost forgot his 20-plus years of celibate Qigong practice and let this silly elf know what BL meant, what treatment an RBQ deserved. "Yuan, you just wait! You'll pay for this. Once I reach the Danjin stage, you'll see just how terrifying a Wudang cultivator who has perfected the pure yang internal force truly is." His face flushed. Peng gritted his teeth in front of the bathroom mirror. In truth, the highest level of pure yang virginity cultivation emphasized a mind like a dry well, calm and unruffled, until one attained the realm of an immortal without leakage. But in the information explosion of the 21st century, even if you lived in the deepest mountains, a semi-nude woman's poster could still drift in from the horizon. How could one even dream of achieving the highest level of this cultivation? The difficulty of cultivation had gone completely off the charts due to environmental limitations. Fortunately, although Peng's pure yang virgin gong was somewhat second-rate in terms of realm, often relying on sheer willpower rather than steadfastness, having a girl like Yuan, exquisitely beautiful, alluringly curvaceous, but a bit airheaded, following him around, one can only imagine the immense trials and tribulations he endured during his cultivation. These trials significantly bridged the gap between second-rate and top-tier virgin gong. "Peng, what are you doing in there? My underwear's still inside. Let me in to get it." Soft, murmuring whispers drifted from outside the door. Yuan's voice was the same, but her mood was different. The same voice, heard at different times, created drastically different effects. Peng, having just endured a bout of intense self-discipline, buried his face in his arms and rocked back and forth. He felt the excessively powerful and exuberant Q and blood cultivated through his virgin gong threatening to burst little Peng. "Wait, no, you come in and get it yourself." After a long pause, Peng Rastron 503 birthday compensation, a trip to the Abyss City. The morning, whether sweet or torturous, finally passed. Peng, whose mental fortitude was insufficient and who had suffered a powerful blow from beauty, was in poor condition. Card making in his current state would be a waste of materials. After emerging from the bathroom, he practiced his fists in the cultivation chamber, read for a while, and then woke the still sleeping werewolf lowly Bridget. The three of them went to have breakfast at Mako's place across the street. Mako was still acting as Ju Peng's maid. Four beautiful girls with distinct charms surrounding a single man at breakfast. It was the kind of lavish treatment only an H-novel protagonist could experience. Yet, for Ju Peng, who was cultivating the virgin gong, this was a test of his willpower. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form, immeasurable, celestial, venerable. During breakfast, Qi Meixiang, who usually acted affectionately towards Ju Peng, pouted silently, a stark contrast to her usual lively and well-behaved self. Ju Peng curiously asked if the little girl felt unwell. In this era, where energy particles were far more abundant than on ordinary Earth, even the slightest changes needed attention, lest they be the harbinger of a fatal radiation sickness. But Qi Meixiang, her red lips pursed, lowered her head, her eyes red-rimmed, yet it didn't seem to be simply due to physical discomfort. Meixiang's upset that you didn't spend her birthday with her yesterday. If she didn't know it was her birthday, she wouldn't be this upset. You sent the cake, but you left without saying a word. That cake would have been better uneaten. Give it to me. Stuffing a soft, sticky seaweed rice ball into her mouth, Bridget swallowed with difficulty before whispering to Ju Peng the reason for Qi Meixiang's strange behavior. However, her whisper was still too loud for the perceptive Japanese girl. No, I'm not angry with Big Brother. I know my brother was very tired yesterday, so Meixiang isn't angry with him. Meixiang just feels a little sad. Her index fingers tapping together, Qi Meixiang said with a slightly wronged and uncomfortable expression, looking both cute and pitiful. Alright, let's take Meixiang out to play after breakfast today. It's really a shame that her birthday, which only comes once a year, was missed. Completely ignoring the fact that he'd never celebrated a birthday himself, Ju Peng unhesitatingly used the head-patting comfort technique, which was incredibly effective on the soft and adorable Qi Meixiang, instantly cheering her up. Really, Meixiang relies on you for everything. I already celebrated Meixiang's birthday yesterday, and I still have a lot of guild documents to sort out, so I won't be joining you. Have fun. The elegant Yamato Wufu finished her meal, wiped her lips, and spoke to Ju Peng and Meixiang, every movement graceful and charming. Out to play, out to play, out to play! Speaking of which, besides work, training, and sleeping, I feel like I haven't had any time to go out and relax. Abyss City has so many places to go! The base of the American Statue of Liberty, a third of the French Eiffel Tower, and the Egyptian pyramids embedded in the Ginza building in Japan, their construction is amazing, they haven't collapsed yet. On the bustling streets, Ju Peng led Bridget, who was constantly licking her ice cream, while Yuan and Qi Meixiang searched for things to do. They excitedly explored every nook and cranny, trying all sorts of bizarre snacks, some of which even Ju Peng wouldn't dare to eat, but they enjoyed them immensely. In the sky above Abyss City, there's a cable car system connecting the entire city. The four of them chartered a sightseeing car, eating the snacks they bought while touring everywhere. When the Abyss dimension descended, the Eternal Witch World chose to intercept it. The gravity magic array of the Heavenly Witch Tower selectively and forcibly dragged famous buildings and landmarks from Earth based on their fame, attempting to salvage as much of the essence of Earth's civilization as possible. However, it was a hasty undertaking, and the intelligence gathering wasn't thorough enough. The fact that it's achieved this much is a testament to the Heavenly Witch Tower's immense power. You can basically see all 7 wonders of the world in Abyss City, just not completely intact. Whoa, brother, I didn't understand what you said, but Meixiang thinks it's amazing. Eat your ice cream. It seems that in this world, beauty and intelligence are inversely proportional. Someone like me, who's both handsome and intelligent, is a rare exception. Ju Peng used the head-patting technique again on the little girl whose intelligence was clearly lacking, and Qi Meixiang snuggled closer, her face showing the contented expression of a puppy. Go. Yuan scoffed at Ju Peng's words, her disdain evident. However, Qi Meixiang and Bridget wholeheartedly agreed, the two little girls nodding enthusiastically at Ju Peng, causing the man, who was only joking, to burst into laughter. Girls, whether 8 or 80, can't control their urge to shop once they hit the streets. Ju Peng didn't mind their shopping spree, but he couldn't stand their endless browsing without buying, picking through a dozen or more of the same item before making a purchase. However, seeing the girls so happy, Ju Peng, even if it meant emptying his once plump wallet to the point of resembling dried fish, and even if it meant turning himself into a human clothes rack, gritted his teeth and didn't interrupt their high spirits. Fortunately, however long it took, time was always fair. At noon, they went to Pho Day and enjoyed delicious, crispy, and tender braised duck pancakes. The 4 of them ate until their mouths were greasy, yet not the least bit full. Yuan ate the most, followed by Bridget and Qi Meixiang. Ju Peng, having practiced martial arts for many years, had developed a habit of eating few snacks and maintaining fixed meal portions. He would eat heartily if he liked a dish, and sparingly or not at all if he didn't. This habit was damaging to his stomach, especially for someone who practiced internal martial arts. The damage was doubled. Ju Peng's total food intake was large, but he followed the principle of eating smaller meals more frequently. After enjoying the characteristic Chinese cuisine, they went sightseeing in the afternoon. Ju Peng found a place to store the mountain of things he had bought that morning before continuing on, lightened of his burden. Their final stop was a peculiar building formed by the collision of the ancient Egyptian pyramids and the Ginza building in Japan. In the 21st century, such a building would have been demolished. However, in the post-wizard era, humans, especially the Japanese, lacked the power to do so and could only adapt. The result was a remarkably unique trade building. Peng watched the three girls head straight for Jinza. After silently mourning his wallet for 3 seconds, he followed. For Chi Maxiang, a Japanese girl, choosing the Ginza building to end the beautiful day was perfectly normal. The little girl, however, was very considerate. In ordinary shops, she indulged in a shopping spree, fully enjoying her brother's generosity. However, once they reached the luxurious Ginza department stores, she rarely asked to buy anything. Even if some expensive and exquisite items caught her eye, she would even actively pull Peng away. Chapter 104. Many things we once risked our lives for are no longer important. Today's little protagonist, Chi Maxiang, was considerate and sensible, in contrast to the knave Yuan, who couldn't take her eyes off beautiful things. Her beautiful eyes shone with bright lights. It seemed that only at these moments did her powerful elven bloodline manifest, her pursuit of beauty almost ingrained in her very being. Get up and move! That sapphire and diamond necklace costs 80 gold coins. Are you planning to pay for it by working the streets? He grabbed the female elf by the neck with one hand and dragged her backwards. This dump wasn't built for Earth refugees, besides wizards and the very few who benefited from the cataclysm, who can afford these magical ornaments costing tens of thousands of gold coins. The magic effect of that necklace was moisturizing the skin. This bitch's skin is already moist enough, it doesn't need any more help. That icy blue, that soft luster, it matches my eyes and skin perfectly, doesn't it? Over 8,000 gold coins. Wouldn't it be more meaningful to buy some life-saving magical equipment with that kind of money instead of this purely decorative item? Hey, I don't care! I want it! I want it! While Ivan, almost crazed with exertion, was wrestling with Peng, several men and women arrived at the jewelry store Peng and his companions had just left. A boyish-looking young man and a somewhat sleazy middle-aged man were supporting a long-haired girl who seemed unsteady on her feet. Several stylishly dressed young people followed them. The supported girl had fair skin and wasn't exceptionally beautiful, but her features were delicate and pretty. She possessed a captivating allure rarely seen in Chinese girls, a blend of mischievousness and a charmingly clinging sweetness that instantly elevated her to the ranks of top-tier beauties. Wow, what a beautiful necklace! The necklace, its quality attested to by elven aesthetics, acted like a magnet, drawing the supported girl's attention. She quickened her unsteady steps, approaching the glass counter and gazing intently at the magical necklace, a magnificent sapphire surrounded by a halo of diamonds. Yes, what a beautiful necklace! If you were to wear this, my daughter, it would make you even more beautiful, the middle-aged man supporting the girl's right arm exclaimed repeatedly. No, let's not. It's too expensive. Over 800 gold coins. The supported Korean girl glanced a price. Although she loved it, she fought back her desire to leave. However, the boyish-looking young man supporting her left arm had already begun to reach for his wallet. Seeing her chance, the idle saleswoman quickly stepped forward and said, "Miss, you have excellent taste. But this necklace really isn't that expensive. Look, this flawless sapphire alone costs 3,000 gold coins. Add the cost of these smaller diamonds, the cutting, and the enchanting. If it weren't for our master's birthday today, and the store-wide discount, you'd never see a magical gemstone necklace this affordable and exquisite. And this deep-sea dawn necklace also has a solidified moisturizing magic. Wearing it will keep your skin hydrated for years, virtually extending your youth and beauty by over a decade." The Ginza saleswoman was both discerning and eloquent. The words, discount, and extended youth, hit the South Korean girl right where it hurt. The men on either side of the Korean girl could barely support her. She'd gone completely limp. Seeing his girlfriend's delighted reaction, Fan Wukai, or rather Fan Jixian, didn't hesitate. He pulled out his magic crystal card and swipe. One needs at least 1,000,000 gold coins to even qualify for a magic crystal card. This isn't like a 21st century credit card, it's far from commonplace. It's practically a symbol of status and position in the Mage's era, at least in the Abyss City. Seeing the gentle smile of the young wealthy man as he lovingly treated his girlfriend, not only the Korean girl, but the saleswoman herself nearly melted, wishing she could kick the Korean girl aside and collapse into the arms of the rich and handsome young man. Of course, that was just a fleeting thought. Having worked at the high-end Ginza building for years, she had the emotional resilience to handle it. "Zixian, it's so expensive! Are you sure it's okay to buy me something so costly?" "Hi Mei, as long as you're happy, the price doesn't matter. You're the most important thing to me." With those words, the boyish-faced young man took the necklace from the saleswoman and gently placed it around the Korean girl's slender, fair neck. The sapphire's watery blue light complemented her beautiful white skin, making her even more stunning. The fashionable men and women around them all cheered as the Korean girl, ignoring her father, threw herself into her boyfriend's arms, showering him with passionate kisses. At almost the same moment, Peng's abdomen received a brutal blow. Yuan, her anger reaching its peak, unleashed an elbow strike, a furious, critical hit. Damn it, they say elf girls are wonderful, gentle, cute, pure, and sweet. But give one to a normal man, and you'll be bankrupt in minutes. No matter how angry Yuan was, her elbow couldn't really hurt Peng. However, Peng cleverly feigned excruciating pain, appeasing the elf girl while allowing Chi Maxiang and Bridget to assist him in diffusing Yuan's anger. Bridget, quick-witted and taking advantage of her youth, playfully tugged on Yuan's hand to distract her. Chi Maxiang, however, always sensitive and shrewd in such matters, shrank behind her brother. Zhu Peng glanced at Qi Meixiang, noticing the girl's eyes brimming with disgust and fearful avoidance. Brother, let's go. Meixiang doesn't want to stay here. Alright. Zhu Peng, pleased at this development, was about to pull Yuan away when the disabled Korean girl's father, his face flushed with embarrassment at witnessing his daughter's intimacy with her prospective son-in-law, looked around nervously. He was unaccustomed to such high-end establishments. This casual glance, however, caught sight of the reluctant silver-haired elf and the striking Chinese man. You too. The middle-aged Korean man rushed towards Yuan, grabbing her shoulder. Elves, by nature, were aloof and proud, avoiding contact with ordinary people unless they were well acquainted. Female elves were particularly so. The man's aggressive action instantly angered Yuan, who retaliated with a swift kick. Except for Zhu Peng, any male human or humanoid creature daring to touch an elf was guaranteed to be attacked. However, the silver-haired elf's beautiful back kick was firmly caught by a hand. Yuan's considerable martial arts skills and the elf's superior strength were absorbed as if into the sea, effortlessly intercepted by those clean, almost slender fingers. More than that, a surge of counterforce from the hand sent Yuan flying backward. Zhu Peng, holding the girl's hand, sensed the force, his eyebrows rising as he turned sharply. Yuan crashed into his arms, the two sliding back nearly 5 meters on the smooth floor of the mall before coming to a stop. Fan Wukai, Bloodmouth Guild's executive director, Zhu Peng and the young man with a baby face exchanged a look, instantly recognizing each other. One was the executive director of the F District Hunters Guild, Bloodmouth, practically running the guild as its leader. The other was Bloodmouth's recently renowned top hunter. To say they were strangers would be an exaggeration, especially considering Zhu Peng had invited Fan Wukai to join his adventuring team. Zixian, what's wrong? Are you hurt? The disabled Korean girl pushed aside those offering assistance, stumbling towards Fan Wukai, worriedly asking. I'm fine, I just bumped into an acquaintance. Hardly an acquaintance, Mr. Fan. At least, I didn't know you were Korean. I recall your nationality listed as Chinese on the registration form. Xuanhuan's ancestral home is indeed China, but he became a citizen of the Republic of Korea several years ago. Besides, it's the age of wizards now, does nationality even matter? Fan Wukai, no. Fan Jihyun's girlfriend, though physically challenged, possesses a sharp tongue and quick wit. While gentle towards her boyfriend, she displays a rather spoiled and willful temperament towards others. Alright, everyone knows each other. There's no need to argue about these insignificant matters. Father, I don't know what misunderstanding you have with these two executives, but whatever it is, please let it go for my sake. After all, we'll be working together in the future, Fan Jihyun said to his future father-in-law, who, facing his strong-willed son-in-law, had little room to retort. He mumbled something about a fearsome doe, and dared not say anything more. However, at this moment, Zhu Peng and Yuan recognized the Korean man. He was the same Korean man who attempted rape and was beaten half to death during Yuan's first visit to Zhu Peng's house. Hey, what a bunch of birds of a feather. Given the circumstances, Yuan didn't want Meixiang to feel too awkward. The elf girl possessed negative buffs, airheaded, gossipy and a glutton, but she had a kind heart. A moment ago, Zhu Peng was pulling her along, but now the girl turned and pulled Zhu Peng away. What? Dad, they beat you up. How could they do that? It's so barbaric! Jihyun, aren't you close to the police? Call them and have them arrested. Jaime, it's not that simple. More voices drifted from the distance, but Fan Jihyun didn't want to aggravate the situation with Zhu Peng and Yuan, the only two executives of the Bloodmouth Guild. Moreover, he knew what kind of person his future father-in-law was. If things were as he described, Zhu Peng and Yuan simply beat him up inexplicably while he was shopping, then it was unbelievable. There were never rumors of the two executives being mentally unstable, much less ganging up to beat a normal person and not even killing him. Chapter 105 Darkness Descends. Flawless Emerald, Abyss City. Inside the glittering Ginza Mall, the two groups walked in opposite directions, growing further apart. If things had ended there, it would have been simple. But at that very moment, the brightly lit Ginza Mall suddenly plunged into darkness. Instantly Zhu Peng's muscles tensed, his eyes shifting from calm to sharp, instantly entering a combat-ready state. Yuan drew a pale gold revolver from her sleeve. She turned swiftly, standing alongside Zhu Peng, shielding Bridget and Qi Meixiang behind them. Although it was pitch black, their coordination was natural and seamless. Fan Jixian's group was in disarray. Korean men and women cried out in panic. Fan Jixian held his beautiful, frail girlfriend in one arm, while in the other, he gripped a dark red wooden cone that had slipped from his sleeve. The cone was covered in intricate runes, sweet scent. His voice, low but clear, cut through the chaos. Quiet! Everyone, be quiet! Back away, back towards the four people. Meixiang, Bridget, don't speak. We retreat, back towards those people. They are all strong members of the Hunters Guild. As senior deacon and top-ranked hunters, Zhu Peng, Fan Jixian, and Yuan had access to documents unavailable to ordinary people. For instance, demonic incursions. The vast and magnificent abyssal city wasn't as safe as ordinary people imagined. Even separated by 5 layers of a boundary world formed by the Abyssal Dragon King's magic, in the endless darkness of the abyss, there were still low and mid-level demons greedy for souls and blood. Unlike the powerful demons with their self-control, these ignored the might of the Wizarding World and the Abyssal Dragon King, risking their lives to infiltrate the Abyssal City. To these low and mid-level demons, the 5 layers of the boundary created by the Dark Contract were like a finely woven net, and within that net were countless humans with weak flesh and delicious souls. It was like the lure of honey to a wild bear, no, even stronger. Corresponding to the constant influx of demons from the outside were the humans living in the lowest levels of the abyssal city. They were filled with anger, hatred, and resentment. They lived precarious lives, with no ability to change their miserable fate. Those souls overflowing with negative emotions possessed a fatal attraction to demonic beings, especially the hell devils who lived alongside the abyssal demons. They weren't necessarily stronger than the demons, but they were certainly more cunning. Compared to the demons who forcibly infiltrated, they possessed far more skillful methods of stealing souls. The devils used various methods to deliver hell contracts to the humans of the abyssal city. The values exchanged were unequal. Gold and jewels, worthless as stones to devils, were things that mortals would trade their lives and souls for. In the myriad worlds, there's no shortage of fools who sell their souls after death for a few hundred gold coins. It started with borrowing a few gold coins. The devil didn't even ask for interest. Then it was tens, then hundreds, like theft and fraud. Once they tasted the sweetness, few could stop. The thrill of effortless gain had tainted their souls. Finally, even the deepest recesses of their subconscious screamed a warning. Danger! Get away! Yet countless mortals still offered their souls to the devil after death. I figure I'll enjoy myself first and pay later. I'll savor the pleasures of this world while I'm alive. It's a great deal after all. These fools, clinging to such thoughts, drank the poisoned wine. Then, after their deaths, their souls would be burned by demonic fire in purgatory for millennia, until every last bit of energy was squeezed out before being flung back into the river Styx. And these energy-drained soul husks for a very, very, very long time wouldn't be able to reincarnate as even an abyssal larva, let alone a human. They'd simply sink into the primordial essence of the heavens. Peng's thoughts wandered. His memories of the horrifying case studies in the forbidden texts his teacher had collected still vivid. In short, the abyssal city existed under the watchful eyes of demons. So, the moment darkness fell, Peng and his two companions, having studied materials on demonic invasions, reacted almost simultaneously. Although District F, due to its relatively better security, still offered some living space for the lower classes and hadn't been truly invaded by demons, having seen the gruesome horrors in other districts, who could say this wasn't the first wave for F? While a few in the Ginza Mall were on high alert and most were utterly oblivious, Peng and Fan Jixian's groups had already joined forces. 3 teams working together to escape had better odds than 2, or even going solo. Whatever their recent conflicts, the priority was getting themselves and those around them out of the darkness. This was the common thought of the 3 members of the Bloodmouth Guild. Then, the next moment, numerous colorful lights blazed, accompanied by the roar of fireworks all around. Faint green particles like fireflies drifted through the hall, along with a shower of gold coins and oddly colored gems raining down from the air. Blinded by the coins and gems, most in the Ginza building scrambled to grab them. But no matter how badly they were injured in the scramble, blood and wounds healed quickly thanks to the descending green particles. Several men and women in wizard robes could be seen casting healing spells around the building. Whoever it is, Peng murmured. Then, he instinctively reached out, catching a green stone about to hit Yuan's head. Opening his hand, a sharply angular green gem rested in his palm. During his early days following the ghostly figure, Peng had diligently studied appraisal techniques. Flawless emeralds, capable of unleashing powerful magic, like the one in his hand, didn't require appraisal for him to estimate their worth. Each one commanded a market price of 500 gold coins, easily fetching 1,000 or 2 more on the black market. Yet here they were, given away as cheap party favors. Peng keenly felt the chasm between himself and the wealthy. In truth, the flawless gems falling from above were a minority. Most were gold coins and various broken or chipped gems. Even so, this was enough to raise the atmosphere within the Ginza building to a fever pitch, a veritable money shower. Chapter Urfi 6, the alchemical nobility who materialized this equipment. Against the backdrop of coins and gems raining from the sky, a clear rich voice cut through the collective bewilderment. Good evening, esteemed guests. I am Tiberius, butler to the Soros family. Please forgive the brief interruption and the sudden darkness. To celebrate the 13th birthday of our cherished young mistress Anne Soros, and to wish our Soros family princess ever-increasing beauty, health, and strength, the Soros family invites all present in this building to be our guests. Refreshments will be served shortly. Enjoy yourselves this evening. Due to our young princess's personal preferences and special request, guests who wish to participate in tonight's birthday celebration and possess at least a bronze rank in League of Legends are invited to the top floor of Ginza. We will be holding a recreational ranked match, and the ultimate victor will receive our young princess's most beloved teddy bear. And some additional gifts, of course. On the stage, bathed in the spotlight, an elderly man, his hair and beard silvered, his scalp noticeably balding yet possessing an undeniable aristocratic bearing, resolved everyone's questions. With a clap of his hands, a variety of drinks and delicacies were swiftly deployed by tuxedo-clad waiters, transforming the opulent shopping mall into a grand banquet hall dominated by shades of red and black in under 2 minutes. Thick red carpets covered the floor, a live band played soothing, pleasant melodies, and the air hummed with the sweet aroma of food and drink. Simultaneously, dozens of descending screens displayed a large, adorable brown teddy bear. In its cuddly paws, it clutched a bright red gift box overflowing with gold coins, gems, and exquisite luxury items. Hello everyone, this is the top of the Ginza building. Currently, staff are preparing the League of Legends birthday competition venue for the esteemed Miss Anne. Participants of any age and rank, as long as you and your team secure victory, will receive Miss Anne's prize teddy bear and 50,000 gold coins as a champion prize. As everyone knows, the Soros family is a renowned aristocratic family in Wizard City, primarily engaged in the production of various alchemical products. Soros products have long been highly sought after by powerful wizards of all levels, even supplying the military. So even if some powerful professionals present aren't interested in the simple gold coin reward, the Soros family has prepared equally appealing gifts for everyone. The sharply dressed man on the screen spoke quickly and clearly. This charismatic middle-aged man was once a hugely popular television host in the Western world during the 21st century. After the advent of the Age of Wizards, those without ability might not rise, but those with ability still have it. This highly capable host, even without hosting television programs anymore, still found a well-paying job in the new era. The host swiftly and fluently concluded his introduction, and a series of equipment images and descriptions appeared on the large screen. First, a formidable suit of heavy armor that looked as if it were crafted entirely from pure gold. Galen's full-body armor crafted by alchemical apprentices trained by the Soros family at Miss Annie's request, using rare materials. This full-body heavy armor solidifies defensive magic, reducing incoming damage by 30% and provides a 45 bonus to the resilience talent of people of Han Chinese descent. Note a first-order alchemical creation. It can withstand first-order and lower-level enemies, but it's not truly indestructible against second-order or higher-level opponents. 2. Void Egg, a failed creation from a high-level Black Wizard's Chema experiments. Although it's a still living egg, the overwhelmingly potent dark energy suggests that the beast hatching from it will bring slaughter and ill omen. Even its original owner found it difficult to control, hence its sale to the Soros family. Note, the Soros family guarantees that it can hatch a chimera with enormous potential, but does not guarantee the life or property safety of the hatcher. 3. Ascloth armor boots, alchemically crafted defensive boots that not only increase the wearer's running speed, but the defensive energy they radiate also enhances the wearer's defense level. 4. Team contract, a contract imbued with healing magic. However, it's more than just healing. Those who betray it will also suffer the contract's punishment. 5 Zai stones. After 3 hours of continuous charging, it can generate 3 void eyes imperceptible to ordinary people. Place the void eyes on the paths you've traveled, on paths enemies might take, or simply throw them into places you can't see. Note, vision is the guarantee of output. The large screen displayed 3D models and detailed descriptions of the equipment. The exceptional performance of these items captivated every professional present. Fueled by the passionate commentary of the former butler, now a celebrated TV host, many in the crowd headed for the elevators to the top floor. After all, there was nothing to lose by losing, but what if they won? What an adorable teddy bear! I want to hug it! As Peng subconsciously estimated the value of the alchemic creations displayed on the screen, the Korean girl held by Fan Jixian and Chimei beside Peng simultaneously exclaimed their admiration for the enormous teddy bear on the screen. A top designer's masterpiece crafted by a national-level seamstress, and imbued with a charm-enhancing enchantment, the large brown teddy bear on the screen was a luxury toy that ordinary girls would never normally encounter. Hui Mei, do you like it? If you do, I'll get it for you. Fan Jixian watched the girl in his arms gaze at the bear on the screen with shining eyes. It wasn't just her. Few girls in the Ginza Mall weren't captivated by the adorable creature. Yeah, with Jixian Gi's skills, winning a championship in this kind of entertainment competition is a piece of cake. It wasn't Hui Mei, but a stylishly dressed Korean girl with dyed hair who spoke. Her statement was met with unanimous agreement from those around her, clearly demonstrating their confidence in Fan Jixian's gaming abilities. Are the 2 stewards participating as well? Why don't we go up together? Fan Jixian's confident and gentle smile felt both irritating and annoying to Peng. However, to not seize such a huge opportunity seemed out of character, especially since it was Meixian's birthday, and he couldn't let her special day end on a sore note. It's just an entertainment match, there's no harm in participating, but I won't be going up with you guys. With that, Peng turned and left with the 3 girls. For Meixian, staying with that Korean man was a humiliating ordeal, and Peng naturally considered her feelings. However, he didn't notice that his actions were interpreted as cold indifference by Fan Jixian. Disliked by the 2 stewards, it seems I can't stay in the Bloodmouth Guild. In that case, stewards, simply playing a match is meaningless. How about we add a little something to spice things up? What's the meaning of this? Frowning slightly, Peng stopped and turned, only to see a growing battle intent in the other man's eyes. Emma's Yuan seems fond of my girlfriend's necklace, doesn't she? Let's wager this necklace. The winner of the competition wins everything, while the loser, whether second place or last place, gets nothing. Not planning to work for the Bloodmoth Guild anymore, just looking to make a quick buck and leave. The prize you're after is this flawless emerald. Holding the unusually large gemstone between 3 fingers, Peng said with a playful smirk. Then, he turned and strode away with the 3 girls, heading towards another elevator ascending to the top of Ginza. The Strangler Vine, he said, I accept your challenge. Want to fight? I love a good fight. Let's fight to the death and see who survives. His voice, filled with manic energy, grew stronger as he walked, like a thunderous tsunami bearing down on them. His unapologetic challenge drew the attention of everyone present. Most of the South Korean men and women, except for Fan Jixian, turned pale with fear. Zhu Peng's formidable aura, honed through countless battles and bloody skirmishes, forged in the crucible of countless desperate situations, was far beyond anything these South Korean youths, glued to their computers playing games all day, could comprehend. What? He doesn't know about Jixian, Gi's professional player skills, right? With all of us cooperating, we could even take on a weaker professional team, someone whispered. Professional player skills were a thing back in the 2000s. Fan Jixian replied, I haven't played League of Legends in a while. But anyway, be careful of that man. He'll be our strongest opponent in this competition. With a grim expression, Fan Jixian turned and headed towards a different elevator. If Zhu Peng weren't such a staunchly pro-China hawk, Fan Jixian might have avoided provoking him, considering he had a Korean girlfriend and several Korean friends. But now there was no choice. Looking at the Japanese and Russian members of Bloodmoth Guild, Fan Jixian understood the subtle ruthlessness of their guild master. Japanese samurai and Russian warriors performed the dirtiest, most exhausting, and most dangerous monster hunting tasks, yet were almost entirely squeezed out by the Chinese pugilists. Yet, Zhu Peng's favoritism was impossible to prove. Fan Jixian didn't want to experience that kind of manipulation firsthand. Meanwhile, Zhu Peng stood in the slowly rising elevator, his brow furrowed. Did I overact pushing a fellow countryman to the opposing side for a few ordinary South Koreans? To be broad-minded, one must be like the sea, encompassing all, he mused. Fan Jixian is still useful, at least as a top-tier monster hunter. But I have to win this competition. As the elevator doors opened, Zhu Peng finished his thoughts and stepped out. The Jinza rooftop was filled with food and drinks. Amidst the luxurious surroundings, small groups of contestants, usually fewer than 5, exchanged conversations, most hoping to find skilled gamers to carry them, at least to avoid being a liability. Chapter 0257 The Anti-Korean Creep Liu Ren. The competition venue on the top floor of the Ginza building offered drinks and food, even more exquisite and high-end than those at the building's banquet. Zhu Peng, there are only 4 of us, one teammate short. Then let's invite someone on the spot. I'll take care of that. You 3 go grab some food and drinks, it's going to be a battle lasting several hours. Zhu Peng replied to Yuan, scanning the crowd. Because of the delay caused by the confrontation with Fan Jixian, Zhu Peng and his group were a step behind those who had rushed up earlier. The Soros family steward could appear at any moment to announce the start of the competition. Those who hadn't assembled a team of 5 might be randomly assigned to teams with random players, or more likely eliminated directly. Zhu Peng already held a card in his left hand. If he still couldn't find a suitable person at the last minute, he would activate the Destiny card, even if it meant consuming the precious power he had accumulated. He needed it to find the most suitable 5th member. It wasn't just for Qi Meixiang's birthday. The reward offered by the playful young princess of the Soros family was simply too tempting to refuse. Let me tell you, I'm already a high-end player in Silver 1. My top lane Garen can fight, tank, escape, deal damage and steal kills. A fat man blabbered in the crowd, stuffing a mouthful of meat into his mouth as he spoke. His eating habits were somewhat unsightly, but his Silver 1 rank was indeed attractive, drawing a crowd around him who were already discussing how to divide the prize money after winning. Zhu Peng listened for a while, then turned and walked away without hesitation. A perennial Garen player, indeed, he can fight, tank, escape, deal damage, and steal kills. But this is both an advantage and a disadvantage. In League of Legends, heroes and strategies have their strengths and weaknesses. While one can reach a certain rank by mastering a single hero through intense practice, unfamiliarity with other heroes and strategies prevents such players from breaking through to the ranks of true experts. This is easily understood in the context of martial arts. While there are those who are broadly knowledgeable but not deeply skilled, there are none who are deeply skilled but not broadly knowledgeable. Even someone primarily skilled in Tai Chi, Baguozhang, or Xingyiquan cannot reach the highest levels without understanding other styles. Focusing on one main martial art is a path to rapid advancement, but to become a true grandmaster, one must be eclectic, even borrowing from other styles to improve their own. You may not need to learn other styles, but you cannot be completely ignorant of them. More importantly, what if they ban Garen? Zhu Peng wandered aimlessly through the hall, more and more people forming fixed teams, leaving fewer and fewer individuals. Then Fan Jixian led his South Korean team onto the scene. Their mere presence exuded an oppressive aura, like tigers among sheep, a testament to years of esports dominance and national character. It was much like Chinese table tennis players on the international stage. They rarely considered any non-Chinese player a true opponent. Unrivaled, they stood alone. He searched almost the entire hall, failing to find a truly skilled solo player. However, the moment Fan Jixian and his team entered, Zhu Peng noticed a man in a corner constantly eating paws. His body tensed instinctively as if a tiger had suddenly encountered a lion. A subconscious reaction ingrained from years of competition between powerful forces. Though he relaxed a moment later, returning his attention to his food, that fleeting change was enough for Zhu Peng to notice him. Dude, what country are you from? What's your name? The scruffy man, who had been engrossed in his meal, looked up. He saw a man of unremarkable appearance but steely resolve. His eyes were bright and clear, his very presence radiated a powerful energy. Liu Chinese. What's up, brother? He extended a hand still greasy from his food. Seeing no sign of disgust from the other man, the bespectacled man shook his hand. The moment their hands met, Liu felt a strange glint in the other man's eyes, as if he had been completely seen through. Yet, a blink later it felt like a mere illusion. Liu was an unkempt man clad in dirty, long-sleeved shirt and shorts, and oversized sandals that looked like slippers. He had pale skin, wore glasses, and possessed a rather handsome face marred by a beard. His frame was thin and weak. If Zhu Peng were choosing a teammate for a perilous adventure in the first realm's toxic throne, he certainly wouldn't pick this man. But for a battle in the League of Legends arena, this guy was perfect. Look, I hate them, and I bet you hate them too. We are 4 people here. We may not be the best, but we promise not to be a burden. How about we team up and target those South Korean jerks? Zhu Peng gestured towards the imposing South Korean team. For years these South Koreans have acted this way in 21st century esports. Even now in the age of mages, they remain insufferable. I'm not that good, I can play support and just cruise along, but targeting a Korean esports team, that's something I'm up for. Many Chinese are cowards, too afraid of losing face to even try. Don't you feel ashamed as a Chinese person watching these Koreans flaunt their superiority before your very eyes? Think this goading will work on me? Hey, if you don't even have the strength to bring me before the Koreans, don't blame me for slacking off. Catcha? Liu snapped a chicken bone in 2 with his teeth, chewed it, and swallowed. A feral glint shone in his eyes. League of Legends chaotic selection match. After Zhu Peng found Liu, the match began quickly. It started with a chaotic selection match. Since there were many teams, it was a 1-game elimination. Only after the numerous weaker teams were eliminated, leaving only 8, did the more formal best of 3 matches begin. Only the 8 strong and the finals would see the true star of this entertainment match, Annie Soros, appear to appreciate the battles and slaughter presented before her. Chapter 158. A disastrously disadvantaged lineup choice. On the rooftop of Jinza Tower, a red carpet led to the open-air competition site. Teams of players with vastly different skill levels strode in. After the official computer's random allocation, 5 men stood before Zhu Peng's group, their opponents in the first preliminary round. Lu Renjie, Yi Bing Ding, and Guowu with a 4th tone. Upon seeing the 3 girls in the opposing team's lineup, the 5 preliminary round players' eyes lit up. They almost simultaneously displayed lecherous smiles. Not that they dared openly flirt with pretty girls in public. But, in League of Legends, 9 out of 10 girls are terrible players. This led the Jie Yi Bing Ding and Wu quintet to believe that they had already won this preliminary round. In reality, this was a rather unfortunate misunderstanding. Before the match began, everyone followed etiquette, nodding to each other without actually touching. In the wizarding world, this was considered necessary since many dark races were inherently unsuitable for direct contact with ordinary humans. For example, vampires, werewolves, elemental beings. A handshake with one of them might leave a normal human's hand unusable. So, some formalities were naturally simplified. After the nods, everyone except Zhu Peng turned away. Zhu Peng, rather conspicuously, extended his hand to Lu Renjie, who after a moment of surprise hurriedly shook it in return. This was an ancient 21st century Earth custom, but since the other party had shown courtesy, they couldn't be too rude, Lu Renjie thought. However, unbeknownst to him, the instant his palm met the other man's, the power of Zhu Peng's destiny cards in his consciousness subtly activated. Using the other man's hand as a medium, Zhu Peng instantly saw through Lu Renjie's rank and preferred champion strategies. After all, skill in League of Legends heavily depends on right-hand speed. This was a direct causal link, a medium for insight. Have a good game. Zhu Peng smiled faintly, speaking politely. Oh, good, you too, Lu Renjie responded somewhat hastily and embarrassedly. The 2 team leaders exchanged pleasantries before returning to their respective teams. Captain, what was that about? Nothing much, he's probably just being old-fashioned. Too bad he wasn't a pretty girl. The 4 members, Yi, Bing, Ding and Wu, erupted in laughter at Lu Renjie's comment. On the other side, Zhu Peng's 5-man team logged in, their expressions ranging from grim to tense. In that respect, Zhu Peng's team seemed less relaxed than their opponents. 10 players logged in, the automatic matchmaking system initiated. As their systems connected and a row of diverse champion icons appeared on the screen, the battle had begun. Both teams had 3 bans, directly impacting the outcome by eliminating champions the opponent excelled at or that countered their own team. Just like that Silver Eye Garen from the banquet, if he truly reached Silver Eye solely through Garen, banning Garen would cripple his performance significantly. Ban Nocturne first. None of us use him, but he's too strong in both solo kills and team fights. Nocturne's card appeared, then was slashed and torn apart by a Void Blade, effectively banned. The opposing team banned the aggressive early game ganker, Widowmaker. Zhu Peng's team then banned Brand, whose burst damage and team fight output were overwhelming, while the opposing team banned Master Yi. Brother, should we ban the Molten Giant, Malphite, next? Neither side has banned Janna yet, and I'm worried they'll use a Malphite Janna burst lineup. Of Zhu Peng's team, besides Liu, the Japanese girl, Chimika had the most experience playing the game. Her skill level aside, her combat experience was practically the richest, and she worriedly warned Zhu Peng about the classic synergy, fearing they'd fall behind in champion composition. It's fine. Let them pick Janna and Malphite. Zhu Peng banned Kha'Zix. The moment Zhu Peng banned Nidalee, the enemy team erupted in ecstatic laughter. Victory was theirs. The other team was clearly a bunch of idiots. With a silver-ranked Guoshu top, a Stone Man support, and a Vengeance Spear ADC, 3 of them could easily wipe out the enemy team. It seemed the team boasting 3 female players had come to throw the match. Prioritizing friendship over victory, Lu Renyi, Renbing, Rendin and Renwu were all buzzing with excitement, but Lu Renjie, the highest-ranked member and temporary team leader, found his mind drifting back to the smiling man who had shaken his hand earlier. The man's confident gaze, as if he had already foreseen everything, lingered in his memory. However, his subtle apprehension vanished after checking their ranks at the start of the match. Ju Peng mid lane Cho'Gath bronze He, Chi Maxiang top lane Nautilus bronze AV, Yiwen ADC Jinx bronze V Bridget jungle Warwick, Li Yerin support bronze V. Wow, a bronze 5-man squad. They're clearly just here for fun, one player said. Let's get this over within 20 minutes. Staying up late is bad for girls' skin. Yeah, let's send them home early so we can gather intel on other opponents, another chimed in. Compared to Ju Peng's bronze 5-man team, Lu Renjie's squad enjoyed a significant advantage in both composition and rank. Lu Renjie mid lane Yasuo silver, Lu Renai top lane Rumble silver 2, Lu Renbing ADC Sivir bronze CA, Lu Rendin jungle Lee Sin bronze I, Lu Renwu support Alistar silver V Stone Man's ultimate had a group knock-up effect, Sivir's ultimate had a group knock-up effect, Alistar's Q had a group knock-up effect, and even Lee Sin with skillful play could achieve a group knock-up with his ultimate. This lineup, coupled with the terrifying damage output of Yasuo, could crush any ordinary team. A 3v5 would be enough to cause complete collapse. Meanwhile, Ju Peng, fingers interlocked, offered a cold smile. The moment they made contact, he had used his destiny card to see Lu Renjie's rank and his favored heroes. The destiny card didn't require physical contact. If necessary, Ju Peng could predict by merely speaking the name, but that would consume an immense amount of destiny power, resulting in fragmented and blurry information, yielding little useful intel. With contact, especially direct contact with the investigated past, the consumption of fate power became exceptionally low, and the fragmented images appearing in Ju Peng's mind became clearer, more specific, and more directional. 2 days prior, after a series of battles at the professional guild, Ju Peng gained the recognition of the mad researcher Ana, accumulating a total of 126 points of fate power in his fate card, causing it to transform from a pale white to a beautiful azure blue. It seemed to follow a similar accumulation pattern to item levels white, blue, gold, dark gold, and finally the legendary top tier set. Peering into Liu Ren's pass cost Ju Peng 5 points of fate power, peering into Lu Renjie's pass cost only 2. The fate power in his fate card dropped from 126 to 119, its rank falling from azure to a deep white. Though regrettable, Ju Peng would inevitably need to use this trump card during the upcoming matches, so it was unavoidable. As time passed, after the Ban Pei K phase, the entire competition hall fell into a silent stillness. All participants stared at the slowly rotating witchcraft formations on their computer screens. Before moments later, they slumped back in their wide armchairs as if their souls had been extracted. The 5 members of Ju Peng's team focused their attention on the witchcraft formations on their screens. After a moment, swirling ripples appeared, and the majority of their mental will was drawn into the Summoner's Rift of the League of Legends. With the summoning, 5 beams of light flashed, and Ju Peng transformed into a dark purple insectoid creature standing in the blue team's base on the Summoner's Rift. Beside him stood a tall, upright werewolf. The giant wolf's open mouth revealed Bridget's somewhat immature face. Chi Maisheng was enveloped in the heavy armor of the deep-sea titan, while Yewen, her small face painted with war paint, wielded an assault rifle, and Liu Ren, despite his transformation into the tall and powerful Braum, still exuded a profoundly unsettling aura. No matter how many times I enter, I still find this state somewhat uncomfortable. Instinctively, Ju Peng extended his crimson tongue to lick his sharp claws. Each time he transformed into the Void Terror, he could vaguely sense an endless greed for flesh deep within his heart. The League of Legends in the wizarding world had 2 modes. One was the normal method of controlling the game through a computer, like in the 21st century. The other was to use the witchcraft formation to immerse a large portion of one's mental will into Summoner's Rift. Both methods had their advantages. The first was better for macro-level game awareness, the second was better for immersion and fine control. Ju Peng usually used the first method, but with such significant stakes this time, he had to put forth his full effort to secure victory. Humph, he. Ha! Peg! Let's team up and crush them. With a burst of bullets spraying into the air, Ivan charged into battle, her newbie player's ferocious aura radiating. This elf always had a wild beast cage within her, and only in the virtual world of League of Legends could she unleash its savage fury. Don't stress, it's just a fun match. Let's play it as it comes, based on reason and instinct. Having said this, Ju Peng as Kog'Maw bought a Doran's Ring 2 potions, and a free ward from the base shop. After spending all his starting gold, the dark purple, monstrous beast strode onto the battlefield. Chapter 059. A gentle breeze rustled through the emerald grass. The scent of earth, the magnificent architecture, the breathtaking Summoner's Rift, it all unfurled before the 10 contestants like a timeless masterpiece. In the real world, night had fallen, but in Summoner's Rift, it was eternally dawn. My reason told me it was all an illusion, yet the beauty was so captivating, the sensation so real. No wonder so many people lost themselves in this world. Taking a deep breath of the crisp air, the dark purple beast heard the distant roar of a dragon soaring in the sky. Summoner's Rift and the real world existed in parallel, yet utterly separate. As Ju Peng as Kog'Maw opened his eyes again, he saw blue skies, green grass, and a dashing swordsman casually toying with a long, sharp blade. Your demise will be quicker than you imagine. Don't bother attacking, I've already won. With these words, the swordsman, before the minions arrived, lunged at Zhu Peng with a feint Zhonggang Shan. The name itself speaks of its ruthlessness and speed, steel cutting, lightning fast. The sharp blade flashed past Kog'Maw, but the dark purple beast, encased in its chitinous exoskeleton, didn't budge. From the swordsman's position, the attack couldn't possibly reach him. After the purple side's Yasuo, controlled by Lu Renjia, made his display at 1945, the first waves of minions from both sides arrived at the mid lane, clashing together. Yasuo had no mana limitations, making him highly aggressive. The elegant swordsman, holding his long blade reversed, strode menacingly towards Kog'Maw, preparing to use his skills to whittle down his opponent's health early on. Ideally, he wanted to unsettle his opponent, making them flustered and uncertain. But upon seeing Yasuo's aggressive approach, Kog'Maw immediately retreated, staying outside the range of his skills. Both players had just joined the game, but Zhu Peng didn't rush in to fight head-on. From a purely strategic standpoint, champions like Metal Master and Cho'Gath, known for their steady and ruthless playstyles, are relatively strong counters to Yasuo. The opponent's aggressive approach clearly exploited Zhu Peng's bronzy rank. Even the most effective strategies require a relatively even playing field. It's like a bucket of ice water can't stop a volcanic eruption. Not that water doesn't extinguish fire. However, unknown to Lu Renjia, Zhu Peng's low rank was simply due to the time commitment of his guild work and personal training, combined with his preference for a real-world control scheme that hindered precise character manipulation. These factors contributed to his low rank, but his actual skill was far from weak. Damn, such a coward. Watching Cho'Gath frantically retreat upon seeing him advance, Lu Renjia, playing Yasuo, couldn't help but scoff and then fall back. The game had just begun, everyone's champions were level 1, and even minion attacks hurt significantly at this stage. Therefore Yasuo opted to farm, aiming to suppress the opponent under the tower and secure an economic advantage. Thinking this, he saw an enemy melee minion reduced to critical health. The Yasuo player stepped forward, raising his katana to finish it off with a basic attack. But before the sharp blade could fall, he felt a series of bone spear-like energy spikes graze, and the protective wind slash which enveloped him was triggered and dissipated rapidly. Cho'Gath's E-skill, Feral Scream. Along with the area of effect damage from the beast's basic attack, the damage wasn't particularly high, but it was enough to trigger Yasuo's protective wind slash. Starting with E, a very stable playstyle. This thought flashed through Lu Renjia's mind, but he didn't pay much attention. Both sides essentially transitioned peacefully to level 2. However, Yasuo's defensive wind slash never stacked. It was constantly triggered and dispersed by Feral Scream. This cycle repeated several times, leaving Yasuo at a blood disadvantage from Feral Scream's area of effect damage, especially after Cho'Gath reached level 2. His occasional use of Rupture within the minion wave made things difficult. Whenever Zhu Peng used Rupture, Yasuo either had to charge into last hit and risk being knocked up, or watch helplessly as the enemy minion was finished off by his own melee minions. After several waves, Cho'Gath had 20 last hits while Yasuo had a paltry 9, effectively doubled in last hits. The time spent missing last hits was spent preventing Cho'Gath's harassment and trading blows. But if it were just a wave of mutual exchanges, that would be fine. Zhu Peng's Kog'Maw retreated and advanced, occasionally last-hitting minions to recover health and mana with his passive, Voracious Appetite. He was focusing on a prolonged battle of attrition, and in the early to mid-game, the Wind Fury, Yasuo, was no match for the Void Terror. Currently, Kog'Maw's health and mana were at over 80%, steadily suppressing the Wind Fury. Director, you've got the wrong script. Logically, shouldn't my Silver Eye Wind Fury be utterly crushing the Bronze 2 opponent, becoming rich and handsome, marrying a beautiful Hyress and thus reaching the pinnacle of life? What's going on here? Lu Renjia, attached to the Wind Fury's body, roared inwardly, feeling that he wasn't facing a bronze player at all. The opponent's Kog'Maw was steady and experienced, at least his own rank. Lu Renjia even suspected Zhu Peng was using a newly bought account to troll him. Damn it. In another moment of distraction, the Wind Fury found himself passing through the enemy with his E-Steel Tempest, only to be grazed by another fearsome spike. The hard-earned passive defenses were triggered again and rapidly dissipated. Let's switch it up, constantly being whittled down won't work. Let's throw all my skills at him, then retreat and farm. This thought flashed through his mind, and the Wind Fury shifted his stance, sidestepping and thrusting at the dark purple insect with a Q, the Rising Storm. This hit would trigger the skill's effect, and then he could retreat and return with another Rising Storm, bringing their health to roughly equal levels. However, ideals are plump and sexy, reality is bonny and harsh. Seeing the Wind Fury, already with a third of his health gone and lacking the steadfast passive, daring to charge forward, Kog'Maw scratched his head with his forelegs, thinking that the youth of today really were too pure. Chapter Odru 60 Guy. From Kog'Maw's perspective, the unprotected Yasuo, nearly half dead, charging at him, was like Li Yue running towards a fierce tiger. His fleshy body undulated invitingly, a tempting morsel that demanded a bite. A basic attack followed by Steel Tempest. The dark purple monstrosity before the swordsman opened its terrifying maw filled with sharp teeth, letting out a roar. This instantly escalated Lu Renjia's envisioned attrition battle into a decisive confrontation. The silent skill, Primal Howl, accompanied by a surge of pale blue magical energy, caused ripples in the surrounding air. The Wind Fury felt his ever-present wind blade energy forcibly dispelled, and without it the powerful warrior was merely an ordinary swordsman. Similar to Garen's classic 3-hit combo of auto-attack, Q and auto-attack, Kog'Maw's Or Doppo auto-attack is an equally seamless and effective fighting style, The 1-second silence from level 1 void call ended, and the scattered gusts of wind returned to the Wind Swordsman. Almost simultaneously, already half dead from the classic 3-hit combo, frantically used his E to escape. However, as Kog'Maw stepped onto the ground, a pale green circular array appeared among the minions in the middle lane. E is a linear displacement skill, it doesn't have any S-shaped evasion effect. Within the array amongst the minions, bone spikes erupted, launching the Wind Swordsman into the air. Shit, not good. A chill ran down Lu Renjia's spine. At the same time, a whirlwind surrounded Kog'Maw, a faint blue phantom rapidly hurtling towards the Wind Swordsman. Ignite was applied, followed by a furious auto-attack barrage. Zhu Peng's keystone rune for Kog'Maw was Stormrider's Surge, compared to the combat-oriented Warlord's Bloodlust that increased attack speed for the Wind Swordsman. Stormrider Surge is a support-oriented rune, dealing damage equivalent to 30% of the opponent's maximum health within 2 seconds, significantly increases movement speed, weakening the high-frequency ghostly walk. The combat effectiveness boost from Stormrider Surge is naturally inferior to combat-oriented runes, but if you can't beat a Kog'Maw without combat runes, you probably won't even be able to escape. The Wind Swordsman's movement speed was significantly reduced after being knocked airborne by Rupture. Each step felt like wading through mud, and Kog'Maw, equipped with red attack speed runes, unleashed a barrage of attacks fueled by Stormrider's Surge. Lu Renjia gritted his teeth and used Flash, but Kog'Maw, a trail of blue phantoms trailing behind him, relentlessly pursued and continued auto-attacking. The chase reached the purple side turret. Kog'Maw, over half health, took a turret shot, relentlessly auto-attacking the Wind Swordsman to death under his own tower, securing the first blood. Damn, wasted Flash, I panicked. 2 seconds later, the system's female voice announced Fit Blood. Hearing the news of the Wind Swordsman's solo kill and first blood in the mid lane, the purple team members EBD Wu were astonished. What happened to you, Swordsman? You're a Silver Eye player, and you couldn't even suppress the Kog'Maw, let alone getting solo killed. The purple team's top laner, the Molten Giant, frowned slightly, then refunded a defensive item he had just bought in the base shop, replacing it with an amplifying tome. In his estimation, if the Wind Swordsman couldn't deal sufficient damage, he would have to make up for the lack of output. Kog'Maw's blue health bar is still almost half full, meaning he still has plenty of room to kill you. Even if I went over there now, I couldn't secure the kill. The Lee Sin jungler glanced at mid lane and scoffed. Alright, the Cho'Gath does counter the Yasuo, but his contribution in team fights can't compare to mine. Monk, the enemy jungler is a Nidalee, you won't be able to counter jungle effectively, so come gank mid lane later. Even if you can't kill Kog'Maw, at least it'll help me recover some lost ground. Letting out a long sigh, Lu Renjia shook off the unpleasantness of being solo killed. After all, he's a battle-hardened silver player. A single death wasn't enough to shatter his confidence. However, what the man transformed into, the Void Monstrosity, would teach him the meaning of fear. The Void Terror Kog'Maw. After solo killing the enemy Yasuo in the mid lane and securing first blood for 400 gold, Zhu Peng controlled Kog'Maw to push the wave under the tower, then immediately recalled in mid lane. With nearly 1500 gold, he opened the shop in the base fountain. Zhu Peng scanned the overall situation: a Cho'Gath versus a Nautilus, 2 massive tanks slugging it out. Essentially, neither could significantly damage the other. The enemy Lee Sin jungler had attempted a gank but was spotted by Chi Meixiang's ward. The girl instantly responded with a Q, pulling herself back with her hook, demonstrating incredibly steady play. The bot lane was currently even. Yuan's aggressive poppy playstyle was pushing, but Liu was always able to keep up. While his performance was just average, it was already beyond the enemy's capacity to suppress. He hadn't made any significant mistakes. At most, he wasn't aggressively capitalizing on the opponent's errors. Bridget's Warwick jungler was mindlessly farming, seemingly unwilling to gank until level 6. This situation was more than enough for Zhu Peng. Kog'Maw scratched his head with his claws, sending sparks flying, then spent the majority of his savings to buy Magi Soul Stealer. This build and attitude from Zhu Peng was an unforgiving mockery to his opponents, especially the enemy jungler. When Kog'Maw, now with a surprisingly nimble physique, reappeared in the mid lane, the enemy team instantly erupted. Damn, Kog'Maw went straight for Magi's. This is a slap in the face! Mid lane, can you take this? I don't know if you can, but I know with my hot temper, I certainly couldn't. Less than 10 minutes into the game, he built Magi's as his first item. Does he think our mid laner and jungler are dead? A cacophony of chaotic noise filled his ears, yet Lu Renjia, controlling the wind-slashing warrior, merely frowned slightly before a delighted expression crossed his face. That was League of Legends for you. It didn't care how dominant you were. Dare to get cocky, and the game would bring you crashing down. In the wind-slashing warrior's eyes, Kog'Maw, having only secured a single kill, dared to go for a Magi's Soul Stealer build. That was the drawback of the Void Terror's ultimate inflation. Monk, I'll trade blows with the big bug twice, then lure it to my side. You come over and kick it under our tower. I'll unleash my ultimate, and we'll combine it with the tower's bombardment. If it still survives, I'll eat my own shit. Kog'Maw, brimming with arrogance, returned to his lane, only to find the wind-slashing warrior, who had just been slain, once again showcasing his prowess with a series of relentless dashes. In a typical casual game, Zhu Peng might simply write it off as the opponent's inherent recklessness, a player who would die without going all in. But in a championship with a 50 Zalos and prize pool, would a potential champion contender, a self-proclaimed silver player, continue to risk it all so recklessly? Once again he traded blows with the wind-slashing warrior, exchanging auto attacks for a steel tempest followed by a primal scream. Silenced, the wind-slashing warrior remained unfazed, activating his keystone talent, Warlord's Bloodlust, and continuing his auto-attack output. The Void Fear's sturdy foot and the warrior's sharp blade clashed in a brutal exchange. The moment the silence from Primal Scream wore off, the wind-slashing warrior's blade whipped up a whirlwind, sending Kog'Maw flying before using a dash to escape. This time, the wind-slashing warrior deliberately avoided the area with the most allied minions, successfully evading Kog'Maw's rupture. Had it been a simple exchange, the wind-slashing warrior wouldn't have gained an advantage, nor would he have lost much. The problem was the blue side minions pierced by bone spears turned into faint green lights, replenishing Kog'Maw's health, giving the beast a noticeable health boost thanks to the Void Terror's God tier lane sustain passive Carnivore. Against that passive you either killed it in one go, or you didn't fight it at all. Few champions could outlast Kog'Maw's lane sustain. As the wind-slashing warrior, down by a third of his health, seethed with frustration, Peng, doubting his opponent's strategy, silently muttered the name Lu Renjia. With the glow of fate cards flashing in his consciousness at the cost of 12 points of fate power, Peng saw a vision of himself being sent flying towards the opposing tower by a Lee Sin's Dragon's Kick 2 minutes later. Xiaolin, don't come. Go help the bottom lane, they're getting pressured. Given Yuan's temperament, she won't put up with it for long. But you got first blood and built a Magi's. Their jungler might target you, you know. Relax. I'm hoping the Lee Sin comes. Her Kog'Maw, having anticipated the enemy's plan, not only didn't retreat his minion wave, but instead played even more aggressively and ruthlessly, leaving no room for error. Peng abandoned his previous strategy of quickly clearing the lane and pushing minions under the enemy tower, instead opting for a slow, controlled approach, only last hitting when an enemy minion was at death's door. He even deactivated his fearsome presence. However, if the Yasuo dared to approach, the Voidborn would unleash a wild scream rupture and a face-to-face basic attack. The most terrifying aspect of a skilled Kog'Maw player is their ability to unleash all their damage within the brief silence imposed by their W, and with Peng's Storm Raider's surge, he essentially controlled the initiative in both offense and defense. Monk, if you don't come soon I can't hold on. He's not just denying my CS, he's pushing me out of experience range. Lu Renjia, controlling the Yasuo, practically gritted his teeth. Having been denied farm early on and then single-handedly killed, he was significantly behind the blue team's mid laner Kog'Maw in both level and equipment. Watching his hard-earned health and mana slowly regenerate thanks to Kog'Maw's passive, Yasuo felt utterly helpless. Don't shout, I've just barely hit level 6. Without my ultimate, even if I gank, our combined output won't be enough to kill him. Came the reply as the purple side's Lee Sin placed a ward in the unwarded bush, his confidence soaring. He was ready to strike. Chapter 061 I am your deepest fear. Against the backdrop of the tense clash between the blue and purple teams, the purple side's Lee Sin was stealthily lurking in an unwarded bush. I bear Magi's Soul Stealer. I'll make sure you die before you can stack a single layer, Lu Renjia thought viciously, signaling Yasuo to prepare for the gank. Is the Lee Sin finally here? Observing Yasuo's sudden eagerness, Kog'Maw decisively retreated towards his own tower. This unexpected move threw both Yasuo and Lee Sin off balance. Forgetting about whether or not they could knock Kog'Maw back under their tower, Lee Sin rushed out of the bush, landing a sonic wave perfectly on the retreating Kog'Maw. Simultaneously, Yasuo used his E steadfast, dashing forward with lightning speed. As Lee Sin, having hit his target, leaped through the air, he and Yasuo's attacks formed a pincer movement. However, just before the fatal blow, Kog'Maw slammed his foot on the ground, a circular magic array appearing beneath him. The next second, he flashed to avoid the combined attack of Yasuo and Lee Sin, while his upward thrusting rupture spikes sent both Lee Sin and Yasuo airborne. A dark purple behemoth materialized, wheeled and roared a wild scream. Visible waves of pale blue magic pulsed through the air, silencing the purple team's jungler and mid laner simultaneously. Kog'Maw, after his W voracious appetite, auto-attacked the Lee Sin, then his maw, truly gaping maw, opened wide. Lee Sin, already low on health from his jungle trek, managed only one sonic wave before the purple jungler was swallowed whole. Kog'Maw's level 6 ultimate, Feast, even with Peng's major equipment, dealt nearly 350 true damage. Instant kill. Lee Sin's head, with only a sliver of health left after voracious appetite, vanished instantly into Kog'Maw's maw. His teammate Yasuo, the Wind's Fury, was beside himself. A one-shot kill. Lee Sin had at least 2/3 of his health bar left, only to be obliterated in under 3 seconds. Could he, Kog'Maw with all his abilities on cooldown, even be fought? As Yasuo hesitated, he clashed blades with a suddenly beefed-up insect, exchanging several blows, but his health plummeted. A Fear Decimator, Kog'Maw's primarily leveled E-skill. You can't win this, run! Yasuo still clung to a sliver of hope, but the fallen Lee Sin knew better. Kog'Maw, even without abilities and his red buff still active, was far beyond the under-equipped Yasuo's capacity to kill. Once his abilities came off cooldown, escape would be impossible. Lee Sin's warning was too late. Desperate and virtually defeated, Yasuo decided on a gamble, his katana wiring, creating a whirlwind before his foe. Immediately following with his legendary level 6 ultimate Last Breath, Yasuo's ultimate could strike up to 5 enemy champions, and with a decent build, the damage was explosive. But this time, last breath only engulfed one target. Kog'Maw, half dead from Yasuo's onslaught, landed with a thud, then shakily rose, Auto attacking Yasuo relentlessly, and then there was no then, and Rupture were off cooldown, and Yasuo, even with his ultimate, couldn't significantly dent Kog'Maw's health. He ultimately left his life in Zhu Peng's hands.
Mid laner, you fucking idiot.
Kog'Maw's main build is Fear Decimator. His auto attacks have additional magic damage. Just now I was killed and my red buff was stolen. At that moment you chose to fight him head on.
Are you crazy?
The blind monk, lying dead on the ground, was practically going insane. Lu Renjie, already killed, pulled himself away from the computer, his body drenched in cold sweat, panting heavily. Using his most skilled champion, he had been double killed by the enemy's Bronze Cho'Gath. The second time, even with his jungler's cooperation, he had been 2-for-1, a devastating blow that shattered his confidence. As Lu Renjie gasped for breath in the real world, the system's announcement of a double kill echoed throughout Summoner's Rift. A heavy silence fell over the purple team's voice chat. The top lane's Rumble, the bot lane's Ashe and Alistar, didn't know what to say. After a long silence, Rumble, suppressing the urge to smash his keyboard, hesitantly asked, "Monk, you went to help the wind, and yet you ended up feeding Cho'Gath a double kill. Guys, are you secretly working for the enemy team?" Alistar, the support, couldn't help but chime in, "Wind Sword Master, we were counting on you to carry us, to lead us to victory, but you've led us straight into the garbage heap. This entire team comp was built around you. Now you're getting completely stomped by Cho'Gath. Even if you manage to ult their entire team mid to late game, will you even do any damage? Alistar, you're being too optimistic. At this rate, I'm afraid Wind will feed Cho'Gath enough kills to max out his Magi's Soulstealer. What good will a late game team fight even be then?" Ashe added the final blow. Having the best situation of the bunch, even though his rank was lower, his words carried confidence. Alright, there's no use crying over spilled milk. Cho'Gath has 8 stacks on his Magi's. Wind, just stay under your tower and farm safely. Our only hope now is that in the late game you can land your ultimate and let us follow up. Then we might still have a chance. Aside from Cho'Gath, the rest of their team seems pretty average, Rumble said, finally stepping in to smooth things over. If we keep this up, our Sword Master might quit, and this game, where we have a clear advantage in terms of team composition, will definitely be lost. Just as the purple team was arguing amongst themselves, another kill occurred in the bot lane. The purple team's jungler, Lee Sin, had ganked top lane and reached level 6, and the enemy Warwick jungler, who had been farming steadily, naturally wasn't far behind. And at Zhu Peng's request, Bridget chose the bot lane as the first target for her level 6 ultimate, Unending Restraint. Chapter 062, our first victory in the powerful Korean team. The fight continued in the bot lane of Summoner's Rift. Gasping for breath, her heart a churning volcano, sweat streaming down her face, the girl's beautiful crimson eyes blazed like burning embers. Unlike Zhu Peng, who rarely played and actively handicapped himself with negative buffs, she preferred reality mode. Unlike Bridget, the wolf girl who hadn't played long but possessed exceptional jungle awareness. Even unlike Ximexiang, whom she dragged from Bronze I to Bronze IV. Bronze V was Yuan's true skill level. She didn't play often, lacking both Ximexiang's focus and Bridget's instinctive hunting talent. In this match, Yuan had been constantly suppressed in the bot lane. The Vengeance Spear was one thing, but the purple team's support Alistar was exceptionally skilled. His occasional WQ combo of Pulverize and Headbutt nearly killing Yuan several times, if not for Brom's steadfast protection. Yuan was arguably the weakest link in Zhu Peng's team, and she only played ADC, never having trained in any other role. Fortunately, Kog'Maw in the blue team's mid lane had been consistently suppressing Yasuo. Those consecutive kills boosted Yuan's morale. She understood Zhu Peng's strategy in letting Yasuo through. Kog'Maw inherently countered Yasuo. Zhu Peng, after pouring his mental fortitude into Summoner's Rift, perfectly compensated for his own operational weaknesses. The combination meant Kog'Maw had relentlessly crushed Yasuo throughout the match. Now the Yasuo, relegated to his tower and barely able to farm experience, was utterly unworthy of the purple team's carefully crafted lineup. It was just as Zhu Peng had once described in his martial arts philosophy: the strongest point is also the weakest. If the sharpness of a steel blade is dulled, its killing power might be less reliable than a solid iron rod. Yasuo was the purple team's blunted edge. Even if he ulted all 5 of his teammates in a teamfight, it wouldn't do much damage. It wasn't just about economy. His experience and level were also severely suppressed by Kog'Maw, especially with the double kill feed from the purple team's mid and jungle echoing through Summoner's Rift. The offensive of the Vengeance Spear and Alistar became noticeably disorganized. Although Yuan couldn't hear their in-game arguments, her sharp instincts as an elf told her that their morale had crumbled. Just then, Bridget initiated a gank alert. The beastkin of the wolf tribe and the elves were naturally at odds. If not for Zhu Peng's mediation, Bridget and Yuan would likely never have interacted. Using a scan to temporarily blind the ward in the bottom lane bush, the ferocious and agile Warwick didn't choose to destroy it. Instead, he continued to charge through the bush, his target directly aimed at the purple team's AD Vayne. Bridget loved the feeling of her spirit and will completely merging with the Blood Hunter. It made her feel like she had suddenly grown into a strong and ferocious adult, and the sense of power intoxicated her. So even knowing that Warwick wasn't a particularly strong jungler, Bridget still loved using him. What's more, Warwick's powerful control and team support abilities after level 6 were unmatched by most junglers. Suddenly bursting from the bush into the sight of the 4 bottom laners, the powerful Warwick roared to the heavens, a blood-red aura spreading. While Braum managed alright, the poorly equipped Jinx essentially gained an attack speed buff at that moment. The next instant, Warwick transcended the limits of space, directly pouncing on Vayne. Warwick's ultimate, Infinite Duress, suppressed his opponent for a full 1.8 seconds. At this time, Alistar hadn't returned to base to update his equipment, so his inventory lacked any items to protect the AD or remove debuffs. In his panic, Alistar made a critical mistake. He used his W Pulverize to knock up the Warwick who had already unleashed his ultimate. This left Jinx completely unburdened, allowing her to charge forward and unleash a frenzy of attacks within range. Despite desperately trying to escape, Alistar even sacrificed himself, using his ultimate to try and stop the 3 blue team heroes. However, they had pushed the lane too far and Vayne wasn't at full health. In the end, the ghost wielding the spear fell to Jinx's gunshots. Jinx's core talent, get excited, fully activated after taking Vayne's life, with Warwick and Braum consciously allowing it. Alistar's head was ultimately claimed by Bridget. Woo, that was satisfying. After being suppressed for a long time in the early game, the extreme excitement of the double kill caused a rosy blush to creep onto Bridget's usually pale skin. Dormant memories, the rigorous training in the temple since childhood, the glory and satisfaction of taking enemy lives with her crossbow in the forest, returned to her in this moment. The blood-soaked priestess of the Moon Temple, Brigitte Everett. Hey, wake up, the game's over. It's just 2 game characters, why your cheeks so red? The girl's reverie was shattered by a pair of warm hands kneading her cheeks like dough. Brigitte opened her eyes sleepily to see Peng standing before her, his hands gripping her face, rubbing and kneading. With the mid-lane collapse followed by a double kill in the bottom lane, the purple team's morale plummeted, leading them to surrender at the 20-minute mark. I just remembered something, but it's a little fuzzy, Ewan said, frowning and rubbing her temples with a troubled expression, looking as if she'd just woken up. If you can't remember, just let it go. Living in the present is most important, Peng said, picking up a plate of pastries from behind him. He made them himself, so his taste was impeccable. From the many delicacies at the venue, he'd selected the best and most expensive, bringing the entire plate over to Ewan. It was now intermission. Some teams finished their matches in less than 20 minutes, while others, with similar strengths, played for 40 or 50. The time difference provided a rest period for those who finished early, allowing them to enjoy desserts and drinks like Peng and Ewan. They could even use the time to observe the teams they were interested in. A large screen in the venue displayed matches selected by the staff, those they considered the highest level, the closest in skill, or simply the most entertaining. This essentially increased the difficulty for stronger teams. Their impressive plays were frequently shown on the big screen, allowing other teams to strategically ban their signature heroes or adapt their tactics accordingly. Strong teams, however, often knew nothing about their weaker opponents. The screen currently showed Fan Jixian's Korean team dominating a team of novice players from the wizarding world. The 5 young men facing Fan Jixian were likely wizard apprentices visiting the Abyssal City from Wizarding City. The most characteristic trait of these inexperienced wizard trainees playing League of Legends was their almost universal tendency to build a dark seal, regardless of who they were or what hero they played. If they were winning, they would continue building a Magi's Soul Stealer to completely crush their opponents. If they were losing, they would still build the Magi's Soul Stealer to attempt a comeback. The mage's insatiable greed for powerful magic was starkly evident on the Summoner's Rift. However, it was unthinkable that such a team with such obvious weaknesses could defeat the highly skilled Korean quintet. The 5 members of Fan Jixian's team were all at a mid to high gold level on average. Fan Jixian himself played Evan the Green Father as a support bot, appearing unassuming, yet anyone with a discerning eye could see his effortless ease. Peng had originally thought Fan Jixian's skill was about the same as his own, fully focused. Now, watching the opponent's swift and relentless attacks on the big screen, Peng touched his nose, realizing he'd be lucky not to crumble against them. Incredibly strong, Aeon, the verdant god, certainly wasn't the man's best champion, but the micro-manipulations and strategic thinking he displayed in the details were clearly of a 21st century South Korean professional team level. In this current age of mages, he's definitely in the strongest tier among the top League of Legends players still active. If you want to take your current team against him, I see almost no chance of winning. Holding a glass of orange juice, Liu stood beside Peng at the large screen, his demeanor a blend of dejection, sleaziness, and yet somehow a hint of nonchalance. He had clearly been watching for a long time, just like Peng. While support roles aren't as flashy as others, true experts can see how details reveal a player's awareness and judgment. Moreover, Fan Jixian, leading the overall strongest South Korean team, intended to crush the competition with raw power and overwhelming display of dominance. Such a team was practically unbeatable. I know he's strong, but Fan Wukai has a fatal weakness. Or it's more of an illness, Peng said, taking a sip of his drink and furrowing his brows. You know the South Korean team leader, what's his weakness? From what I've observed, the guy is incredibly meticulous, comprehensive in both offense and defense, and adept at strategy. Liu's furrowed brow didn't relax at Peng's words. He hadn't noticed any obvious weaknesses in Fan Jixian. Before I knew he'd studied in Korea, the Fan Wukai I knew was a carpenter, and he has a severe metal allergy. On him? No, on his girlfriend too. There's not a single piece of iron. The guy seems to have a natural affinity for plants, Ju Peng said, eyes fixed on the screen. Liu nodded knowingly, then asked, what does that have to do with playing League of Legends? You didn't understand anything, did you? I was just playing along. You were so cryptic, I needed to look like I understood. But just because I put on that expression doesn't mean I actually do. While you stand on the bridge admiring the scenery, those admiring the scenery are watching you from upstairs, Ju Peng said, at a loss for words. As he spoke, the smartphone recording the match of Ju Peng's 5-person team was handed to a pair of slender fingers wearing snow-white gloves. Chapter 60 overwhelming strength dominating the arena. In a corner of the venue, a man leaned against a marble pillar, a girl with light golden short hair beside him. Jixian Ji, this is the recording of the 5 players game just now. Because of the staff, I could only shoot from outside the arena in long shot mode. The footage isn't very clear, the girl said. A stylish Korean girl smiled as she spoke. She wasn't stunningly beautiful, but her makeup was perfect, and the fervent gleam in her eyes as she looked at Fan Jixian was enough to devour the man whole. Indeed, she'd been a fan of her Jixian Jade since the 21st century, though Fan Jixian ultimately chose beautiful and proactive Park Hwaimei. Nuff Jinju. This clarity is enough for me to assess their skill level, he said, smiling and patting the girl's head. Fan Jixian then focused on his smartphone screen, intently studying the game while Jinju, the Korean girl, gazed at him adoringly. Fan Jixian possessed a pretty baby-faced appearance. His tailored suit accentuated his slender physique, making him look like a male model. Aside from other attributes, his mere appearance alone was enough to attract girls, especially given his youth, wealth, and impressive skills. In the dangerous world of wizards, girls prioritize security far above other qualities.
Look, you'll pop your eyeballs out!
Just as Jinju was admiring the handsome young man, a slender, cold, and firm hand pressed down on her head, ruffling her hair. After Park Hwaimei had messed up Jinju's hair, leaving the girl teary-eyed, she leaned against her boyfriend's shoulder and asked, so, or just as I expected, the executive's macro game is astonishing due to his work experience. He's daring, his laning is steady, ruthless and calculated, coupled with the operation enhancement from the second mode. That man, although only bronze Su, actually has at least platinum mid-tier or even platinum high-tier skills. Such strength is outstanding amongst today's participants. However, even with his skills and team, reaching the quarterfinals or semifinals is possible, but he's simply no match for us. Fan Jixian smiled confidently, his assurance palpable. Going out shopping to guys. Park Hwaimei hugged Fan Jixian tightly, then, under Jinju's envious gaze, she suddenly raised her head, decided. Jinju, after Jixian Jade wins this time, I'll take you as a concubine. What? Jinju's chubby round face flushed crimson. Even Fan Jixian was dumbfounded by his girlfriend's sudden announcement. Oh my. When a woman is speaking, men should keep quiet and listen. Landing a vicious elbow strike on Fan Jixian, Park Hwaimei's limbs seemed strangely powerful. Though her movements weren't polished, the force behind them was astonishing. Fan Jixian, a top-tier demon hunter, was struck, his face turning pale. This wasn't an act like Ju Peng's, he was genuinely winded, gasping for breath for a long time before recovering. By then, Park Hwaimei seemed to have whispered something to Jinju. My Fan Jixian said, clutching his chest and abdomen, a pained smile on his face, still catching his breath. First, I always considered Jinju my little sister. Second, your limbs aren't what they used to be. Don't get into fights with anyone else, it could easily be fatal. That blow had nearly knocked the wind out of him. Oh, I know you always saw Jinju as your little sister, the beautiful Korean thug purred, her captivating eyes half closed as she leaned in close. Her voice was low but audible. But men get extra excited when it's their own sister, right? Not only did Fan Jixian blush, but the short-haired girl beside him wished the earth would swallow her whole. And yet, secretly she was delighted. Even at the start of the second elimination round, Fan Jixian still occasionally pressed on his chest and abdomen, feeling a dull ache. But regardless of how wild and violent the South Korean girls were, the subsequent matches proceeded exactly as Fan Jixian had predicted. His Korean team swept through the competition, while Ju Peng's 5-man team also advanced, reaching the quarterfinals. The only difference was the sheer dominance of the Korean team. Most of their opponents were completely crushed in under 20 minutes, their terrifying performance consistently dominating the arena's big screen. Fan Jixian, playing top lane Mokai, would single-handedly take on 4 opponents, tanking their damage to eliminate the squishy carries before calmly retreating. Or, as fiddlesticks in the jungle, he would decimate the enemy team, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. He had an incredibly vast champion pool, excelling in every role except ADC, consistently carrying his team regardless of position. This absolute dominance led many teams, capable of assessing their own strengths and weaknesses, to forfeit rather than face such a terrifying opponent. Compared to the Koreans' reign of terror, Ju Peng's team stumbled, frequently facing tough battles. However, while the Koreans grew increasingly confident and relaxed, the Chinese team of 5 steadily improved their coordination and skill. Ju Peng and Liu Ren were exceptions, Liu Ren aside. Ju Peng's strength stemmed from his temperament and understanding of his familiar heroes. He had pushed his gaming skill to a relative limit. Further improvement required refining numerous details. Perfecting these details demanded immense time and effort, a task beyond the reach of a non-professional player like Ju Peng. He needed to know his attack, defense, health and skill damage, as well as the opponent's. He had to calculate how much health he could deplete after accounting for armor and magic resistance. The moment he moved, he had to anticipate one or two possible outcomes. These were the details. Countless pro-player comebacks and skillful plays were built on this terrifying level of detail. Ordinary players marvel at pros daring low health kills against full health opponents, but for true professionals, the damage output of their skills and whether the opponent's cooldowns could hit them was second nature. Calculations complete, their moves were decisive, seemingly risky yet safe. Compared to ordinary players relying on instinct, this detailed analysis is what made professional players so formidable. High-level matches were all about detail and strategy. The more precise and thorough the mental calculations, the deeper and stronger the skill. Peng could reach or even surpass this level in martial arts, but in League of Legends he fell significantly short of Xuanhuan. In a crucial quarterfinals match, Peng and his team faced a powerful opponent, a squad boasting an almost entirely gold-tier lineup. Peng anticipated a grueling battle. Although Xiang, Bridget, and especially Yuan had improved rapidly during the recent high-intensity matches, unless he could crush his lane opponent and provide support for the whole team, the match would be a difficult uphill battle, likely a loss. He rubbed his temples, then led his team onto the stage. After 12 minutes of waiting, they received a message: the opposing team had forfeited. Peng's team had won without a fight. There was simply no way to win. That Korean team was too strong. Especially that player, their hero pool was incredibly deep, and they were exceptionally skilled with every hero. That team was unbeatable, fighting them was a waste of time. Better to go home and get some rest than be crushed. It's true anyway, besides the champion second and third place don't get any benefits, it's better to go back and play ranked matches to earn some gold to supplement the family. 5 earthling uncles, clearly professional players, formed a team and walked towards the exit of the venue. Their conversation drifted into the ears of Peng and his 4 teammates inside, making the victorious quintet unable to feel happy. "Brother, is that effeminate Korean kid really that strong?" Meixiang asked curiously. She knew Fan Jixian was very strong, but she was too weak to have a clear understanding of Fan Jixian's strength. It's like someone who has never climbed a hill, upon hearing the altitude of Mount Everest, would only say, "Wow, so high." Strength is relative, and moreover, what determines a person's strength is not their strongest board but their weakest. Peng's words left Meixiang somewhat bewildered, but as long as Peng reassured her, the girl felt relieved. At most they would lose, and nothing would be lost. After waiting for another half an hour, the 5 of them entered the venue again. This time, their semi-final opponents finally didn't keep them waiting. For a team that almost entirely relied on luck to reach the semi-finals, this could truly be considered courageous. Of course, the main reason they didn't choose to forfeit was likely the crimson-black witchcraft flames that suddenly erupted in the highest seats of the venue. From amidst the crimson-black flames, a delicate girl with short hair, resembling a doll, walked out. With pale pink hair, dark red eyes, and snow-white skin, she wore a princess dress, the embodiment of the ideal goddess in the hearts of every Lolita lover in the world. However, the overwhelming magical power, almost tangible like surging flames, surrounding the girl silently announced to everyone, "This is a powerful, high-ranking witch heiress. Displease her, and she can have your whole family dissected in a dark wizard's laboratory in a matter of minutes." Chapter 064 Mid-Lane Pantheon. I'll crush you early game. Tibor, are there any interesting teams? The gorgeously dressed girl yawned, somewhat sleep-deprived, then questioned the bald old man in a black robe who suddenly appeared beside her. "There's one team with considerable strength, and another with inferior strength but unexpectedly high fighting spirit. Interestingly, they're both Earth refugees," the old butler said beside Annie Soros, simultaneously arranging various pastries and drinks that Annie favored. "Earth refugees, huh? That makes sense. The game's League of Legends originated from their civilization. Earth refugees are indeed more likely to produce surprisingly skilled gamers. However, those who can climb to the Witch City's acknowledged highest rank of Challenger and achieve perfect hero synchronization are still an absolute minority." "When do they start their match?" "I wasn't sure when you'd wake up, so I arranged for them to meet in the final. Now please enjoy some petit fours while we await the truly captivating final match." With practiced, even elegant movements, the somewhat less than handsome elderly butler perfectly embodies the bearing and etiquette expected of a high-class household manager, ensuring that young Annie remains perfectly comfortable. Meanwhile, the semi-final match has begun. The large screen continues to show Fan Jixian's team's one-sided, stylish beatdown. They invaded the enemy's jungle in the first level, and with the outstanding performances of their Riven, Lee Sin and Janna, they practically wiped out the opposing team, crushing their morale from the very start. This spectacular performance naturally elicits effusive praise from the commentators. In comparison, Peng's match, while not bad, is far less impressive than Fan Jixian's dominant and dazzling display. However, Peng has fully immersed himself in Summoner's Rift. The game clock hits the 2-minute mark. On the mid lane, the blue and purple minions have formed their lines and the clash begins. Peng transforms into a strong man wearing a bronze helmet, left hand on shield, right hand gripping a spear, standing proudly amidst the minion line, roaring, "Is there no one stronger to fight? That's why I hate this state. Sometimes I blurt out things I don't even know myself, really, but many find it cool." A sultry, leopard-like girl in animal skins replies, her eyes alluring. They enjoy spouting cool lines without feeling awkward. Besides, the champions are always those Koreans, sweetie. Why don't we just coast through this? I enjoy chatting with strong guys like you. His response is a thrown spear. Pantheon's spear is unavoidable, though the initial damage isn't exactly high. We Chinese can tolerate others being stronger, but our goal is to one day surpass them. We are not Indians, not Egyptians, not Koreans or Japanese who look up to America as their father. Even during the Qing dynasty's reign, the resistance of the Han people never ceased. Thanks to our ancestors, we've grown accustomed to pride. The purple team's mid laner hadn't expected that her words, intended to demoralize her opponent, would instead sharpen Zhu Peng's focus, intensifying his killing intent. However, being a mid laner who reached the semi-finals, the purple team's Nidalee was quite skilled. Seeing her attempt to break his spirit fail, she took advantage of Zhu Peng's moment of attacking minions, closing in for a quick auto attack and a spear, striking the Pantheon he embodied. But right now everyone's hero level is low. Forget about basic attacks, even skill damage isn't that high. Pantheon's health only dropped a tiny bit, nothing to worry about. However, Zhu Peng wasn't used to letting others get the upper hand. He abandoned attacking the minions, instead hurling a spear at the purple side's Nidalee. Pantheon's Q has a cooldown of only 4 seconds, and Zhu Peng never used it to farm, so after the first throw the second spear was already ready. That wasn't all. Pantheon with his strong legs charged towards Nidalee. So what if they were only level 1? Life's too short to care, fight if you're not happy. Tai Chi Chuan is originally a sword and shield warrior's fighting style. Pantheon's dual-wielding combat stance felt comfortable to Zhu Peng, otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to train with this not-so-strong hero. Fight, we're both level 1. Can you kill me here and now? Nidalee, with a bit of a temper, raised her eyebrow and threw a javelin. The long wooden javelin, carrying bright yellow magical light, whistled towards the charging Pantheon. It hit accurately, but the damage was pathetically low. Ironically, her close-range shot drew the blue team's minion fire onto herself. The damage of javelin toss depends on the distance the javelin travels. The closer, the weaker, the farther, the strong. Taking advantage of Niuli's brief stun after using her skill, Zhu Peng closed the distance and slammed his spear into her. In a level 1 stationary basic attack duel, Zhu Peng's brutal Pantheon build, talents and runes, could almost kill 2 AP Nidalees. Pantheon is a strong early game hero. Once the game drags into the late game, his combat power plummets, falling far behind a Nidalee with multiple items. Watching her health plummet, the purple side's Nidalee, thankfully not completely brainless, turned and fled without hesitation. Blocked by several purple side ranged minions, Zhu Peng after a final spear thrust lost sight of Nidalee before she was in range of his basic attacks. But by then, the extremely short cooldown of spear throw was over. Zhu Peng didn't hesitate to send another one towards Nidalee's fleeing back. Tesh, the sound of spear piercing flesh. Although the spear disappeared after hitting, Nidalee still felt the pain of losing a third of her health. The game had barely begun, neither side had even gotten a few minion kills, and yet they were already engaged in such an intense fight. Zhu Peng's Pantheon still had about 3/4 of his health remaining, while the opposing LeBlanc's health bar had already been depleted by a third. Chapter Horun 65 Level 1 Kill Pawn Sacrifice. LeBlanc, be careful. Crazy Flipping Salted Fish is the strongest player in the whole venue. Besides leftover 4/6 days, some people estimate he has at least platinum level combat skills. A warning voice came from the support in team chat, seemingly noticing the awkward situation of being forcefully suppressed in the mid lane. Platinum. So what? Suppressing me from level 1, does he have to be this aggressive? The purple team's LeBlanc, a girl, was practically in tears, furious. Damn it, you didn't tell me about the inside information. Well, I thought letting you experience it firsthand would be more convincing. The purple team support joked. Seemingly having given up on the championship, they had completely relaxed, treating it like a casual match. Of course, winning would be best. After a successful level 1 aggression and forcing LeBlanc under tower, Pantheon finally turned back, satisfied to continue last hitting. Left spear, right spear, one by one, the purple team's minions fell under the small, steel spear. The hero's experience and gold steadily increased. The purple team's LeBlanc, however, could only use potions to recover health while cautiously looking for opportunities under the tower. She'd quickly retreat after last, hitting a couple of minions. Unless there was a significant skill gap, LeBlanc couldn't directly fight Pantheon early game. Even with LeBlanc's caution, approaching to last hit inevitably exposed her positioning flaws. She was constantly harassed by Pantheon spear throws. Her own javelin throws weren't guaranteed hits, and after Zhu Peng dodged several in a row, LeBlanc clearly started to get agitated. At the 3-minute mark, after another spear throw hit its target, reducing the purple team LeBlanc's health below half, Zhu Peng consciously started controlling the wave. He even deliberately skipped some relatively low-value ranged minions, forcing the purple team's LeBlanc to leave the tower slightly to enter his experience range. After all, staying too far away meant losing not only gold but also experience. Even when playing passively, there were limits. This bastard's pressure is so intense, he doesn't even last hit the ranged minions in the minion wave, preferring to get less gold than let me get experience. High-ranking players are all scum. Looking at the blue team's nearly dead melee minion and her experience just shy of level 2, LeBlanc gritted her teeth, lunged forward slightly, and threw a ranged javelin. Almost simultaneously, Zhu Peng's spear finished off the last minion before level 2. The purple side leopard woman, even after daring to auto-attack the blue side melee minion, still lacked a sliver of experience to reach level 2, but for Zhu Peng the moment his steel spear harvested the last purple side minion, the glow of leveling up already flashed on Pantheon. A clash of mass, a single step's difference meant life or death. Almost at the same time as leveling up, Zhu Peng as Pantheon flung a spear, impaling the leopard woman. Without hesitation he flashed, closing the distance, auto-attacking, then following with his level 2 ability Aegis Assault, another auto-attack, another spear thrust. Don't underestimate this simple combo of auto-attack plus skill auto-attack. Riven, the undisputed top laner of the 21st century, whose Lightspeed QA is nothing more than an advanced, enhanced version of this very combo. After the 3-hit combo, Pantheon's auto-attacks dealt surprisingly high damage to the AP leopard woman, instantly bringing her to near death. Stunned, the leopard woman desperately used her flash at the last second to escape Pantheon's spear. However, having forced out her flash, Pantheon ignited her and turned away, watching seconds later as the fleeing leopard woman spontaneously combusted. First blood. Regardless of the leopard woman's summoner's rage, the system's announcement dutifully echoed. Barely 3 minutes into the game, Zhu Peng, as the warlord, had already decisively secured a first blood against the purple side mid laner. A violent mid-Pantheon, if he couldn't crush his opponent early he'd be effectively useless by the mid to late game. The remaining 4 members of the blue team reacted with nonchalant calm to Zhu Peng's consistent aggression and dominance. Having played countless matches together, they were long accustomed to his battle prowess, far exceeding his own tier. In contrast to the blue team's serene composure, the purple team's voice chat fell into deathly silence. Except for the mid laner, the other 4 members of the purple team could not maintain their composure. Leopard woman, less than 3 minutes! Less than 3 minutes! I hadn't even collected both buffs and you're already dead! The jungler, Lee Sin, roared into team chat, his voice filled with such despair it would break even the stoniest heart. Immediately the other purple side teammates chimed in. Yeah, even with a skill gap, that was way too fast, right? She hadn't even hit level 2 yet. I told you he's at least platinum, you're silver too. What were you doing showing off in front of him? Got one! Shot at level 1! Pantheon doesn't have a late game, but in the early and mid game once he gets going he's ridiculously overpowered. It's my fault. That bastard dared to dive under tower at level 1, his passive is for tower tanking. What could I do? This explanation left the other 3 members of the purple team speechless. The 4 brothers had conspired to deceive the knave girl, secretly plotting a calculated exchange of lanes mid for bot, top for mid, and top for bot. But they hadn't anticipated that their bot laner would be taken out before their mid and top laners could even exert their influence. They should have let her pick a tankier hero. High-level players show no mercy, not even against girls. Mid lane, after securing first blood against the purple team's mid laner, LeBlanc, Zhu Peng turned back to continue last hitting. He quickly pushed the wave under the purple team's mid turret and his Pantheon reached level 3. His ward in the bush spotted the purple team's jungler Lee Sin heading over. Zhu Peng, in good condition, didn't engage in a forceful attack. Lee Sin is exceptionally strong in early one-on-one fights and his mobile, flexible skills make him hard to kill early on. Bridget, however, was playing Warwick jungle, and wasn't particularly afraid of Lee Sin invading her jungle. Therefore Zhu Peng didn't need to expend any effort to relieve pressure. He retreated a few steps and initiated his recall. Back in the base fountain, he entered the weapon shop and turned gold to the chubby, unscrupulous shopkeeper who gave him a rough long sword. He also bought 2 potions, figuring he shouldn't underestimate LeBlanc. Chapter 166. Global gank techniques, jungle farming to level 6. Returning to the mid lane, he found the wave pushed toward him by the purple team's LeBlanc, who had respawned. He quickly checked her equipment. Having been killed early, she only had her starting Doran's ring and 2 health potions. Seeing the overwhelmingly powerful Pantheon again, the purple team's LeBlanc hurriedly retreated. The girl was truly traumatized by the level 1 kill. Seeing LeBlanc retreat, Zhu Peng didn't chase, opting instead to steadily farm and develop. With a mobile hero like LeBlanc choosing to play passively, even with a significant skill gap, it's impossible to kill her under the tower. Both sides played cautiously for a while. Although LeBlanc was significantly suppressed, she didn't feed any more kills. Conversely, the blue team's top and bot lanes were visibly behind, and the purple team's lane swap strategy began to show its effectiveness. The game time reached just over 6 minutes. The purple team's jungler, Lee Sin, ganked the leopard woman, but his sonic wave missed the warlord Zhu Peng. Instead, he was hit by a Kyobu auto-attack and E-combo taking massive damage. Worse, the leopard woman, clearly intimidated by the warlord, cowered, resulting in a 2-on-1 fight that ended with neither side gaining an advantage. After that exchange, Lee Sin abandoned mid lane, realizing further harassment was pointless. He opted to let the leopard woman hide under tower, prioritizing the disadvantage in both top and bottom lanes, and seeing his level 5 experience bar nearly full, Zhu Peng, his bronze helmet bobbing, hatched a ruthless plan. He pushed the lane under the purple team's tower, watching the leopard woman frantically farm while he calmly recalled, reinforcing her impression of his still level 5 status. She was only level 4, and couldn't imagine her opponent was nearing level 6. Back at base, he upgraded his 2 longswords into a brutalizer and bought boots. Then, instead of returning to mid, he headed for the 3 wolves in the jungle. A level 5.5 Pantheon could reach level 6 after clearing them, unlocking his ultimate Grand Starfall. This would give him near global presence even if not quite on par with a Twisted Fate or Shen. More importantly, a burst Pantheon's early game damage far outstripped both. While Peng focused on the wolves, the blue team's mid and top lanes were under pressure. Top lane fared relatively better. Ximexiang, whose game count was highest among the 3 women, played the incredibly tanky Deep Sea Titan. This champion, once she decided to turtle under the tower, was practically unkillable even by multiple attackers, a hero renowned for boosting the skill level of less experienced players. However, in the bottom lane, Yuan's Caitlyn and Dawnbringer duo struggled against the Nocturne and Blitzcrank. Despite a seemingly advantageous hero composition, they were thoroughly outplayed. After several matches, perceptive teams had noticed that Yuan was their weakest link, invariably picking the same champion, the extremely banning Jinx, assuming a shallow hero pool. In that particular match, had it not been for Peng's terrifying 25-stack Magi's Soulstealer Kog'Maw and Liyu's masterful Blitzcrank hooks, they would have lost. Fortunately, Yevon, the newcomer, was a fast learner. She quickly honed her skill with the War Goddess to a level at least comparable to that of the Riot Girl, only to have both champions banned. The AD newbie's clumsy performance and the jungler's ineffective support before level 6 allowed the enemy to relentlessly dominate Yevon and Liyu. In just 6 minutes, Yu Tian, usually so steady, had already been killed twice. It wasn't that Liyu, specifically chosen by Peng, lacked skill, but that he often had to step in front of Yevon's Caitlyn to shield her from the enemy Blitzcrank's grapple. In 6 minutes he'd been grabbed 5 times. He might survive being pulled, but if Caitlyn were caught, the bot lane would collapse. On the minimap, the seemingly harmless, rotund Blitzcrank raised his arm again. Noticing Caitlyn's slow reaction, he knew she couldn't dodge the grapple. Though wary and disheartened, Leona still gritted her teeth and positioned herself to take the hit for the ADC. Pulled back by Blitzcrank's hook, Leona was instantly pummeled by his rocket punch, followed by coordinated auto attacks and spells from the enemy Ashe. Her health, already depleted, plummeted to half. After landing, Leona stunned Blitzcrank with her shield and applied the summoner spell Exhaust to Ashe, then retreated behind her own minion wave. A skilled AD carry could have capitalized on this to counterattack, but for Yevon, on her first game with Caitlyn and still quite unskilled, coordinating a counterattack with her support was simply too demanding. If Liyu dared to stand and fight, she might make any number of disastrous decisions, turning a winnable fight into a crushing defeat. However, Liyu's reluctance to fight didn't mean the enemy bot lane would let him off. The Ashe and Blitzcrank combo aimed for an early game dominance in the bottom lane, giving the terrifying late game Ashe the chance to snowball and carry the game. Chasing Leona, the enemy bot lane completely ignored Caitlyn's major poke damage, determined to kill the already low health Yu Tian. Without his protection, even hiding under the tower, the relatively weak Caitlyn wouldn't escape the grapple. But as the enemy bot lane excitedly pursued their prey, a voice echoed in Yevon and Liyu's ears. "Bot lane, prepare to counterattack, I'm ulting in." The enemy Ashe and Blitzcrank players, focused on their hunt, felt completely secure. Nocturne's relentless pressure on the Abyssal Titan was brutal. Even when the Titan hid under tower, Nocturne would periodically swoop in for a couple of axe blows, even trading tower damage for it. This aggressive, suffocating playstyle left the level 5 jungler Warwick exasperated. The vicious hunting wolf, empowered by red buff, burst from the bushes to intercept the slightly over half-health Nocturne. The purple side Nocturne had pushed incredibly far, but the Deep Sea Titan had been whittled down so severely by axe blows that the question of whether he dared to double-team Nocturne alongside Warwick was a serious one. And if he didn't dare, Warwick alone, even with red buff, would struggle to kill the Noxian hand. This guy, like Peng's Kog'Maw, ran Storm as a keystone. Once triggered, a level 5 Warwick couldn't hold him. Their jungler was in sight, and the blue team's Lee Sin was rapidly approaching bot lane. 3 versus 2, even if it meant a tower dive, they had to take down the enemy Vayne and Alistar. Just as Lee Sin's Sonic Wave struck Vayne, solidifying the purple team's murderous intent, the Twitch and Blitzcrank suddenly saw a massive, 100-yard radius circle appear beneath their feet. Pantheon's ultimate. Grand Starfall. Monk, don't kick, run, damn it. Pantheon hit level 6 and you didn't give me any indication. But regardless of the purple ADC's furious ranting in voice chat, the sudden shift in the tide of battle was irreversible. Yu Tian, already simmering with rage, controlled Alistar to use his Pulverize, stunning the Twitch who had almost secured the kill. Even the backline Sivir displayed a stroke of brilliance as Peng was about to appear. She raised her rifle and fired, using the recoil to propel her nimble body under the friendly tower, essentially her the 90 caliber rope net. The Lee Sin, caught unprepared or simply too late, was directly propelled into the blue team's tower's attack range. If the situation remained the same, it would have been fine. Either Lee Sin or Blitzcrank would tank the tower while Twitch secured the kill. But the issue wasn't who tanked or who got the kill, it was who could survive the violent onslaught of Pantheon during his power spike. Boom! Accompanied by the 360-degree spray of dust and earth shattering roar, a hulking figure descended from the heavens. The last thing Twitch saw were a pair of eyes, sharp and menacing, gleaming through the dust and smoke beneath a bronze helmet. Zhu Peng launched himself into the air, landing before the purple ADC Vayne. His small round shield slammed into Vayne's face, stunning her for a full second. Auto attack. Pantheon's skill shot spear thrown with lightning speed cancelled the auto attack delay. A seamless auto attack followed. The 3-hit Heartpiercer spear finished the combo, overwhelming the enemy Nai Hunter in virtually every aspect: level, equipment, even initial stats. Pantheon swiftly eliminated the already low health ADC with a short combo. Even with better equipment, it wouldn't have mattered. An early game Night Hunter wouldn't forego damage items for defensive ones. Chapter 067 advanced to the finals. Pantheon's level 6 ultimate Grand Starfall turned the tide of the bot lane. He instantly took down the already low health Night Hunter, then turned to finish off the severely weakened Lee Sin, who was being harassed by Caitlyn and the turret. The full health Blitzcrank with his speed boost was left alone. After all, even if you gank Blitzcrank repeatedly, as long as he can land his hooks on the enemy carries in the late game, he remains a terrifying engaged threat. Killing him more or less during laning phase is relatively meaningless. After eliminating the enemy ADC and jungler, Zhu Peng and Caitlyn quickly pushed the minions under the tower. Blitzcrank, who had lost a third of his health, wisely kept his distance. Who knows if Pantheon with his passive might attempt a tower dive. With Pantheon, Alistar and Caitlyn's combined control and damage, it wasn't impossible. Seeing Blitzcrank retreat, Zhu Peng, aware that the enemy's exhaust was already used to slow Alistar and Blitzcrank still had flashed, suppressed his urge to dive. Instead of wasting time chipping away at the tower, the three decided to take the first dragon. Securing the first Infernal Dragon would provide a larger economic advantage than a tower kill that was already in the bag. Meanwhile, the enemy mid laner Nidalee along with Blitzcrank circled the dragon pit. However, neither Nidalee's spears nor Blitzcrank's hooks could snatch the dragon from the watchful eyes of Pantheon and Alistar. As for Yuan's Caitlyn, she simply stood near the pit. While the bot lane secured the dragon, the top lane battle finally concluded. The previously passive Nautilus alongside Warwick landed a dredge line onto the face of the enemy Darius. Then, disregarding his own low health, he charged in for a desperate attack. Darius, after using Ignite, predictably secured the Nautilus kill, but after taking down Warwick to half health, he also fell before his own turret. By this time, Warwick was below 1/3 health.
Excellent work, Mixiang!
We traded a kill and an assist for Nocturne's kill, plus he lost a wave of minions. Your Q was decisive, otherwise that gank would have been a waste. I'm just a tank, my skills aren't as strong as the enemy's. Trading my life for Nocturne's is a win for us. My death doesn't matter, as long as the hand of Noxus is crippled. Mixiang's skills aren't the best and she's not the sharpest tool in the shed, but when she gets serious, that Japanese tenacity is terrifying. She has no fear of death. If she calculates it as worthwhile, she'll Q indecisively. She trusts Bridget completely, believing her friend will secure the kill using her sacrifice as a stepping stone. After securing the dragon, she pushed the lane to the purple side tower. Even though Pantheon was half health and the leopard was full, the leopard only dared to throw spears from a distance and wouldn't approach Pantheon's Aegis of the Legion range. In Summoner's Rift, level is more important than gold. It affects a hero's stats and skill levels. At this point, Pantheon had nearly a 2-level advantage over the leopard. The leopard stayed turtle-like, and the half-health Pantheon couldn't force a tower dive. After a stalemate, judging his gold and health sufficient to attract Lee Sin, Zhu Peng retreated 2 steps and recalled under the tower. A minute later, when Pantheon returned to mid lane amidst a flurry of cherry blossoms, the enemy leopard's face was ashen. A ghost dream. Attack speed, critical strike chance, armor penetration and movement speed. You're determined to beat me to a pulp, huh? Having completed his first major item, Zhu Peng's pressure on the leopard intensified. Every 4 seconds, a spear shot perfectly landing pierced the leopard. Given the equipment and level gap, each spear from Pantheon was a significant chunk of health. Often, he would use Aegis of the Legion's displacement to dash under the purple turret, poke the leopard unharmed, and calmly return to the lane after his passive shield was depleted by the tower. This made the poor leopard feel as if her tower was a leaky roof in a hurricane, completely useless. After less than a minute of laning, the purple side leopard's health was down to just over half. The half-destroyed mid-tower offered no security, but to watch the enemy destroy her tower passively would be cowardly. Of the 3 Tier 1 towers, the mid-tower has the highest strategic value, followed by the bottom lane. Then the top. He finished off the last creeps. He can't possibly tower dive, right? A whirlwind of thoughts raced through her head as the leopard woman, transforming, unleashed a basic attack on a nearby blue side melee minion. Then the ever-tower diving Pantheon suddenly moved, seizing the brief moment of attack animation lock after the leopard woman's basic attack. Zhu Peng, enveloped in a faint purple aura of falling cherry blossoms, moved swiftly. Left hand on spear, right on shield, he closed the distance to the leopard woman, then launched himself forward. Skill Aegis of Valor. Planting his feet firmly, his powerful body lunged forward. Zhu Peng raised his small round shield high, the force of the blow crashing into the leopard woman's face. The mid-lane leopard woman was instantly stunned for 1 second. A basic attack from the small steel spear. Summoner spell Ignite. A slight step forward, a deft turn and a 3-hit piercing spear combo, dealing double damage to the hero. Under the combined pressure of equipment and level advantage, in the blink of an eye, the stunned leopard woman's health plummeted to critically low levels. As the stun wore off, Zhu Peng moved another step forward. When the leopard woman player breaking free of control, desperately flashed towards her own mid-lane second turret. Zhu Peng didn't immediately follow with a flash. Instead, relying on the increased movement speed of his boots, he pursued with 2 more steps. He was currently running Ghost with Phantom Dancer, rendering the leopard woman's frantic escape attempts futile. Swoosh, the spear flew. The spear struck true, and the leopard woman's health bar dropped sharply, leaving only a sliver of life. Zhu Peng then jogged 2 steps back, putting himself beyond the turret's range, just as the system's triple kill announcement echoed across Summoner's Rift. The Warlord Pantheon was unstoppable. It's over, the bottom lane Nocturne whispered, his face pale. The brutal Pantheon is fully online now. Anyone he targets with that combo, especially squishies, is instantly dead. No, Gi, the robot, already panicking in the bottom lane, complained. This isn't going according to plan. Didn't you say top counters mid, mid counters bot, bot counters top? That way, we're guaranteed to win. Now their top is dominant, and our mid and top haven't even secured an advantage. He nervously checked the map. The Dawn's warding was diligent. In the shadows, a bloodthirsty wolf might be watching. Pulling the enemy was easy for the robot, but if the bloodthirsty hunter pounced, he and their AD's survival would be questionable. A level 6 Nocturne was an unparalleled threat to their AD. The robot simply said, somewhat depressed, but he hadn't considered how deeply painful those words were to the jungle, who was being relentlessly ganked. Support, you idiot. Why say that now? The Garen player's face suddenly changed. He saw that the Nidalee had disconnected. Garen turned his head and saw his girlfriend staring at him with icy fury. He mumbled, wife. You calm down. Listen, explanation. Explain your mother. With Nidalee's explosive temper, there was no question of what would happen to a husband who dared to betray her. She grabbed the nearest all-metal keyboard and smashed it over his head. The purple team's 5-seater booth descended into chaos. 20 minutes later, apologies. We didn't consider the psychological pressure low-level players face against high-level ones. This is medical compensation. Take some time off to recover, said the impeccably mannered, bold butler, placing a large money bag in the bruised and swollen Garen player's hand. In the Soros family's customary generous fashion, the bag undoubtedly contained gold coins and perhaps even gemstones, yet nobody envied the Garen player. The ferocious and terrifying display of the female Tyrannosaurus 20 minutes prior was still fresh in everyone's minds. It had taken over 10 staff members to restrain her. Even as she was being dragged away, she shouted, "You bastard, you're going to pay for this. We'll settle this at home. Can I hide at the Soros residence for a few days? We can arrange a room for you in Ginza, but you'll have to go back eventually." Patting the young man on the shoulder, butler Tibbers was quite relieved he'd never married. "Tibbers, they're so interesting. Can I treat my husband like that someday?" From the high throne, little Annie in her princess dress was still laughing at the scene. When the butler returned, she asked, full of anticipation, "Little mistress of ordinary mortals." Humph. Boring. Chapter 060. The final battle. Top lane's offensive and defensive extremities. Due to an internal conflict within the opposing team, with Nidalee causing a scene and Garen suffering injuries, both withdrew from the competition. Zhu Peng's 5-man team advanced to the finals after only one semi-final match. Zhu Peng was actually quite disappointed. Yuan's skill level was rapidly improving. Every extra match she played at this stage increased their chances of winning the finals. To reach this point, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. It's because they're there. Other teams lack the will to fight to the end. Looking at the overwhelming dominance of the blue team, the Korean team on the big screen, Zhu Peng sneered, "I've held back until now. Going all out in the finals should secure one win, but it's a best of 3. How do you plan to win the other 2? Liu Ren stared at the big screen, his expression serious. Fan Jixian's performance was becoming increasingly formidable. The jungle scarecrow's uncanny flash and leap teamfight, the terrifying burst damage was almost devastating. The purple team's 2 main carries were wiped out in a flash, unable to put out any damage at all. After all, it was the semi-finals, and the 5-man team the Korean team faced was quite strong. They lost both games, but at least held out for over an hour. Especially the 3 players, A Light Smile, Together We Chase the Deer, and Xiao Xie Lang, didn't lose ground in the early laning phase. Their skill was at least on par, if not superior, to their Korean counterparts. However, this didn't change their utter defeat in the late-game teamfights. An hour later, the semi-finals ended, and the blue and purple team players' spirits detached themselves from Summoner's Rift. "I was planning to snipe those Koreans, but there's nothing to say when you're simply outmatched. It was ultimately too ambitious." A Light Smile, whose in-game style was extremely aggressive, was also a rather fierce-looking man in real life. He sniffed, patted Zhu Peng on the shoulder as he passed, and said loudly, "Lo's the battle, but not the spirit. At least let those Koreans lose one game, just one. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. We won't let them win a single game." The 2 men passed each other, the 2 teams passed each other, yet a surge of power flowed between them. Yuan Chimeiksang and Bridget seemed unaware whether due to race, nationality, or gender. But Zhu Peng and Liu Ren felt a strange boiling in their blood. The pride of the world's only remaining ancient nation, even in this world ruled by wizards, had not perished. Surrounded by spectators seated in the central 5-seat championship area, the 10 players sat facing each other. As the machines powered up, a palpable tension filled the air, causing all 10 to unconsciously focus and heighten their awareness. Fan Jixian thought the pressure was solely from Zhu Peng. He didn't realize that, at least in the realm of esports, Zhu Peng was weaker than him. The faint killing intent he subconsciously felt came from someone else. At the staff signal, the first game of the finals officially began. Bans and picks. Commence. This time Zhu Peng's team was assigned the purple side. At his direction, Qi Meixiang used the first ban on the tree sentinel. In Fan Jixian's hands, this hero was tanky, could deal damage, had control, and had Mo benning him, their team would struggle to deal effective damage, a frequently banned powerhouse in high-level play. The blue team banned Kog'Maw Void Ripper, a champion Zhu Peng excels with. Despite building a death cap, a Kog'Maw capable of escaping after taking massive damage is terrifying. Especially since Zhu Peng, even on low health, can one-shot a carry with his full combo, then activate Storm Raider's Surge and escape. That 1000 damage bite is seriously intimidating. The blue team's bans were clearly targeted. The purple team used their second and third bans on Zyra, Rise of the Thorns and Ivan, the Green Father. Zyra is understandable, control and damage, a hero who can carry a game when played well. But banning Ivan too had the two commentators, who've almost always followed the Korean team's progress, chuckling. The purple team is just blindly targeting him. It seems 6-day-old Leftovers has made quite an impression. Being targeted like this is a kind of recognition of his skill, isn't it? Yes, this targeted banning is indeed a form of acknowledgement of his skill. The two commentators chatted amiably, even influencing the surrounding audience. A low hum of disapproval rippled through the crowd. Thankfully, 3 of Zhu Peng's teammates were attractive young women, boosting their team's popularity significantly. Though the crowd largely expected a blue team victory, the support for both teams wasn't one-sided. Fan Jixian's 2 girlfriends and Park Hoimei's creepy father were all in the audience, loudly cheering for Fan Jixian's team, their banners clearly visible. The blue team's next 2 bans were Victor and Yasuo, 2 champions Zhu Peng had shown impressive skill with in previous matches. They left Pantheon untouched, but Zhu Peng wouldn't dare pick him. A bruiser Pantheon lacks the early game dominance needed to be effective later, and the opposing team wasn't weak. I can't jungle with the Scarecrow, it's a ban trap. If I did, they'd probably pick Lee Sin or another strong early game jungler to relentlessly gank me, ruining my output even if it means sacrificing their own jungler. I'll go mid. Fan Jixian frowned at opposing team's lineup, unsure if they were blindly banning or onto something. He couldn't focus his energy on any champion not made of plants. In a real-world tournament, aside from the disadvantages in reaction time and manipulation, the all-metal keyboard and alloy mouse alone would make Fan Jixian, with his increasingly severe metal allergy, intensely uncomfortable. In fact, Fan Jixian's favorite champions to synergize with are the male Zyra skin, followed by Mokai and Ivan. All 3 now banned by the purple team. It's just a coincidence, they couldn't have figured it out that easily. Having silently made his decision, Fan Jixian chose the terrifying Scarecrow, radiating negative energy. He was gradually transforming into a wooden being. The closer a hero was to the element of wood, the better the synergy. The Scarecrow, however, possessed more dark attributes. Fortunately, it wasn't completely intolerable. Zhu Peng, meanwhile, was playing as the male version of the Wuxuantian Zi Wushuang Sword Maiden skin for the Wuxuantian Mola Wushuang Sword Demon, countering the blue team's top lane defense and support Master Shen the Ninja. Chapter 0.69. Bloodlust aroused sword challenges all. Due to Fan Jixian's keen observation, Brigitte Lee Sin jungler failed to successfully gank the incredibly weak, in solo combat Scarecrow, instead engaging the blue team's Rek'Sai jungler. Qi Meixiang continued to play the Nautilus mid lane against Fan Jixian. Even if the opponent was a Korean professional-level powerhouse, what could be done when Nautilus went full tank and returned to base at half health? In the bot lane, the hyper-aggressive Jinx and the flawlessly performing Liu using the male version of Lux, the Lux Priest, faced off against Ashe and Janna from the blue team. Due to the increased skill levels and cautious playstyles, a first blood occurred at the 3-minute mark. Seeing Ashe fall at the feet of the Lux Priest, Fan Jixian, surprised and hesitant, asked, "What happened?" He had considered many possibilities for the first blood, but never that his bot lane would be outright slaughtered by 2 novices without interference from other lanes. "Jixianji, something's not right," said his teammate. The Lux was farming using the Thunderlord's Decree Keystone, and had Ignite and Flash. I just stepped up a little, and Jinx ignored the minions and attacked me. I traded hits twice before she flashed away, and then Lux flashed out of the bushes and one-shotted me. That skill combo and maximum damage output. They're definitely not bronze. Play defensively, Fan Jixian instructed after a moment of silence. Assess their rank. I was too focused on Zhu Peng. I didn't pay enough attention to their support. He glanced at the Nautilus stubbornly staying under his tower, seemingly unbothered by even the lack of farm, and sighed. It's not the tankiness that's the problem. It's this stubborn passive tankiness. No matter the skill gap, it's hard to gain a significant advantage quickly. The Wushuang Sword Demon in the top lane for the purple team reached level 3 first. Due to the immersion of the will, the game company couldn't have the mage players experiencing the Summoner's Rift in a female body, so they reluctantly remade a bunch of male hero skins. Both the Lux Priest and the Wushuang Sword Demon were products of this era. The kind-faced old grandfather image of the Lux Priest was fine, but the male version of the Wushuang Sword Maiden was a pale-faced vampire wielding a rapier. At this moment, under Zhu Peng's control, the hero moved like a phantom, his cold, cruel sword a venomous snake, seeking openings, striking decisively. The level 3 Wuxuanjian charged, the level 2 Render Shen, unable to withstand the attack, could only evade. Sen retreated decisively, dashing Wushuang's hopes of a solo kill. Anyone sent by Fan Jixian to counter Zhu Peng must be strong, but calm certainly is a trait Fan Jixian values. Top lane, the Wuxuanjian suppressed the defensive dashes. At bottom lane, the blue team's heroes were caught in a relentless barrage from the Guanghui Zishui. By now it was clear Jinx was support. Liu Ren's Guanghui Zishu was the purple team's true carry. And this Yu Ren Yu Tian, who had been hiding his strength, was incredibly powerful, almost single-handedly suppressing the blue team's bottom lane duo, completely overshadowing Jinx. The two carries were the Wushongjianmo and the Guohui Zishu. As for Yu and Jinx, who had always been the carry, she was nothing more than a gigantic smokescreen. At 8:30 into the first game of the finals, the Wushongjianmo, already sporting a Tiamat, a component of the Jiutou Shuo, was pushing so hard that Shen and the purple team's Xinha Taitan were practically trapped under their tower. Just then, the blue team's Akase ganked top. The Wushongjianmo was overextended and, surprisingly, had not placed any defensive wards. Even knowing that this was a bait to reduce the likelihood of ganks on the purple team's mid and bottom lanes, Akase had no choice but to bite the bullet. In reality, with Akase and Se's current items and damage, killing Zhu Peng's farmed Wushongjianmo was incredibly difficult. It would require perfectly coordinated control skills, followed by whittling down the Wushongjianmo until he was forced to recall. A borderline scenario at best, even under the purple team's tower, with the purple team dominating top and bottom, and the jungle relatively even. They were on the verge of a stunning comeback, with only mid lane lagging. The audience was captivated. Everyone was tired of the Koreans' overwhelming dominance, especially since many in the crowd were Chinese. They were certainly not pleased by the Koreans' easy victory after victory. It wasn't just the audience. Even Annie in her elevated seat was watching with rapt attention, her small, round face animated. Meanwhile, Tibbers, who had orchestrated this showdown, sat calmly beside her, as if he had foreseen this result. On the big screen, Akase entered the bush using its Attunsu to confirm the absence of a purple team, Mao Sun waiting to ambush. After a brief wait, Rek'Sai burrowed through an underground tunnel, darting towards the Wushongjianmo Wushwangjianmo like a rabbit. However, the Wushwangjianmo, radiating an aura of darkness, depravity, and unrestrained madness, seemingly anticipated this, countering with a diagonal Chu Sky Splitter. In this match, Zhu Peng had completely stopped accumulating the power of fate. The moment he sensed a threat, he would immediately unveil a card of fate to see through the possible changes within the next few seconds. For the purple side's Rek'Sai, its surprise attack might be steady, accurate, and ruthless, but for Zhu Peng, who could see into the future, he had known Rek'Sai's choice seconds beforehand. In short, for these Koreans in Summoner's Rift, devoid of rank and power themselves, their futures, at least for the next few seconds, were transparent to Zhu Peng. Currently, in Summoner's Rift, the only individuals whose futures Zhu Peng couldn't accurately see through for several seconds were Yuan, Fan Jixian, and Li Yuran. In the real world, the amount of fate power Zhu Peng consumed to glimpse into Fan Jixian and Li Yuran's pasts wasn't excessive. But once inside Summoner's Rift, Zhu Peng felt that these two possessed some sort of home field advantage. Their trajectories of fate were hidden behind layers of mist. It wasn't impossible to forcibly pierce through, but the fate power needed to illuminate the mist was beyond his current capacity. Rek'Sai's knock-up was evaded. The Wushwangjianmo's diagonal Q skill Sky Splitter not only dodged the knock-up but also landed, dealing damage to the purple side's jungler.
So the Wushwangjianmo wasn't backing down at all. My god, is he going for a 1v2?
The uncanny and ferocious swordsmanship displayed by Zhu Peng embodying the Wushwangjianmo had already ignited the atmosphere among the audience. While immersing one's spirit into Summoner's Rift significantly improves focus and immersion, it ultimately weakens one's macro game awareness. It's too easy to get caught up in laning, creating a negative impact on the overall situation. However, Zhu Peng, without hesitation, burned the power accumulated from his fate cards. This granted him a pair of eyes that seemed to pierce through the changes of the world. The Eye of Fate hung high above Summoner's Rift, looking down on all, granting Zhu Peng a simultaneous boost to both macro and laning play. Blood and slaughter. In Summoner's Rift, Zhu Peng, his fingers lightly brushing the slender sword edge, let out a low roar as killing intent blazed forth like oil hitting fire. He faced the two blue side champions without retreating, instead charging toward Rek'Sai with his sword, auto attacks, and a Hydra refresh. The sharp and terrifying bloody sword instantly shaved off a third of Rek'Sai's health.
Ow, ow! The Jamo is counterattacking!
The Jamo's Q skill is almost maxed. Its cooldown is incredibly fast after hitting someone. He's chasing Rek'Sai while facing two enemy champions. Shen has arrived and has used a taunt. My god, that preemptive W, a Heartblade, blocked the taunt and stunned Rek'Sai with a counterattack. And then the Wushwang demon directly unleashed his ultimate on Rek'Sai. The commentator's voice surged with excitement as the vampire count, wielding his sharp blade in Summoner's Rift, executed Rek'Sai with his ultimate. It wasn't that Rek'Sai was weak, but the perfectly farmed top laner's Wushwang attack was simply overwhelming. It wasn't that Rek'Sai's flash escape was indecisive, but Zhu Peng's follow-up flash was relentlessly deadly. Slaying Rek'Sai yielded the red buff. He raised his sword to his chest, then lunged again at Ninja Shan. Killing one couldn't quench the bloodlust. My killing spree has begun and I can't stop. After the kill, the big screen showed Zhu Peng's Xuanhuan demon, showing no sign of stopping. He charged at Ninja Shen, his health topped up by his ultimate, and boosted by the red buff and Tiamat's lifesteal. He fearlessly attacked the relatively healthy Shen. Shen knew his full defensive build was no match for the Xuanhuan. With Rek'Sai dead, he could only shuffle towards the blue team's tower, constantly harassed by Zhu Peng's auto attacks, unable to retaliate. He should back off now, he can't kill Shen, who's fully tanked. The commentator said, but the Xuanhuan demon was already under the tower. Shen's health was down to a third, ravaged by the sword pressure and red buff. At this rate, the Xuanhuan might tank 2 tower hits, kill Shen. Chapter LS7. A hush fell over the crowd. The Xuanhuan was too aggressive? He solo killed 2, and still wants to dive the tower for another. Does he think this is bronze?
Shen, use your taunt! Taunt and kill him under the tower!
The commentator roared, voice filled with passion. But Ninja Shen seemed to freeze, slowly moving under the red buff slow. The Xuanhuan demon ignored the tower damage, relentlessly pursuing him. Just as another weakness strike and auto attack were about to finish Shen, the long-suffering ninja finally unleashed his taunt. The taunt was premature. The Xuanhuan mode wasn't deep enough under the tower, and still had a chance to escape with his skills. Only now, with just a hit or 2 left before being auto-attacked to death, even as the opponent's auto attack was already striking, did he launch his desperate counterattack. It was a fight to the death. Xuanhuan charged directly under the blue team's turret and unleashed a brutal beating on the ninja Shen.
Why wasn't Shen taunting? There was no reason!
Had he disconnected? No, Shen used his taunt at the last second. My god, so ruthless. It wasn't a fight to the death for him. My god, the purple team's top laner, Xuanhuan seemed to have anticipated this all along. He used his skill to cut off his own auto attack, instantly following with his W skill Heart's Eye, blocking Shen's taunt while simultaneously stunning him with his counterattack. Blue team's Shen gambled too big this time, losing it all. Xuanhuan escaped the blue team turret's range using Crescent to refresh his auto attacks, farming and regaining health, stubbornly enduring another turret hit and escaping alive. The Xuanhuan was now unstoppable. In Summoner's Rift, one took down Rek'Sai with one combo, then, with red buff, tanked turret damage and brutally killed the fully defensive ninja Shen, securing a double kill. At the very end, Xuanhuan only had a sliver of health left. Even escaping the turret's range, he couldn't avoid its final blow. Just as all the audience, including the commentators, thought that Xuanhuan would ultimately be traded for the double kill, Zhu Peng approached a low-health blue team minion, and with one auto attack, finished it off. His health bar visibly increased a tiny amount. Activating his newly cooled Tiamat active skill Crescent amidst the blue team's minion wave, his near-empty health bar visibly recovered. The turret's final attack landed, and simultaneously Zhu Peng took down another minion, again using the lifesteal effect to pull back a sliver of health. The jungler secured kills, the top laner tanked the tower and got a double kill, and after a near-death escape with 12 health points remaining, he went back to base. Just as the commentator yelled, the Xuanhuan was now unstoppable. Meanwhile, Ashe's ultimate froze Jinx and Lux's ultimate bombarded the blue team's bottom lane though. A Fiddlesticks, having traversed a ward, jumped between Jinx and Lux. With Ashe and Janna's cooperation, Fiddlesticks unsurprisingly secured a double kill, reducing Lux's Dark Seal stacks to only 2 layers. He didn't recall. How did he avoid the wards? He must have recalled near the bushes, deceiving the mid laner, then flashed through the wall to avoid the wards we placed.
Truly impressive!
Stroking his stubbled chin, he sighed. Yet the Lux player had ruthlessly built a death cap, effectively crippling Fan Jixian in the bot lane. He was alone while their team had a 2-person advantage dominating the game. Both purple and blue sides had their advantages and disadvantages. Fan Jixian on the blue side was arguably the strongest player in the entire arena, a swordmaster surveying the battlefield unmatched. However, the combined power of the Riven and Lux was enough to suppress the other 4 on the blue team. Brigitte, the jungler, was incredibly perceptive. Several times she approached mid lane, eyeing Fan Jixian's aggressive pushing, but ultimately hesitated and retreated. This was where Brigitte was superior to the opposing Rek'Sai. She sensed that ganking mid lane wouldn't help their Titan, it would only offer a double kill to the enemy. Qi Mixiang was perfectly obedient. She let Fan Jixian push the lane, denying her gold and experience, but she remained safely under her tower, building pure magic resist. This turtle strategy rendered Fan Jixian helpless. Most terrifying was Yuan's Jinx, Iceborne Gauntlet, Berserker's Graves, Guardian Angel. If her health hadn't consistently stayed below 3000, she probably would have built a Ravenous Hydra. This tanky A carry drove the South Korean quintet to the brink of madness. Every kill or assist amplified Jinx's thrill of the hunt, and the hyper-mobile Lolita controlled the entire battlefield. The Iceborne Gauntlet's slow made it nearly impossible for the opponents to move, forcing them to protect the Lux, who had a death cap but no escape abilities. In the 37th minute, the blue team lost a team fight and the base was destroyed by the barely alive Riven. A tanky AD carry indeed. The 6 heavenly players were undoubtedly strong, but the Fiddlesticks was unsuitable for front-line engagement, and the purple side had excellent vision control. Lux displayed extraordinary skill. Alas, had the 6 heavenly players chosen a stronger, more meta AP champion, the outcome might have been different. From the moment the match ended, Fan Jixian remained cold-faced. His South Korean teammates knew they had heavily underperformed. The Shen and Rek'Sai's double kill from across the map was bad enough, but their bot lane was utterly dominated by Liu Ren's Lux. Her ultimate, Lucent Singularity, was almost guaranteed to kill one person, allowing the support Lux to farm almost as much as the mid-lane Fiddlesticks. They were used to Fan Jixian crushing his opponents in any lane, allowing them to effortlessly mop up the remains. In normal matches, no opponent would ban all three of Janna Ivan and Mokai and then give up mid-lane, opting for a tank who simply stayed under their tower and refused to leave. However, these Koreans ultimately didn't understand Fan Jixian. They didn't know that what was troubling him wasn't the outcome of the match. "How did you know?" Fan Jixian blurted out, hands clasped under his chin. He knew the man sitting opposite him understood. "We've interacted for a while now. I know about your allergies, and considering the hyper-realistic environment of Summoner's Rift, and the champions you've chosen in past matches, putting those together, and by using a fate card to peek into your past, even a car park by the roadside bothers you. That level of allergy is hard to ignore, isn't it?" Peng, who had secured his first victory and almost completely crushed the competition as the Xuanhuan surpassed Demon Blade, didn't show much joy. Who laughs last laughs best, he thought. Someone like Fan Jixian, who understands himself and the world so clearly, with such a glaring weakness, how could he not have countermeasures? Clap, 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 impressive, truly impressive. Befitting the head honcho of the Bloodmoth Guild. Your intellect far surpasses expectations. A murmuring voice came from across the table from Peng, who vigorously clapped. "Oh, is that so? You think I look foolish? He. Suddenly standing, Fan Jixian looked at then surveyed the arena. After a moment of silence, he raised his right hand in a gesture and slowly said, "I apologize, we forfeit." The entire hall fell silent. Chapter 7:1. The black hole of the mind and the qualification to look down on all. On the rooftop of the Jinza building, in the central arena of the finals, the South Korean team captain, Fan Jixian, abruptly stood. He raised an arm to signal the referee and the audience. Then he said, "I apologize, we forfeit." The lively audience, who had been discussing the suspenseful match's outcome, fell silent. The commentators were stunned. Fan Jixian's words silenced the entire hall. "Consider it a reward for your sharp judgment. I'll send 880 gold coins to the Bloodmoth Guild in a couple of days," Fan Jixian said, turning to Peng, ignoring the stunned silence. "Why not continue? You should still have cards to play, enough to cover your flaws and even turn the tide. Why not reveal them and see if you can make a comeback?" Peng frowned slightly. He'd planned to have Chi Maxiang snatch the Fiddlesticks pick next round and see how Fan Jixian would counter. This sudden forfeit left all his plans and calculations in ruins. "I, Fan Jixian, win only completely and undeniably. Today I gift you this undeniable victory. That way we can still be drinking buddies, right?" He said this while putting on his trench coat from the back of his chair. The other four Koreans were surprised and reluctant, but Fan Jixian held considerable sway over them, and their abysmal performance in the previous round left them little to say. Fan Jixian's words left Peng silent for a moment. He stared intently at the man before him. After a considerable time, Peng smiled, then nodded sincerely in agreement. "Of course, as long as you're willing, we can always be drinking buddies." Fan Jixian nodded in satisfaction, then turned and left with his girlfriend and younger brothers. Despite forfeiting the match, the man showed no negative emotion. His strong mental fortitude as a professional gamer was evident. In contrast, a petite girl with short light, gold hair and a round face looked quite distraught. Her cute, round face was puffed up like a balloon. Park Hai-mai smiled at her, whispering words of comfort to the dejected Jinju. All eyes turned to the victor. As Fan Jixian said, there was no difference between second and last place, only first mattered. The once formidable Korean team vanished from sight. "Now let's have our champion team choose a representative to ascend to the highest point and receive the prize from Ms. Anne Soros, the heiress to the Soros family." Slowly shifting his gaze away from Fan Jixian and his group, who had already blended into the Dark Knight, Peng, as captain and MVP, was naturally the one to represent the team and claim the reward. "I don't want money. I want Soros family alchemical equipment. What about you guys?" Completely relaxed, Peng stretched, watching as the atmosphere shifted from fervent excitement to a buzz of chatter and casual eating and drinking. He finally displayed a relaxed and peaceful demeanor. He casually asked his companions, "Soros family alchemical equipment. I know compared to jewelry and things, life-saving equipment is more important," Ewan responded, pouting slightly. Beautiful jewelry is ultimately fleeting. Fan Jixian, with his immense wealth and power, showed no intention of compensating them, leaving the elf quite upset after all their hard work. "I also want alchemical equipment. Anyway, I live and eat at my brother's place. What do I need money for?" Brigitte said, throwing herself into Peng's arms. The little girl nuzzled against him. Peng's relationships with women weren't great, but he had an amazing rapport with children. Indeed, wives should be raised from childhood. "Brigitte wants alchemical equipment, so I want alchemical equipment to help brother Peng." "Maxiang, isn't your sister Himiko working so hard that you should help her? You've been striving to be a professional gamer, but haven't really made any money, have you? Take that 10,000 gold and get it converted to cash. Let Ms. Himiko put it away for you. It'll be something to fall back on for both of you later." With that, Peng, ignoring the slight reddening around Chi Mika's eyes, made the decision for her. "I need money to alchemy enchanted equipment. That stuff is useless to me." This is Liu, a clearly professional player. Warrior, class equipment is indeed of little use to him. Please welcome player Crazy Flipping Fish to the stage to receive their award. With the MC's words, Peng walked towards the highest platform where Anne Soros was seated. Before he reached the steps covered in a thick red carpet, the black-robed, impeccably dressed butler was already waiting. This way, please. The butler, his voice aged but authoritative, said before turning and seemingly stepping into water, ascending the carpeted steps to the top platform. With his first step, Peng acutely sensed that he'd passed through a thin veil of water, and the upward path was far longer and more winding than it appeared from the audience. The steps, covered in thick, soft red carpet, curved in an exaggerated, bizarre way. Just looking at it, the climb to the top seemed an impossibly long journey. However, from the audience's perspective, without experiencing it firsthand like Peng, Anne Soros, the beautiful and charming heiress, seemed quite close. Clearly, the entire space centered around Anne Soros was warped by powerful magic. Any assassin attempting to close the distance based on their visual estimation would likely meet a rhythmically unpleasant end. Peng, pure-blooded earthling, possessed the mental aptitude of a mud type. An orphan from Qingshan orphanage on Earth, he was adopted in his youth by an infertile couple, spending his childhood farming and raising pigs to support his adoptive parents. A year later, his adoptive mother discovered she was pregnant, and the elderly couple finally had a child of their own. Peng were driven from their home on a rainy night. Understandably, for a poor family, you had become a burden. This event became the root of your psychological problems, a black hole consuming your emotions. This is why you've been unable to break through your current martial arts plateau. You perceive the world through a veil, unable to truly experience it, to find the strength of spirit born from genuine emotion. Speaking slowly, the somewhat bald Tiberius spoke, his back to Peng. He couldn't see the distortion and horror on the young man's face as the wounds of his past were forcibly ripped open. The bald, white-haired butler abruptly halted, slowly turning his head to gaze at the young man behind him, now almost completely transformed into a demon. Peng's muscles bulged, the veins on his face throbbing and bulging. Even Ewan, Xiang, or Bridget could scarcely imagine the gentle boy they knew capable of such a terrifying expression. You actually managed to restrain yourself from punching me in the back, the butler said. That's rather surprising. According to my investigation, this matter is quite important to you, isn't it? Ho-he-ha. A shudder ran through Peng's chest, his bones emitting a series of strange cracking sounds before he let out a heavy sigh. If my adoptive parents hadn't kicked me out, I wouldn't have met my master, nor would I have had the good fortune of becoming the contemporary direct disciple of Wudang's Pure Yang sect. I am a Taoist cultivator. My master's hopes are vested in me. I have inner demons, yes, but I will never let them drag me down into the demonic path. As he spoke, the murderous aura surrounding Peng gradually subsided, not so much dissipated as forcibly suppressed within him by the butler's powerful will. That's not willpower, you're merely suppressing it, the butler countered. Since arriving on Earth, I've often browsed your cultivation texts. Taoism believes that for every inch of progress in the Tao, there is a foot of progress in the demonic. If you cannot let go, if you only build a dam of the Tao heart to resist the tide of inner demons, once the tide rises and breaches the dam, the 20 years of your arduous cultivation will be utterly ruined. Abandon the declining Taoist faith, and wholeheartedly cultivate martial arts. With your talent and aptitude, Peng, you'll surely go much further on a new path. Turning, Tibbers continued walking up the stairs with Peng. To defeat multiple first-order professionals as a mere apprentice wizard and earn the right to create your own profession from the perspective of earthlings, you've done remarkably well. But in the context of the entire Celestial Witch Tower, this is merely passable. In the recently conquered Sirius God Plane, any lion warrior of your level cultivating this Emperor's hegemonic decree could easily slaughter their way through the entire examination. The power of the wizarding world creates both stronger and weaker individuals at the same level, especially for non-wizard professionals. Martial arts no longer require years of arduous training. Combat techniques don't need countless hours of refinement. Breakthroughs don't require life or death struggles. Serve a wizard lord, spend a decade or more begging for a strengthening potion, drink it down and boom, your powerful wizarding world expands the power of each level from 100 to 120 or even 150, but it also lowers the minimum to 60. In those primitive planes, professionals need at least 80 to break through to the next level. The overly perfect cultivation system of the powerful wizarding world has in fact created countless maggots with no possibility of improvement. I think I understand, Peng said. You mean, there's no glory in defeating those professional guild fighters who've boosted their power with potions. Any otherworldly warrior of the same rank would be far stronger and more ferocious. No, you don't understand. I mean, the world-spanning dominion of the Celestial Witch Tower is far vaster than your wildest imaginings. The world before you now is but a tiny fraction of the whole. Don't let your current perspective constrain your ambition. You grasped the essence of wolf fighting spirit and deduced the fighting spirit principle of brutal fury in just 2 months. You are qualified to stand on a higher position and look down upon all beings. Walking ahead, the old butler Tiber's aged voice sounded somewhat ethereal, somewhat wistful. Chapter 072, Unnamed Swordsmanship, Rainster. On the long, winding staircase, an old man and a young man walked slowly one behind the other, neither seeming to be in any hurry. I feel like I'm completely transparent in front of you. Every guest who approaches Miss Annie from birth to this moment, all their past, even their secrets, are laid bare before me. Tibor will not allow any unforeseen event to occur before my master. Besides, while wolf fighting spirit is good, it's still a beast fighting spirit, lacking in scale and grandeur. This fighting spirit manual may not be superior to wolf fighting spirit, but it will certainly be more suitable for you. Speaking, a rather thick booklet somehow landed in Ju Peng's embrace, causing him to fumble slightly to catch it. Unnamed swordsmanship. Author Reinster, thank you for your guidance. Senior, no need. It's nothing special. The recently conquered human race of the celestial wolf god plane. Almost everyone has a copy. In a couple of years, if you can find a way to buy one, they'll throw in a lot of cultivation insights from high-level warriors for 100 or 2 gold coins. Tabor didn't turn his head, responding nonchalantly. However, while he might not care, Ju Peng was still grateful. While this might be a casual compensation after the old man's privacy intrusion, investigating was his duty, compensation was not. Therefore, this fighting spirit manual could only be considered a senior's guidance for an outstanding junior. The witch world's dominion is far vaster than you can imagine. Strive now. Don't be like me, regretting it all while drinking in my old age. With Tibor's sigh-like words, they both stepped onto the highest platform. In the 10 or so minutes of the journey, who knows how many inspections Ju Peng underwent inside and out, before Tibor, certain of his harmlessness, led him out of the seemingly endless, actually infinite, twisting staircase. On the unusually spacious rooftop terrace, a little girl, about Bridget's age, was scowling and digging into a bowl of ice cream with a small spoon. As Tibbs led Ju Peng inside, the girl glanced at him. That single glance felt like being engulfed in flames. That 1-second gaze felt like an hour. When the girl looked away, Ju Peng was drenched in sweat. Just then, Tibbs placed a large glass of ice cream opposite Anne's place, then gestured to Ju Peng with an outstretched arm. The young lady practices high-level type meditation. Please do not make prolonged eye contact, or you might ignite your spiritual energy and spontaneously combust. Thank you. If there's anything this dangerous, please let me know in advance. Ju Peng said with a wry smile before sitting down opposite the girl. He unceremoniously began to enjoy the luxurious ice cream in front of him. It was clearly different from the popsicles Ju Peng had eaten at 8 years old. Or rather, the ice cream before him was probably more expensive and high-end than all the frozen desserts he'd ever seen in his life. Just one bite and the sweet, delicious flavor spread through his body. After the intense burning sensation, Ju Peng felt refreshed and invigorated. As the winner of the competition, you may chat with Miss Anne for 10 minutes. Then I will take you to choose your alchemic equipment or claim your prize money. Please enjoy, Tibbs said before leaving. Only Ju Peng and Anne, who was still eating ice cream, remained on the spacious and luxuriously appointed rooftop terrace. Actually, I don't really want to chat with your young lady. Let someone else have that honor. Just give me the prize, Ju Peng wanted to say. But before he could speak, the nimble old butler had already withdrawn, faced with a little lowly. Especially a terrifyingly dangerous one, a ferocious little lowly whose gaze alone could be fatal. Ju Peng didn't know what to say, so he lowered his head and devoured the ice cream that even a wealthy little lowly ate. It might have the effect of nourishing the body and strengthening spiritual energy. He had to eat as much as he could. He might not get another chance for 100 or 80 years. 5 minutes of silence later, Ju Peng finished the large cup of ice cream. You really can eat, the fiercely pretty little lowly with dark red hair said suddenly. She looked longingly at her own half-eaten small cup of ice cream. After a moment's hesitation, Anne pushed the half-eaten cup towards Ju Peng. Ju Peng could clearly sense the girl's reluctance, yet she firmly pushed her precious ice cream, a treat she rarely had, towards the man. Tibbers said that commoners are all pitiful, and that a pitiful and incompetent commoner like you must always go hungry, right? Well, it's not that bad. Ju Peng, who had just earned 18,000 gold coins and considered himself to have entered the middle class, felt strangely lacking in confidence when he told the rich little Lolita that he could eat his fill. By the standards of the heiress before him, he, a relic of Earth, probably belonged to the species that scavenged for food in garbage dumps. No need to hide it, the little Lolita reasoned matter of factly. Seeing how hard you fought in the competition, I knew you must really need money. Otherwise, who would fight so hard for 50,000 galleons? Ju Peng was speechless, unable to refute her. He had indeed risked his life for those 50,000 gold coins. Oh, and those 50,000 gold coins had to be split 5 ways. Eating street food ice cream like you've never seen it before, she continued. Tibbers never lets me eat street food. It's my birthday, so I made an exception this once. Street food. I'm ashamed to be a human. A street vendor's ice cream made me lose face for all of humanity before aliens. Annie Soros was a kind girl, albeit somewhat sheltered and lacking in common sense. She had a knack for using simple and sincere words to make people realize how pathetic, incompetent, and poor they were. But Ju Peng had a pleasant 10 minutes with her. After he licked the last bit of cream from the 2 cups of ice cream, fueled by shame-turned appetite, he returned the crystal-clear glasses to little Annie. Then, filled with a desire for revenge on the little Lolita, he followed old butler Tibbers to claim his prize. A full suit of armor seemingly forged from gold, radiating tangible magical power, a synthetic beast egg, sturdy dark Wutim contract scroll with healing spells, and a translucent crystal resembling a palm-sized eyeball fossil. Chapter 073. Suddenly a rich second-generation Tibbers happiness. After much toil, even the hard-earned power of fate had been gradually depleted throughout the competition. At this moment, Ju Peng finally saw the alchemical equipment of the Soros family, a renowned wizarding clan. While relatively low-grade practice items for Zhu Peng who had not yet truly entered the wizarding world, they were high-end equipment. A replica of Galen's full-body armor, the flashy gold Saint Seiya-esque outfit was certainly eye-catching, but its powerful defense, combined with Zhu Peng's hard-trained Qigong, made it almost impossible for any monster in the first realm to break through his physical defense. Add to that the enhanced toughness talent of Han people, high resistance, and high recovery, it was the ultimate tank equipment. However, considering that he could only choose 3 out of the 5 alchemy equipment pieces before him, Zhu Peng, after some deliberation, ultimately gave up on the rather tempting full-body heavy armor. The team contract. A contract with healing magic, but it's not just about healing, those who betray it will suffer the contract's punishment. Needless to say, this team contract mimicking the summoner's skill, heal, is a must-have. It's a lifeline for the entire team in critical moments. Once signed, all 5 members will possess the ability to use healing magic. This contract mimics the summoner's skill, Hell, from Summoner's Rift. Up to 5 people can sign it simultaneously. Within 100 kilometers of the contract holder for 3 months, signatories can use a healing spell with a 3-day cooldown. Unlike the summoner's skill, if someone who has signed this contract attacks a fellow signatory, the attacker will automatically suffer retaliatory damage equivalent to the healing effect. This retaliatory spell originating from the contract is unavoidable. It can only be endured through sheer physical resilience. Tiberius hugged a snow-white polar bear plush. This adorable big white bear held 2 large red gift boxes overflowing with a mixture of gold coins and gemstones, containing the cash prizes for Qi Meixiong and Liu Ren. Thank you for your guidance. Let me take this big plush. Please give me more guidance when you have time. As a Wuxia survivor whose devotion to respecting the elderly and loving the young has become an obsession, Zhu Peng instinctively reached for the big bear in Tiberius's arms. However, the moment his hand touched the plush polar bear, Zhu Peng's vision blurred, and he seemed to see a powerful, ferocious, huge bear baring its teeth at him. On a cold, windswept snowfield, a ton-heavy polar bear roared, charging forward like a tank. While momentarily dazed by what seemed like a hallucination, Zhu Peng's outstretched hands were deftly avoided by the old butler stepping aside. This little fellow dislikes males, especially young human males hugging it. I'll hand it to the Japanese girl later, Tiberius said with a smile, clearly having investigated the reason behind Zhu Peng's participation in this competition. It feels like you've investigated my ancestors for 3 generations. Zhu Peng withdrew his hands, rubbing them together, and said with a wry smile. Not that exaggerated, however. The Soros family's intelligence network did find out who your biological father is. He's not only alive but doing quite well. In which city? In the early days of the abyssal descent, he couldn't survive, so he volunteered to be a test subject for a grand wizard just to get a decent meal. Later, by chance, he ended up in the hands of a legendary wizard, becoming the only survivor out of 30,000 test subjects who successfully underwent the magical enhancement experiment. Now he's considered a minor noble. In which city? Should I tell you where he is now? Tiberius hugged the half-man-high white bear and smiled, adding a playful remark. It's enough to know he's alive and doing well. Unlike his emotional outburst when mentioning his adoptive parents, Zhu Peng remained surprisingly calm about his biological father. He was more preoccupied with selecting alchemical equipment. After a moment's hesitation, he sealed the dark egg, radiating palpable magical energy, in a box and held it in his hand. According to his appraisal of the 5 items before him, this egg of unknown function emitted the most potent and ferocious magical aura. In other words, it might be the most valuable piece of alchemical equipment. Of course, his judgment could be flawed. Understandably, a man who was absent throughout his son's life, appearing only to demand child support on his first visit, is someone no one wants to see. Do you hate him? Not at all, he's just incompetent and powerless. Zhu Peng felt somewhat helpless against the old man's insatiable curiosity, but he genuinely didn't care much. There were so many broken families in the 21st century, he was simply fatherless and motherless, a more complete version of the same. My father, he was actually a man of strong feelings, but in any era, feelings require a material foundation. At least from my biological father I understood why my master all the previous patriarchs relentlessly pursued that ethereal immortal Tao. Because powerlessness is a sin, a fat body, a weak will, the combination revealed such an unbearable, unsightly spectacle. Zhu Peng carefully chose his words while selecting the alchemical equipment, striving to clearly express his attitude. Zhu Peng neither hated nor resented his biological father. Now knowing that the deadbeat was doing well, even becoming a nobleman in which city with powerful backing was enough. With his carefree nature, he probably already spent a fortune on half-demon succubi or half-elf maidens to build a new family. There was no need for Zhu Peng to suddenly appear and disrupt his hedonistic bliss. You expended so much manpower and resources searching in Chinatown just to know he was happy and comfortable, and that satisfied you. Knowing he's doing well puts my mind at ease. I only searched for him because I worried that if he were alive, he might be starving in the abyssal city. The young man's calm words and tranquil demeanor left Tibbers speechless for a moment. After a while, the white-haired old butler shook his head in admiration. Immortal Tao transcending the 3 realms and 5 elements. using the physical body as a raft across the world and the soul as the guiding rudder, cultivating a robust physique and unwavering willpower, combining them with the Tao as the core, constantly improving and strengthening, ultimately achieving immortality. Looking at you, I think I understand the meaning of the Tai Chi yin yang fish symbol in perpetual motion. Good and evil are one, the Tao follows nature. Truly, truly a remarkable, terrifying cultivation philosophy. While Tybers was marveling, Peng had already made his third choice. He placed the translucent fossil-like blue eye stone into a box and held it close to his chest. Exercise, protect myself and reduce my worries. It's not as complicated as you say. I find many things in Taoist texts headache-inducing. I should read them less. With this, Peng and Tybers' first meeting concluded. Suddenly having so much equipment, magic items feel incredibly cheap. Tybers, you seem very kind to that gluttonous fat man. You followed him through the whole process, despite it being something a simple servant could have handled. The Sorrows family mansion is vast, even the walk from the hall to the bedroom is long. Anne rode on the bald old man's shoulders, her slender legs kicking occasionally. The little girl would pat Tybers' bald head. Although she's over 10 years old, Anne remains childlike and innocent around Tybers, of course only around Tybers. Gluttonous fat man. That young man today was handsome and upright. I wouldn't call him fat. But he ate 2 servings of ice cream. Tybers, can I have another one later? He ate mine too. Anne's voice held a note of despair. It's only once a year we can have ice cream. No, because you ate half a serving, and that young man ate 1.5. You're trying to get an extra half serving through this little trick. Tybers is old, but not senile. Your scheme will not work, miss. The Sorrows family's legacy, the Lava Heart Lake, is a high-level meditation technique. While incredibly powerful, it has many taboos. For example, practitioners are forbidden from eating too much ice cream. Wah, my half serving of ice cream was eaten by that fat man. Tybers, you still haven't told me why you pay such attention to that fat man. Because strength runs through the entire body, originating from a single point. As the young miss spoke, old Tybers' mind flashed through all the young man's files, finally settling on a single photograph. Mahu's crushed throat showed claw marks, but it looked as though a sharp blade had sliced through his neck as well. If the young man were a So, Korwa Jing, or even Dan Jing, Chinese martial artist, it would be understandable, but he specialized in external hard Qigong. This level of body control and power mastery even made Tybers, a martial artist himself, marvel. What? Anne didn't hear or understand Tybers, she asked again. Because old Tybers also cultivated Beast Q. If someone had helped me back then, given me a little guidance, perhaps I could have reached a higher level. I could have protected the young master and miss. Tybers, everyone knows it wasn't your fault. Although you are the ground flame Gryphon Tybers, the Sorrows family faced a god back then. Miss, it's time for your bedroom. The maidservant has prepared the hot water. Saying this, the old man gently placed the perfectly sculpted little girl from his shoulder. Tybers, can you continue telling me the stories of your adventures with Grandpa and the others tonight? Like when I was little, telling them until I fall asleep. My little princess, you are 10 years old now. Besides your future guardian knight, no other man can enter your bedroom, not even old Tybers. Do you dislike today's young men? Dislike? The fierce little Lolita answered decisively. Alright, old Tybers still has time to find a suitable guardian knight for the miss. He chuckled wryly, feeling his Dookie manual was a gift in vain, though it was indeed a common, mass-produced item. Tybers isn't old at all. You think I still need you to take care of my children, my children's children? You're not old at all. You have no home. Sorrows is your home. Don't even think about retirement. Very well, my esteemed little mistress. You look just like your great-grandmother when she was young. She was also fierce and told me, a slave then, that I would look after her children, and her children's children. Good night, my dear little miss. Bending down, he kissed the girl's smooth forehead, then Tybers gently pushed Anne into the bedroom. Turning around, he strolled away. In the beautiful darkness of the night, it seemed a beautiful witch. Burning like a flame smiled at Tybers. The smile was so breathtakingly beautiful, so captivating that it intoxicated the bald, emaciated old man for a lifetime without regret. Miss, I will protect the Sorrows family until my life's flame is extinguished, until the very last moment. Chapter 074 Self-Created Profession Sword and Shield Soldier 1 Click Upgrade Service. Night fell over the dilapidated Japanese-style apartment buildings of Abyss City. Under the dim yellow light, a small yet cozy pink room. After a day of fun, fulfilling almost all her wishes, Chimichang, after having a bath, hugged her fluffy white teddy bear and threw herself onto the soft pink bedding. Under the lamplight, the girl's white, smooth skin occasionally peeked out from under her sleepwear as she wriggled. She flapped her snow-white little feet, thinking of the man in her heart, occasionally jumping off the bed to dance with the big white bear, even imagining the bear as Peng. She squeezed the large white bear in her arms, its plush head and barely developed chest deformed by the pressure. Moments later, the girl's pretty face flushed crimson. She threw the bear aside, burying her burning cheeks in the soft bedspread. Yet, the image of a man's affectionate touch on her head kept surfacing in her mind. Peng Gage, she thought. Meixiang has grown up. You can't always treat me like a little sister. Cherishing the sweetest dreams of a young girl, she drifted off to sleep after turning off the lights. Unseen by Meixiang, the large white bear on the pink bedsheet glowed faintly in the darkness, its gem-like black eyes watching over the delicate girl, as if truly protecting her. Meanwhile, the culprit keeping the girl awake was meticulously examining his equipment and belongings in his meditation chamber. He was refining his plan using notes and a computer. The 3 alchemical items he'd acquired today were the Void Egg, which would be carried with him. Its power thrives on absorbing negative, dark energy, making the first realm of the dark world the perfect place to nurture it. Even a tiny bit of the demonic essence there would greatly benefit it. He'd have his team sign the contract the day after tomorrow. This contract allowed only 3 alterations, making it wasteful for a temporary team. But to achieve the first mission's objective, Peng accepted the loss. He currently possessed the Eye Stone, but would give it to Xuanhuan later. This scout equipment would be better suited to Xuanhuan. Peng needed to manage the team and plan simultaneously, leaving him no time to focus on information gathered by the Eye of the Nether. These 3 alchemical items greatly enhanced Peng's plan. In the blank space for on his contract, he wrote Blade Shield Warrior. Partly because he lacked imagination for names, partly because Wudang Tai Chi was the quintessential style for a Blade Shield Warrior. Moreover, a fledgling profession didn't need a fancy name. Upon reaching tier 1 or 2 of a combat profession, one could change their profession name, with exceptional individuals even having their advanced titles determined by the professional guild. In the blank personal attribute section, numbered 1 to 5, Peng boldly filled in a 5, transforming him from level 0 to an officially certified tier 1 professional. Following the guild's instructions for strengthening, he focused his attention on his brow. While difficult for a normal person, this was as easy as breathing for Peng, thanks to his meditative training. The Witchnet system, spread throughout the wizarding world, transmitted the essence of the demon god from the Void Witchnet into the signatory's body the moment Peng signed the contract and focused his mind. Particles of light appeared out of nowhere, seemingly intelligent, plunging into Peng's brow. In his perception it felt like a handful of ice shards melting into his forehead, spreading from his brow, invigorating his spirit. Was this the feeling of a professional advancing in rank? Sitting here, achieving this in one go was almost equivalent to months of arduous cultivation, truly addictive. After a moment of meditation, Peng awoke, rubbing his brow in wonder, feeling the breakthrough in his mental strength that months of hard work hadn't achieved. No wonder there was a constant churn of professional deaths and replacements. This one-click upgrade method was indeed intoxicating. Level 1 to 20 professionals gain 1 to 5 points of enhanced attributes per level. Theoretically at level 20 the maximum gain is 100 points. If all were invested in mental strength upon reaching the top tier of level 20, their mental strength would surpass that of ordinary humans tenfold, meeting the advancement standard for a first-order official wizard. However, reality always differed greatly from theory. Most professionals only received 2 to 3 or even 1 to 2 points per level. Most of the essence obtained from slaying dimensional creatures was swallowed up by the Witchnet, or due to insufficient battle intensity, professionals only absorbed a small portion of the diffused demon god essence. What wasn't absorbed was better off being consumed by the Witchnet. Battle intensity, the quality of slain creatures, the completion rate of tasks assigned by the professional guild, these 3 factors determined the absorption rate of the Magma Dragon King's essence. Maintaining low-intensity combat, such as a second-order warrior slaughtering first-order monsters, resulted in only 1 to 2 points or even less, regardless of the number slain. High-intensity combat slaying elite dimensional creatures or bosses, and simultaneously completing guild tasks, thus avoiding Witchnet deductions, yielded 3 to 4 or even 5 points of attribute enhancement. Without the almost impregnable Witchnet system and professional framework of the Celestial Witch Tower, Peng wouldn't have started preparing a year ago, and even now, he felt insufficiently prepared. With his mediocre spiritual aptitude, relying solely on meditation to improve his mental strength would likely yield little progress even after hundreds or thousands of years. Becoming the strongest professional, consuming the overflowing essence of the 7th Order Magma Dragon King to compensate for his innate shortcomings, this was the correct path for him to progress in the wizarding arts. As for the self-created profession of the Dao Shield Soldiers, Gandalf also moonlights as a 5th Order Berserker, so what's wrong with me, a Devourer? Having a self-preservation profession as a side job, the wizard profession already dominates the heavens with its incredibly powerful long-range and even ultra-long-range offensive capabilities. Old Man Gan, the violent maniac, isn't satisfied with that. He has to moonlight as a 5th Order Berserker to make up for his close-range killing power. In comparison, Peng's taking on a defensive, life-saving profession in addition to being a wizard is far too conservative. He lacks the cold, noble, arrogant, and domineering air of a mage. He's simply weak. Chapter 075 The Data Age, 1 cut, 1 lesson. Scoffing at his own auxiliary profession configuration in his heart, Peng opened the box given by the female zombie of the professional guild under the illumination of the desk lamp. Inside was nothing eerie, extraordinary, or strange. A heavy pair of iron spectacles lay quietly within. Peng took them out and examined them under the light. There was no magical aura, no rune marks, even the material was just ordinary alloy. Apart from the excessively thick frames making the glasses somewhat heavy, there was nothing unusual about them. However, someone like Alina would clearly not casually give him a pair of glasses. Thinking this, Peng went to the full-length mirror in the room and put on the heavy glasses, which showed no signs of enchantment. In the full-length mirror, the man adjusted the heavy frames on the bridge of his nose, his demeanor inexplicably adding a touch of scholarly charm. However, Peng still couldn't see anything special about the glasses. As he reached out to take them off, the moment his hand touched the frame, A cold, indifferent female voice transmitted through a pin extending from the frame reached Zhu Peng's mind. Beep, iris lock confirmed. Congratulations on activating the single soldier auxiliary tool developed by Dr. Alina. The data as the initial experimental unit while connecting you to the large database. It will also simultaneously record any plant or animal life forms you encounter that are not stored in the large database. Unit 0 can complete target identification, combat power calculation, tactical selection, and intelligent analysis in the shortest possible time. The WitchNet system, through the Heavenly Witch Tower, has integrated the power of the entire wizarding world, and the data age will, in the new evolutionary era on Earth, radiate the heavens just like the WitchNet system. By the time Alina's cold, Nindonda words, faded, the entire Unit 0 single, soldier auxiliary equipment had expanded and was fixed to Zhu Peng's head. The alloy support, extended and fixed using the most advanced mechanical technology, ensured that even in the most intense battles, it would remain firmly fixed. This Alina's ambition is truly astonishing. Reaching out following the instructions displayed on the lenses, he pressed the scan button on the frame. Data streamed down like a curtain of rain. Constitution 18, Strength Fixed Agility 15, Spirit 5, WitchNet Enhancement Absorbing Willpower 22, Intelligence 12, Total Attributes 103, Unknown. Rank Zorda Level 1 Class, Melee Combatant Wizard Tactical Selection. Eliminate target using elemental spells or ranged attacks. Target shows signs of spiritual enhancement. Be wary counter spells during the elimination process. Danger rating, relatively dangerous. This is a comprehensive assessment based on the host's attributes and combat record. For now at least, this prototype 1's AI isn't very advanced. I looked in the mirror and it identified me as a hostile target. However, if the data age truly becomes perfected, and every combatant equipped with this single soldier auxiliary tool connects to a vast database, it's a terrifying prospect indeed. After a moment's thought, Zhu Peng pressed prototype 1's power button. After another iris scan confirmation, it transformed, shrinking back into ordinary, even slightly bulky mechanical glasses. However, Ana's ambition and fantasy of extending the data age to myriad worlds like a WitchNet left a deep impression on Zhu Peng. What an extraordinary madman, he marveled and sighed, toying with the single soldier auxiliary equipment in his hand. If Ana's vast database truly came to fruition, it could potentially be of more help to Zhu Peng than the combined effects of his 3 alchemic items today. After all, experimental models like Prototype 1 are often better equipped and more powerful than later mass-produced versions. The data age, Day 3, the final day of the 3-day preparation period. Kid's Bloodmoth Bar. After handling all accumulated work files in his office, Zhu Peng entrusted the general work budget for the next 1 or 2 months to Yelena Anna, the Russian refugee. After confirming that the serious-minded redhead fully understood his instructions, Zhu Peng headed to the bar's basement. He first took a deep breath, then forced a sincere expression onto his face before going to see his witchcraft tutor, the Gull. Pushing open the door, a pungent odor filled the room. Unprepared individuals would likely be repelled by the smell. Woo, teacher, you shouldn't use your resting room as a laboratory. This much formaldehyde is bad for your health. As he spoke, Zhu Peng took out some homemade pastries from the food box he was carrying. Regardless of how dangerous and frustrating his tutor's methods were, he had indeed taught him things. Zhu Peng was about to leave for the First Realm for a month or two, and as an apprentice yet to graduate, he naturally needed to inform his tutor. To the Poison Throne, with your spiritual power cultivation aptitude, the demonic god's essence is indeed your only path to becoming a high-level wizard. But remember, power originates from the soul. Even spiritual power is merely one of the vehicles we use to tap into the power of our souls. A tall, yet stooped and withered old man stepped out the darkness, a sharp, slightly curved katana held upside down in his hand. This was a decorative piece Miss Taugu had specifically added to the old man's room. The problem was that every katana in the rack was the real deal. As the girl-like figure emerged from the darkness, the smile Zhu Peng had forced onto his face gradually froze, because the katana the old man held upside down was stained with fresh blood. Teacher, kid, where's Men's? Taugu, has your mental illness recurred? He stepped back, his combat instincts tightening. The ghoul-like figure had rarely had episodes in the last 6 months. Zhu Peng had thought his mental state had stabilized during his long convalescence. Now it seemed he needed a much longer time. Let the teacher teach you another lesson. The blood-stained, gleaming blade sliced through the darkness of the basement like a thunderbolt. Though a wizard, when the ghoul-like figure went berserk, his attacks were as fierce and sharp as Zhu Peng's. After a clash, they separated, and the seemingly unsteady ghoul-like figure plunged back into the shadows, leaning on his long katana, emitting a low, terrifying laugh. Zhu Peng stood on the long table, his food box completely shattered, his chest garment sliced open, a long diagonal cut across his strong and muscular chest bleeding profusely. Japanese katanas, the finest, capable of cutting through gold and jade. Zhu Peng's rigorous physical training could at most lessen the damage. To try to withstand it head-on was a joke. I knew I shouldn't have come. What's the point of being so respectful to my teacher? Zhu Peng chuckled wryly to himself. The next moment, a sea of corpses and countless resentful spirits, accompanied by an extremely fierce blade, struck again. Exceedingly fast yet seemingly slow. Within the incredibly fast striking blade, Zhu Peng seemed to see the ghoul-like figure kid's life journey, his apprenticeship, time and again facing near-death experiences. After becoming a wizard, countless massacres, Forbidden human experimentation, self-blind transformation, committing one bloody and cruel act after another to collect souls filled with the most venomous hatred. Soul, hatred vehicle. In this single strike, the girl-like figure unleashed the terrifying essence of black magic to its fullest extent. Clang, 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 bang. After only 3 exchanges, Peng's spiritual will could no longer withstand the impact of the massive amount of bloody memories. He was forced into the corner of the basement by the Yule-like figure's blade. The razor-sharp point of the old man's katana was less than half a finger's breadth from Peng's left eye. In my life, have never cultivated any so-called martial arts or swordsmanship. I used no power beyond that of a third-class apprentice. I didn't even use any spells to enhance myself. Yet you fell in 3 moves. What use are you to me? With those words a blade plunged down. Kill, die, defeat, perish. Countless vengeful spirits clustered on the long blade, laughing maniacally as they surged Peng. Ah! Thud muscles collided with violent force, the attack delivered without a moment's hesitation. With a crack the door to the underground chamber swung open. Tao Gu, beautiful as a fox with long flowing hair, stared in astonishment at the ruined scene within. Peng, blood-soaked, somehow clutched the samurai sword in his right hand, raising it high. His left hand clamped around the girl man's throat. The man's eyes were bloodshot, as if he might at any moment plunge the raised blade down, severing the girl man's withered head. What are you doing? The world-famous playwright, Shakespeare's immortal work, To Be or Not to Be. A massive psychic shock slammed from the girl man's emaciated body into Peng, flinging the powerfully built man like a tennis ball into a pile of shattered wooden scaffolding. Alright, the private performance is over. Ino, don't you have other things to do? I've approved your request to go out, hurry up and leave. Transforming back into his sickly appearance, the girl man coughed, stooped, and shuffled back to his chair. Peng gasped for breath before gritting his teeth and standing. He sheathed the samurai sword and nodded to Miss Tao Gu before leaving. Ino, I'm old, I have neither the energy nor the interest to train another apprentice, so don't die out there so easily. As the door closed, Peng heard the voice from within the room. The man inexplicably slashed several times, smiled wryly and nodded before closing the door. Rayleigh, you two play your teacher-student games and I always have to clean up the mess. Next time, try not to be so realistic, okay? I almost got scared to death. Muttering to herself, she efficiently began tidying the chaotic room. A Tenjin Jonin wouldn't be scared by such a little scene. The girl man's slow, deliberate words froze Tao Gu in place. A wave of icy chill enveloped her from head to toe. Aside from Peng, perhaps no one understood the terrifying nature of this withered old man better than she, his longtime companion. No, perhaps not even Peng had ever truly understood his master's true face. Hurry up and pack your things, then bring out the pickled cucumbers and preserved duck eggs. Ino's Chinese snacks are quite tasty. That's probably the only benefit of taking on this clumsy apprentice. Tao Gu, her body now supple, took a deep breath, suppressing her fear and trembling as she tidied the chaotic room. Then she took the various snacks from the shattered food box and arranged them one by one before the aged Black Sorcerer. Go to the second cabinet and bring out the 2 lamps I just made. While I'm at it, I'll send Miss Moon, Goddess of the Tenjin Kai, a card. It's not for nothing that she sent such a lovely girl to my side. If it weren't for Tao Gu, how lonely and isolated I would have been when I first arrived in this demi-plane. Stroking Tao Gu's smooth, soft hand, Kid took out his rune pen. A moment later the Tenjin Kai's Onin, trembling even more violently, approached carrying 2 lamps. 2 beautiful heads were carried in. If Peng were here, he would recognize the owners of these 2 heads as the 2 girls who drew the Pandora lot at Ronging Temple, one mature and alluring, the other pure and lovely. But now their brains had been scooped out, 2 semi-transparent, crystal-like candles burning quietly within their skulls. Correspondingly, the girls' richly expressive faces contorted in endless agony. Though dead, their souls were bound to their decaying flesh, slowly experiencing the process of rot and the searing touch of the flames. Soul lamps, consumable support item for devourers. The subject's head is severed, their souls will used as fuel for the burning lamps. The more pain, the more resentment, the more screams, the greater the amplification effect. Tao Gu, thoroughly terrified, nearly got bitten by the pure and lovely head as she placed the 2 soul lamps on either side of the ghost-like figure. It was only thanks to her excellent ninjutsu training that she managed to prevent a complete collapse. Smile. Tao Gu swallowed with difficulty, then closed her eyes and lowered her head slightly. When the girl raised her alluring face again, the woman, beautiful as a fox spirit, stood once more before the ghost-like figure, much to the latter's satisfaction. A woman who can hide her worries behind her beauty. She's the one to dispel my loneliness. Give this card to your leader. Tell Moon Goddess that Kid's gifts are never taken back, and likewise, what Kid takes, even if it rots in his hands. Kid pressed a 3rd-tier tactical card, Blood Warrior, into Tao Gu's hand. The image of a warrior in ghost martial armor wielding a blade on the card sent a chill down Miss Tao Gu's spine. For the Tenjin Kai to truly thrive, the Taoist immortal from the Martial Arts Association is an insurmountable obstacle. But with this 3rd-tier ghost martial card imbued with the ghost-like figure's magic, the plan could progress. Moon Goddess would not dare, nor would she refuse this transaction.